We can maybe expect this to be taken, but most likely it will because it's pretty close. If it does, will this be a minor or a medium? Is it a minor or a medium? Medium, right. Minor. Holy moly. Who said minor? Paul, speak up, my man. Why is this a medium, minor? Right, he's going to go quiet. That's fine. Mr. Liao, sorry. I don't know if I've got your name correct. Apologize if I haven't. Why are you confused if it's medium or minor? What week are you on for a start? We're going to waste a lot of time this way. We need to just, we can't concentrate on each individual, but let's just move on. This is a medium inducement. Why? Because it's a structural point. You can clearly see we've got this structure here that made this low. Yeah. Right. This, if we grab that, we can at least get a reaction from here and take a sell. Where to? Maybe here, or maybe even Asia midpoint. If this gives you a 1 to flipping 5 or a 1 to 10, who gives a shit if it comes all the way down here? Because if your trading ain't that good, like why aren't you cashing out here? Why are you just messing about? Why are you leaving money on the table? If you don't know if you're going to get a pullback, what the day is going to play out like, because you can't adapt to price action as it's playing out, and you've been bitten in your ass by hitting break evens so many times. Why not just cash out here at this point, at your first liquidity point? It just doesn't make sense. We're here to make money, or we're here to make flipping the technicals work, swing for the fences. Anyways, what I also like to do is, because this was more of a significant liquidity structure to the left, to the far left as well, and previous day's low, we can at least expect this to be taken out anyway, because this was a push that led to this low, right? So if this is more of a major one, then at least this minor thing here will become what? A smart money trap, right? A smart money trap more or less does what? Gives you a reaction. Here, what does it do? It gives a reaction. So that's the first thing I would have labeled up, right? There's no more imbalance above that here, within here on M5. And remember, smart money people, what do? They want to refine from a higher time frame POI, which is M5, and then get their refinements within here, within this POI here. So now what we can see without even going into without going into the lower time frame, that price is doing what? We're getting a reaction. We can see order flow happening here. Yeah, people are trying to get in here, right? And we've got a liquidity point here. Maybe if we get smoke this high, we can take these smart money people that bought into this here, because now if we induce high, the whole world should be long. But what we don't do is we don't start concentrating on smart money people straight away. What we should be doing is concentrating on the build-up, because we want to trap build-up first. Build-up is the main thing, because we need to trap retail people first and foremost. So, have we got an M5 build-up? We've got a build-up here. Got this juicy build-up, right? We've had smart money people trapped already, but we don't want that happening first. But you can also guess here that this is equal highs, right, within Asia. And what does equal highs represent to you? Double tops. that means retail to me. And when does retail get smoked and mitigate into a POI to the left that led to a new low? Smart money people are seeing equal highs, FU, mitigation, first zone to the left outside of Asia is a smart money trap. Lies on liquidity. There's 3 wicks here. There's no more imbalances. We've induced double tops, retail out of the market, smart money people trying to get in here. Like, what is left now? Nothing at all. So if we induce this, people in smart money, they're going to be going into, oh shit, they took a loss here, but that's fine. And retail, what they're doing is, if this is their trade entry, where are their stop losses? These fuckers have got 30 pip stop losses. They're going to have stop losses sitting here. Smart money people, when this goes here, even without going into lower time frame to refine, they're going to take a loss here, they're going to take a loss here, here, but their point of invalidation is this structural point. Because now they've taken one loss, they think, you know what, I need to get it back. This is the right POI. We're still within this POI. There must be something on M1 over here. So they're going to keep entering because why? They've got small freaking stop losses. They can afford to take 25 shots at one trade. But what we do is we look at it objectively, the chart. We know the intentions. We've had build up, equal highs. SMT to the left. First zone outside to the left. We don't even have to concentrate on intentions. We've had an SMT reaction. We've got an M5 build up, which was here and here. Coming out of Asia, this is a medium liquidity point. If we induce here, the whole world is long. If we get our entry here with confluences in our boss, let's, whatever it is, mini build up, mini cycles, we can at least take it down to here. If that's the first trade of your day, Bob's your auntie. Was that anything to do, was that complicated or not? So you can even start thinking about intentions and saying, oh, this is where the stop losses are, this is where it is, where's SMT, where are they getting induced? Just keep it simple. Or once you've identified equal highs, fine, that's a retail heaven pattern, a retail pattern. They've been smoked. Smart money people, are they getting induced from a smart money trap area? Yes, okay. Now we'll set an alert where? Set your bastard alert off here and then just wait. Until then, just don't do shit. Don't do nothing at all. Just wait. So let's play on. Now, some people might be thinking, you know what, Asia High's taking, it's made an internal boss, but you're not doing nothing until you've had the medium inducement. If this was to happen in London Open, brilliant. If it didn't happen in London Open, it happened in MMM1, even better. It doesn't matter. Whatever whatever daily cycle variation it is, you're just waiting. You're not doing anything until this point is taken, until your alert goes off. Then you see what price action happened. All this is irrelevant, what I did over here. Because you're not going to take any action. Once it's done, you've induced high. You can say to yourself, look, this has made equal highs once again. We've had an inducement. We've had Frankfurt Open. If you're on the charts, it'll jump down, see what you can see. Let's play price on a bit more. Okay, now we've had an R-boss. We've left a billion lows again. Can we short? 100%. If an entry comes, we'll take one from here. Yeah. always measure how big the stop loss is. .8. So of a pip, would you rather refine it here or would you take a .8? There's no point refining even more. If it comes, it bangs, brilliant. If it doesn't, it doesn't. You missed it. Or if you want to be in the trade, and you can say to yourself, this is a push that led to the whole thing up here, which is 2.5 pips. Now, people fail to notice this kind of thing. This whole zone over here was 2.5 pips. Was that refinement needed? No. Because people are just too stuck on looking at the candles, but they're not looking at how big the stop loss is. Probably missed a trade because of that as well. It's gone. And you're still waiting up here. No more re-entries. I was asleep at this point because of the charts that I was putting up in the morning. Now, first target, what happens, it comes to this kind of equal lows FU candle here. Some smart money people will be buying from here, of course. Yeah. They'll be thinking, you know what, this is a juicy candle. Yes, let's go, baby. It's within a build-up. It's insignificant, but it is significant to us because it'll give a reaction for our next entry. Okay. What happens now? Price came and hits this breaker block. Right? This was an FFS, generally, which is why, right, okay, hold on. Let me explain this point to you guys, right? You shouldn't be looking for these trades, but I'll give you a general overview. When you get an FFS, why is this an FFS? Because this low created this high. So now people are trying to long from this high to continue the trend on higher, right? So when price makes another reaction from here, they're still going to be setting the limits here. But what does it do? It goes flying through it. There's liquidity sitting in this order. Price comes back, mitigates it to the T. Now, there's 2 or 3 concepts that lie within here, right? This is a break and retest. It's a breaker block, whatever you want to call it. This is one whole an M15 block or an M5 block. Where would you put your stop loss? If it's your first trade of the day, put your stop loss above here. Here. How big is it? Let's see. That's still only 2.9 pips. Or you could be waiting for any one of these. Maybe one of them, whatever it is. But I took this trade from here. And I believe it was also an EDM or something like that. No, was it the next one I took? I think I took this next one, I think. I can't remember now. My memory is like a goldfish. There's that much price action I've watched that I can't remember what trades I take. Anyways, let's play price on. If you missed it, you missed it.
Chap.
No, here it is. I took this one. This is one here, I think. Honestly, I can't really remember. Is it this one?
Chap.
No, it was this one, I think. This one, I think I took. Anyways.
Chap.
Yeah. This is the one I took. This is the one. Yeah. I remember the EDM, but I couldn't remember what it was. But some people might be saying, okay, equal lows, FU. Why are we not taking? Yeah, this is one thing I need to clarify with you guys about what's the difference between a build-up and what's the difference between order flow. This is what it is. What is a build-up? A build-up is when price slows down and builds equal lows, or when there's a lot of price action like this together. When price is tanking down like this, you can't call that a build-up. Like, you'll start drawing all these stupid lines from here to say this is a trend. But you really think retail are going to wait, try and catch falling knives? No chance. This is just order flow coming down. They want to see price settle down like this, then price FUs it, and then it moves.
Chap, can I make a question? The microphone was not working well, and I had to fix it. But when you were doing the breaker block, there is imbalance on the extreme. Why don't we focus on the extreme and we be on the breaker block?
I'm sorry, Alex, your voice was very, very it wasn't clear.
Let me please.
No, there's a lot of disturbance in the.
Oh,
Shaf, I think he means why not take the extreme above the breaker block?
You can. That's what I'm saying. You can.
Hmm.
This is all one order block. You can take that as well. But I'm not saying this is a high confluence trade. Like, this is not a trade you should take as a first trade of the day. If you're up for the day, then you can start risking on shit like this because it was an FFS. If it's a clean material, if this is the first trade of the day, you should be waiting for the extreme, 100%. Wait for the extreme, or wait for this area here, this decisional area. This is what you should be taking with lets or whatnot. There's nothing here. This was a let. That was a let. See, the breaker block was a let. You call it a breaker block, or you can call it, for fuck's sake, mitigation, whatever. Right, and then that tanks because you've got your mini cycle, equal highs here, build up, inducement high first into a mitigation of the for fuck's sake on old low, then it tanks again, then price builds up here, makes a new low, and this is the issue with this. I don't like these entries that people sometimes take. It induces low first. This could easily induce high, all these equal highs, but it stays within the build up of like this channel. I don't like taking these type of mitigations, even though they are lets. You can take them, but today, for some odd reason, I did take two down here within the later build up. When the first trade I took was here, this EDM, and then I closed that out when we made this, took out this liquidity point. I'm like, that's my first trade of the day. This one here. This one here. That was a nice clean mitigation. We've had a mini cycle into it. I don't like these lines. I'm just getting too dirty, man. That was a clean mitigation. You've got this kind of reaction. We've got timing here as well. Internal boss, clean mitigation here. EDM, whatnot, boom. And you're taking it to where Asia lows is sitting in equal lows. And the first zone outside of Asia to the left is what? A minor inducement, because if you look back on M5, yeah, does this look like a proper significant structure point? Still look like a minor. This is more of a major one. Whereas this one here, this one was like a medium. I would still count this as a minor. But did that stop me from closing my trade here? No, because it was my first trade of the day. Do you understand how you can have hard rules that you can follow, but you need to sometimes be a little bit flexible? I wouldn't recommend taking any breaker blocks at all, Alex. Don't take any at all. Just stick to the basics. You will take more losses than you will take wins, and then you'll start scratching your head. Oh, why did this one not work? Why did that one not work? There's a reason why Reem hasn't taught it yet. Because it's unreliable. Reem takes them trades. I take them trades only because there's confidence there. We've seen price action enough to gain that experience and say, you know what, I'm taking more advanced trades. But if you're not at that stage, why are you even studying it?
Shaf, I have a question whilst
Yeah.
we are still here.
Yeah.
Could you go to the M1 before the extreme on London Open?
London Open, yeah, here.
So I actually took one loss like after we swept medium liquidity. I think it was, yeah, this one, my line was somewhere here.
Right.
So I saw on the entry helper that we had a lead here. Oops.
Yeah, see.
Yeah, like this one here, like a tiny lead.
Something here,
So
yeah.
yeah. So I'm
But
wondering if
the
you
thing
would
is,
consider
does
that.
that look like an inducement to you? It just took out with like 1 pip or something. You're trying to really convince people that is going to go long. You want to see a full break. You want to see proper inducement high. Now it just
Like with
brings in more
bodies.
liquidity because what the thing is, if retail people are going to be placing 30 pip stop losses, do you not think they'll probably have 1 or 2 pips for spread as well? Even smart money.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
because remember some places where like some around the world, the spread is a minimum 1.5 pips, even on
Oh,
EU. So
Can I
you
add
just
something to this?
yeah, go for it.
yeah.
Who was talking about the question about the inducement?
Emmanuel.
So Emmanuel, you know the black belts, what they usually do is they put their line a little bit more bold, so it's bigger, so it's more relevant when you get in. So you could put the lines a little bit bigger. So a quarter of a pipette like this, it's not gonna go over the line. That would help.
That's a good
that's,
tip.
that's
I'll
a
do
huge
that.
tip.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Joe. Huge tip there, guys. Huge tip. I actually used to do that.
I don't do it
My
because
my
I already know by experience, but it's a good tip to try. I'm muting myself back up. Sorry.
I think my major one is gone. My major one was really thick for my major liquidity. It used to be really thick, but then I got too thick and I'm like, no, I'm not going to use that. But yeah, great tip. Thank you, Joe. Yeah, so that was invalid because of that. You're just too stuck on M1 and just look for a clean inducement for that. This was a clean trade in terms of if you thought these were equal highs, that's fine. I was confident in this trade because of timing and whatnot. We were in the way we induced into that, and it was an EDM. If you weren't like if you didn't like that kind of trade, take the mitigation of that. So take this one. Oh shit, I clicked the wrong thing. Take the mitigation of that, which was like that. Do like another mini cycle, inducement high, and then you aim obviously either for the low of this or the imbalance fill. Make things easy for yourselves. Just aim for that 1 to 5. And here, I don't even think it was a 1 to 5. It was a decent trade. You know what I mean? So just take that like this. And if you're a bit uncomfortable with that, you have a bigger stop. Still 1.6. Go for the imbalance fill. That's like a 1 to 6. Anything lower than that, like what else can you ask for? 1 to 7s every day. For the first trade of the day. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And then here, this is something I'm going to elaborate a bit more on now because on build-ups, right, you would rather want to see, like you've induced low now, right? Once you've induced low out of Asia, what kind of scenarios are in place now? I mean, I talked about it this morning that this is like a liquidity point, and this is just a minor, and could be a medium point because this more or less is like equal lows here. Doesn't really look nice. This is like a structural high. This is a low. So this is like the range that we're playing in. Like you can't predict what price is going to do, but what we can do is watch the current price action to tell us where the next move is. So what you do is you just stay on M5. You know that the play is done here, right? That we've induced low now. We could possibly have our Asia whipsaw because we've induced high, we've induced low, we've still got timing on our side. We've induced both sides within, what you call it, before New York is well before that. We could have let's start a, we could have a London KO. Are we here to predict the game? We're going to react, right? So what the first thing we need to do is wait for the M5 build up. Right? So we just wait. What is price doing? It's just slowly creeping down. 1 touch of a trend line, 2 touch of a trend line, 3 touch of a trend line. I mean, is this build up hard to mark up? I don't think it is. You can maybe mark up this here and say, you know what, we've induced a channel high, but if we induce the channel high, are we looking for a buy from here? Would anybody be looking for buys from here? No, because we're still within the build-up, and I know 1 or 2 people did. But that's fine, because it was with timing. We could have made like some kind of equal lows FU pattern within M1 here, because it was clean within M1. But that equal lows FU classic M1 pattern was within the build-up. It's insignificant. If we induce this into another mitigation area, we can start making shit up. But if it's still within the build-up, then it doesn't make sense for us to say, you know what, there's another SMC pattern, but we've induced SMT, but we've not induced the pattern, the retail. The retail have to be induced first before we start looking for smart money traps every single time. So we'll jump into M1 as well, but let me just play the price action out a little bit more. Right here, let me just jump into M1. Here we go. And I think I mentioned here that this was like the equal low FU boss. We've got the internal boss here. All the smart money people are going to be buying from here, but they're not stupid as well. Come on. They see these equal lows. But now they're going to be thinking, you know what? Now these are equal lows as well. But why the hell are we in M1? We're not even induced. Like, why are we waiting for the next part of this, the play, which is the smart money stuff, when we haven't even induced the build up yet? We shouldn't even be trying to play this. You can make up all these patterns all you want. Enigma's going to show them to you every angle. This is where you just need to, right, we can't, like, this is one thing. Look how clever Enigma is, and this is why AI bots kind of fail. We can set alerts at equal lows, correct? So we could have said, I'm going to set an alert. I'm going to set an alert at below this structure point here, yeah? So I'm going to set an alert here. Right? Oh, what's it doing here? I'm going to set an alert below here. Right? But how do you know, how do you set an alert for a trend line break? Is there a tool for that? I don't know. There may be one, maybe there is one, but I'm not aware of. But from my knowledge, I don't think there is one on TradingView. Well, this news to me. So once you draw a trend line up, and if you see a trend line break to the downside, because we want to ideally induce low to go higher. So what do? We just wait on M5. Whatever's happening within this buildup, if it's inducing high, if you're a good trader, look, if you induce this channel high and you get an internal boss and then we get an EVM here, that's a trade to go lower. I took 2 trades here. I took one here and I took one here within here on M1 because we're inducing high, we're going lower. But my TP was where until we broke this trend line low. And that's exactly what happened. London closed to the frickin' minute. Look how nice this trend line is. And where do you draw your trend lines from? You do it from the point of invalidation for other trades where the market changed. This is where people are getting induced, right? This is the last push. That was a smart money trap. This is where the trend line started to form. This is where people's biases start changing. This point. That's where you start drawing it from. I'll show you another few examples as well from the previous days, so you get a bit of a feel of where to start drawing it from. Most times out of 10, I don't even take these trades. But because I feel they're just too risky, because the inducement high could be even to this area, it could be to this area. It's just like trying to catch a knife in it. It's like really hard for me. I feel uncomfortable taking these build-up inducement high channel trades. Some people find them really nice to take, but I find them they're not. I like taking the extreme orders. That's just my personal preference. But yeah. These are super clean. If you can take them with EDMs, brilliant, because you know you're going to induce low, and then the next move should play out. But because it's a London low, London close, you know the day's kind of coming to an end. Where should you aim for if you get in a trade from here? Maybe here, because that's the last liquidity point. So let's just play M1 maybe. Jump into M1. Had the build up, M5. Do we need an inducement of an SMT? Absolutely. Where's my SMT? This here, it's got double wicks. It induces it one more time. This is the last M1 imbalance to the left from that London close. Everything else is mitigated down here. This candle here was the last imbalance. It lies on liquidity, but the way price comes into a POI will tell you if it's going to hold or if it's going to blow. Look at what it did here. It stayed short of it just by a little couple of pipettes. I think I might even tapped it, but it left 2 equal lows more or less to the wick here. That was my smart money trap. Price came in. I had a limit sitting here. My stop was down here. And then I took another trade when this came up here, left equal highs, and I had a limit from here where the imbalance starts from. Boom. In 2 trades. Where was I aiming for? First liquidity point, because it's London closed up here. And it was just like keeping things simple, just waiting on your hands, just wait for price to come to you. And there it was. Boom, done. Done, out of the day. Like, why would I not hold this now? Why would I hold this now? Because this is going to become previous day's low for the next day. This might be a liquidity point for the next day. So why are we not taking money off the table? At least partial major money off of here. It'd be insane not to. The whole market is bearish at this point. It doesn't matter if it's a cycle completion. This cycle completion might become liquidity for the day before. How did I know? I was expecting this to blow, but price adapted while price action was coming in here. I was expecting this to blow, but then I changed my mindset. I'm like, this is now going to hold because the build up, the inducement low, smart money trap, cycle complete now. Now I'm adapting to price action.
Shaf, quick question.
Go for it.
Why would you look for smart money traps after retail has been induced and not during the build-up?
Why would I do that? It's because, okay, let me show you one thing. What is this? What is that? What are these?
The build-up?
These are build-ups to us, but what? Put your smart money hats on for just 1 second, right? What are these?
Liquidity?
What are they looking to see?
Like an FU kind of.
They're looking for
thing
FU
is-
of liquidity, be it a trend line over here, and then they're going to think this is a FU candle, and if this breaks low, they're going to be selling from here when price retraces back to here. Over here, equal highs, FU. When price breaks internally over here, it doesn't even have to break the whole build-up. It'll break internally, comes back here. They're going to be selling from here.
That answers
That's
my
why-
question.
That's why we have retail. If whatever it does in here, it's trapping SMC within here with all the different patterns, but that's people who are impatient. They're trying to trade M1 all the way. Intraday liquidity is built on M5 for a reason, because M5 is significant enough for an M5 pullback or an M5 cycle to complete for us to buyers to get in.
Yeah, that makes
Does that make
sense.
sense?
100%.
Cool. Any other questions?
Yeah. It's when we talk about a cycle completion and after a build up, you're looking for an SMT. Like in today's self after in London Open, there was no SMT in M5, but only in M1.
Yeah.
So at times, I don't know, I have never seen this personally, but can there be a chance that you see a SMT in M1, but in M5 you don't see one, and then the cycle is actually not completed?
It will happen. See, the thing is, we're trading patterns, right?
Yeah.
We can trade patterns, and most times out of 10, they will work, right? For the odd few times, if you think I'm going to find a pattern and it doesn't work, you can sit there and say to me, oh, but Shaf said this and it has to work, it has to do it this way. But so freaking what? Losses are part of the game.
Yeah.
We're here to make money, and taking losses is part of doing business within the market. We just need to be on the right side more times out of 10 than on the wrong side. Stack the probabilities in our favor. And that's it. If you're going to start getting emotional because you take one loss and you can't figure out why you took a loss, that's the whole point in Enigma, trying to fuck your brain up so that you start changing your strategy every time you don't do things. Because shit doesn't work, does it?
But another doubt is like in today's morning price action, you just drawn a invalidation point. Yeah, this line, the invalidation point, which was also a medium inducement.
Yeah.
SMC guys won't be looking for sells beneath this, or will they be?
No, sorry. So let me understand. They won't be looking for sells. Once they take out this point of invalidation for all retail and SMC, they'll be looking for longs from where? They're going to be looking from longs from every single demand area from up until this whole push, because this is a low that created this high.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah, and then the last circle you have drawn will become the invalidation point for the longs.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But they need confirmations as well. So where they're going to look for confirmations, they need a break of structure. Where does a break of structure happen? It doesn't happen here.
No, it happens in the build-up. Yeah, this I think so.
These ones here, but then they get smoked every single time.
Yeah, because we are again in a bigger build-up.
Exactly. Seen how clever Enigma is? It ties in all the concepts, but we are just sitting there laughing or smiling at Enigma, the way it's producing all this price action.
I'm not laughing right now, but yeah.
I'm laughing. I'm literally sitting there smiling, honestly. When I'm in an M5 build-up and I'm just sitting there smiling, look at all the patterns that are happening. I'm literally, I'm looking at it with entertainment. And sometimes I'm just looking at Discord as well. I'm like, I know somebody's buying in here.
And that would be me, I'm sure.
Adam, you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
I got a question. If you got a build up, right?
Yeah.
The build get induced to one side. Let's say it get induced to the high side. It leaves one imbalance. So you always consider the first imbalance as a smart money trap. So you will wait for the inducement get induced once again.
Sorry, my brain went a bit frozen there. You'll have to say that question again to me 2 seconds, because
Okay.
I can't multitask and I was deleting them things. I'm not very.
Okay, so let's say if you got a build up, right? And the
Yeah.
build ups get induced to one side. The build and we get a one imbalance there. So you always consider the first inducement as a smart money trap, the first imbalance. So you
Yeah,
always
most likely, yeah. Most
Okay.
times, yeah. That for me is a perfect cycle. When you've had an M5 build up and the first zone more or less gives a smart money reaction, that's your perfect cycle to say that everyone is out of the market. When
Yeah,
you have the classic cycle, which is just the build-up inducement mitigation, which is the ones that we see here, right? The build-up, inducement, maybe mitigation here, or inducement of the mitigation itself without the smart money trap, they are not, in my experience, I think these are not the main moves of the day. When you've got like the main move of the day is when you've had a full proper cycle with the smart money people being fucked over as well. That's when you get the main move of the day. The reason why it didn't happen here is because it's later day.
Makes sense, bro. Thank you.
There's one more thing I wanted to redo and I wanted to cover as well in terms of build-ups, is where to draw the build-up from the trend line. All right. A lot of people have this confusion. I'll try and, it's not something I'm super confident on, but it's something that I've kind of picked up over the last few weeks and it's kind of helped me a lot more. Was it on this? Or was it here? I don't even know what's going on. Maybe here, yeah, this is a good one. Right, here's some good examples. Right. I don't mark up everything on my charts. I've deleted half the trades I've taken. I just hate busy charts. They're just noise, right? Anyways, cycle complete here. Just, I'm not going to go into the details of why that cycle is complete, but try and focus on why I'm trying to draw the trend line from, right? Cycle complete, just accept it for what it is. Everybody is going to be buying from here because this is a push that led to the high. Yeah. It lies on liquidity. Yeah. It's got like trend line there. This is where people were going to be buying from the last point, and this is where the trend line starts for me. So you couldn't start drawing mad trend lines from within here, but they're just internal shit, right? This is the point of validation where the bias changed. For me, this is where I've kind of gathered that this is where the inducement I want to see. I've not back tested it enough to say it works every time, but from the limited back testing I've done, this is where I see my M5 build up start and getting induced from. So here, yeah, not had a touch here, but we've had another touch here, and within here on M1 there's another wee wick here, okay, and then that gets induced low, and then we've got the smart money trap, boom, taken out, London open time trade, and then what happens? Another example of this coming to M1, right? Let me just come into here like this. So jump to M1. We haven't met our target yet, which is balance fill, right, or whatnot. Look at this. I want you guys to go over, like, maybe see what kind of results it gives you or whatnot. Maybe it'll help you in your back testing or forward testing or live trading. But look, we haven't. This is reacting from a smart money trap. This is a main cycle complete. We need to hit the target, which is above, right? Which is here. So this is only a pullback, right? So people are trying to buy from here. We get a smart money reaction. This is where you get the reaction, and where does a trend line start? This is where the point of invalidation is. 1 touch, 2 touch, 3 touches, inducement low. It was looking like this point was going to fail because this is part of the, what do you call it, the same area that the price should have been blown as well. But what does it do? It induces low, builds equal lows, gives it R boss, and then this is good to go. Right? That's another example. I'll show you another example. Come into 5 maybe. Here we go. There's 2 or 3 examples here, so we'll go over these. Right, okay. Here we go. Jump into M1. Equal lows, fake reaction from a smart money trap, which is already like this here, fulfilled its purpose when it made a smart money reaction down, filled up over here, and it missed, right? right? But it's taken equal highs out. It's taken out a smart money trap because this is a low. It's made a reaction from a smart money trap. Cycle complete here. So now this low becomes a smart money trap because this is the low that created the high that led to the inducement high. Now what does price do? Builds up a billion lows next to it. Now you know it's 100% going to blow, right? And then what? Induces low, 100%, right? Now price is where we're going to go. We've had another cycle to the downside. Where we're going to go, at least come to this area here, yeah? But we also take out major liquidity to the left higher time frame. We won't go into that. But build up, inducement low, smart money trap taken out to the left, or boss, absolutely fine. We get another build up again, coming into this trade that missed, yeah? This order block that missed. This is a smart money trap now. Price to do what? People were trying to buy from this point. And what does it do? 1, 2, 3, 4. Induced low came into this mitigation. But we haven't had a smart money trap. What does it do? Builds equal lows, FUs it. And then we start leaving. Took this trade here. This one I TP'd here when we seen like reacting from here because this is like an order flow entry and I kept my extreme open. Then price comes up. We're still reacting from the same smart money trap area again. This is where the last people were trying to buy from at this point. 1 touch, 2 touch, 3 touches, induces low into some random zone over here, which is like a Wally block, or you have what you call it, like a random order block in the middle of nowhere. This I took from here because we induced low, and then I was like, okay, this is really late in the day. I left my stop open, stop below here, even though I took a trade in here, it was like about 4 or 5 pips, whatever, and then price just woke up and price was already flying up here. Now you can maybe argue, okay, why didn't I use this one here? But it's already induced low. You get me? This is already induced low to go high. So then I took this next point here. This is where the biases start changing. Does that make sense, guys? And this has more touches to the trend line than all these insignificant ones over here. And I think that's an M5 point as well. Let me just check. Yeah, that's the M5 point. This is where the M5 was. M5 was that's the one that made the high. That's just the inducement candle. So this is where the last order block was, where people would have been trying to long. 1, 2, 3, 4 touches, induces low, and price shifts. Right. I've been banging on for a long time. I hope you have enjoyed the call, took some value from it, and honestly, let's get this, man. Let's pull our socks up. We've really done some good work today, and I won't be that much in the tube chat too much. I'll try and do more of these mini calls where I'll go over a day's price action, maybe on a weekend, random ones every other week or whatnot, because that'll save me time. Because I'm fucking slow on marking up charts. Takes me about 3-4 hours and then answering questions here, there, and the other. I'd rather save that for energy and time for when I'm on the call. You ask me questions, I'll answer the questions. I like doing calls. Saves me time. 1 hour, I think, is more than enough for about a week's price action, whatnot. And I hope you really enjoy the rest of the trading week. And I'll catch you later. Thank you, guys.
Nice one, Shaf. Thank you so much.
No worries, guys.
Thank you.
Jeff, thanks a lot for the call. It was amazing.
No worries, bro.
Chef.
Take care, guys. Take care.
I took 4 trades. I'm just sad that I missed the GF trade. Never touched my POI, but it happens. All right. I think we have everyone, probably missing one, but I'll start. All right, 2 Bs for me. perfect. Bees is better than a stop loss. So basically, the format will change a little bit because I keep answering questions in DM, and I'm really struggling right now helping people because it's like literally in my nature wanting to help, and I'm literally lacking time helping. So what I decided is we're gonna be going over cycles M5, M1 on a daily on the chart. And literally, I'm gonna play like an idiot. You guys are gonna have to assist. I can select anyone in the call to tell me exactly how to mark up the buildups and blah blah blah, and I'll explain exactly where the mistakes are and what to do. I did a backtest on this day, and I took a trade also on this day. I'm not gonna tell you guys what's the pair. I'm not gonna tell you guys what day it is, so it's gonna be challenging. That's what's nice, because I don't want you guys to cheat and go on the chart and look what happened, right? So basically, I'm literally gonna pause and ask anyone in the chat to tell me exactly what's happening and what to expect, and if there's a trade, to tell me where to take it. All right, let's go. So basically, Asia, I have a special indicator that is called the Asia trap. So I'm just gonna go over until we see the Asia trap. All right, perfect. So now, Oliver, tell me what's happening now. Tell me. You can annotate, mark for me whatever is happening right now, and what do you see?
Yeah, sure. Do you want me to just speak about Asia or what's a bit more towards the left?
So it's
Or
a
just
intraday
Asia?
or the left. You can say that it reacted here. Just annotate. I'll mark it for you.
Yeah, so we've kind of got a bit of like sideways build up here, bit of an inducement into that mitigation there. I'll clear it off as I go so it doesn't get too messy.
Perfect.
Then coming through into Asia, first half, we've kind of got, you could say, a bit of a sideways build up. It's more like a triangle build up, really, but you could say it's more like that, like a sideways build up. For now, that's all I really look for, is just wait and see what Asia does. Obviously,
Okay,
halfway
perfect.
through, it's just the sideways build up for now.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you, Oliver. Arjuna, tell me if that sideways buildup is good or it's wrong. Tell me. Arjuna.
Yeah, bro.
What do you think? Is that sideways buildup is good? Is it a downwards buildup? An upwards buildup? How do you look for it? Tell me.
I think it's this build-up should induce
But is it
upside.
a sideways buildup or upwards buildup?
It's sideways, right?
Okay. I marked it like this because of those touches here. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4. But also these equal highs are pretty juicy, so you can mark it like that, but I didn't. I just did this. Personally, this is how I marked it. So I'm gonna do it like this, but the sideways is still good. Or we can even, like Oliver said, we can keep these equal highs. I'm not a big fan of those pizza slices more build-up, but at least we get the idea, right? Now, Carlos, tell me, what do we expect now? What should we see now? Based on this, based on this, and based on this. What, Carlos Andres, tell me. I'm an idiot.
I wrote.
Hey, what's up?
Maybe those low to go higher.
Okay. And why go induce low to go higher?
Because the past inducement.
Because of this one, right?
Yes. I have to go away from that inducement.
Okay, interesting, cool. So let's see what happens, and we'll see what we do. All right, so here, oops, no, no, no. I hope nobody saw the pair.
Don't worry, bro.
All right.
We won't cheat.
Okay, perfect. So now, does it induces low or high? Carlos Fabian, tell me, induces low or high?
Well, it's inducing high.
Okay, perfect. So do you agree that do we have a completed cycle upwards? Yes or no?
Well, probably yes, as it is mitigating another block to the upside.
This one, right?
Yeah. Well, it's
Perfect.
about to. Yeah.
Yeah, but we can justify it this way. It's okay. I just wanted to confirm if you okay. So now, what should happen, EVST, my friend? What should we expect now? Since we complete the cycle downwards, now we complete the cycle upwards, and with a mitigation, what should we see now?
We should at least see the build-up which led to this cycle going.
But now, since we induce it high, should we expect price to continue higher or to go lower?
Go lower.
Perfect. So now, since this cycle is completed, do we have an entry right now or no?
No, not as of now in M5.
Okay. And what should we?
Someone is in the tube chat trying to get in the call.
Someone is in the tube chat. Yeah, because he never. Yeah, because he never added me and his friends. I wasn't able to send him a message. Give me a minute. Give me a minute, sorry. All right, cool. So now we would. So what should we look for now?
We should be looking for a relevant break of structure.
Okay. If we get a relevant break of structure, would you be taking this trade?
No, because it's in Asia. But
let's forget about Asia. Just focus about buildups. Should you would you be able to take this trade? Yes or no?
Yeah, but I do wait for it. So. Yeah.
Perfect. So let's see what happens now. So now, if we go in M1, we have a relevant break of structure. So now, let's see if we get a mitigation. Gustavo, your internet is bad. Okay, Jamal, tell me, if we get a mitigation, would this trade be valid? Or no? Oh, fuck's sake.
You asked it to me or another guy? And Gustavo.
No, Gustavo has a bad internet, so I said you.
Yes,
taking this trade.
I said that my internet is not good. Also, if you send me, sorry.
No, it's I was asking Jamal since Gustavo internet is bad.
That it looks like it's coming into a let after a break of structure, inducement upside, equal lows. Yeah, I could take that.
Perfect. So we would take this, right? Like this. So what would be target, James Carey, my friend? Tell me, since we have this cycle completed to the low side, we have this cycle here completed to the upside, we have a relevant breaker structure, we have our timing because we are in Asia trap. I know that you guys are not used to Asia trap, but it's something I use. So I'm wondering, where would be your target, James?
I would say at least here, and then aim for that structure point to the left.
Okay, perfect. Why are we not targeting this here?
Yeah, you could do that too, because this would be the passive TP.
But this is a remember this
might not be real.
Yeah, exactly. Remember that this is a ghost candle, so it doesn't exist. So your first idea of targeting this structure was good. So remember, everything here in Asia, the first 5 candles are fake, so we don't target them. All right. So now we have our build-up, inducement high, a relative breakup structure. We have our M1 let. We have a PY with imbalance. We also have a timing because within Asia trap, because this is a special indicator that I use that potentially some of you guys could have if you want to trade Asia like me. And the first target would be this 128, right? Obviously, I took this, so let's go.
Ross, one question. If you said that those 5 candles don't exist, so we didn't mitigate the, the order block from previous day.
I didn't hear what you said. Sorry.
That if you mentioned that those candles, those do not exist due to the Asia opening. So we
this PY is this PY is literally irrelevant. It's there just to make it. It's really irrelevant because the real mitigation was here. A good point because I forgot to remove it. The real mitigation was the decisional PY here. Okay, so great. That's an excellent point, Carlos. So now, since we're in a position, we have our upwards build-up completed. We have our past cycle completed. What should be the next thing we look for, Jonathan Lindsay? What's the next thing when a cycle is completed? What do you look for? Jonathan. Going once, going twice. All right, Manuel, my mic isn't working. EDM. EDM, do you guys agree that we should wait for EDM?
Any confirmation entry?
In Asia, it's a little bit different than any other session. So the only thing we should be looking for is another buildup, all right? There's no Mona Lisa being done in Asia. It's really different. Right now, we're just talking about cycles, and the thing to remember in Asia, there's no cute entries. We're already lucky to have an N1 let plus RBOS. We're not going to take any other trades other than marking up the next buildup, all right? We'll see when we get to the London session what happens. Even if there's an EDM trade, let's not take it. All right. So now we have our. Let's wait. So, Michael, tell me, what do you see?
Well, I'm seeing right now.
I'm gonna put a M5, so it's gonna be cleaner for you.
Yeah, good. So I saw that we were interacting with a little bit of area of support there. Look at my annotation tools up there. So reckoning a little bit of area support, and we can expect that there's a lot of buyer liquidity, in terms of stop losses below these points. So kind of giving some more false reactions. It came back up potentially into something on the order flow. I didn't really see it on the M1 there. But now we're starting to induce some of this buyer liquidity. Maybe not quite everything. But then also I'm starting to see a bit of a downwards channel buildup. So whilst inducing those buyers, we're getting some sellers involved.
Okay, perfect. Market. So let's mark this buildup here. Fuck's sake, can I copy it? All right. And let's mark the equal lows here that potentially is our break-even point. Now, this for the question, Manuel, yes, this is a re-entry, but like I'm a little bit biased because I didn't take this because this I was already in my entry and I'm not going to stack orders, but this was a potential entry, yes, because you have your inducement high, you have your equal lows. Equal lows are treated the same way than a relative breakup structure or an SMT. So there's a PY with imbalance, so it's valid. Yes. So now, like we said, let's spot the inducement. So we have also, like Michael said here. So let's see in M1. All right. Mike V, I have this inducement low. I have this internal breakup structure. Would this PY be valid? Michael V.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I would say no, not yet.
And tell me why.
Well, right now we're in the middle of the range. There's no break of structure to the upside for me. So I would say it's not valid as of right now.
Okay, and
we're still,
would you call
still in the
this
channel? And we're still in
perfect?
the channel.
Perfect. And would you call this like probably a false
SMT, I
BOS?
guess. SMT.
SMT, false BOS. Perfect. So let's just mark it for understanding purpose, because I know that some members usually, when they have an inducement, they already want to take the first mitigation here, but always expect that if there's not enough liquidity being taken on the left, probably it's a false BOS. And also, let's see intentions right now. They only have sellers in the market because, like Michael said, all the buyers are taking out here. So the only thing they would need to do here is potentially take more buyers in. So this is why this change of character or whatever structural point that doesn't really exist. This is why this is an SMT, and this is why it's important to market, because we understand that they take more buyers in here inside this downward buildup just to get more liquidity. But it's an M1, so it's really irrelevant. But it's just to put it as an understanding purpose. So now let's continue and see what happens now. Roy, tell me if this is an inducement or no. Is this an inducement of the buildup?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't. It doesn't seem like a clear inducement. I mean, it's just barely got barely wicked outside of the buildup.
Okay, so what should I do now if the buildup, is an induced? What should we do in this case here? Like, should I do something to this line?
No.
I should adjust it to make it
okay.
more relevant, right? It's still in the buildup. We adjust it. We adjust the buildup according to exactly, Jamal. Thank you. All right. So now, what should we wait for? Since this is a fake candle, we either want to see this point being induced, or what? Arjuna, tell me what you would want to see. It's either this point induced or what? Arjuna doesn't answer.
Sorry, I'm sorry, mute myself. Yeah, I'm wait for the induced this low.
Perfect. So now, is there any inducement being done right now, or not really? You guys can just unmute yourself. I'm not gonna.
Fake break of structure.
Yeah, is that fake BOS?
Okay, this is a false BOS, or I can adjust my build up here like such.
Yeah, I was thinking it's a false BOS, because if you remove the fake candles from Asia, it's really just another smart money trap.
So basically, I should do this, like this, like this, and tell that this is a smaller fake BOS, and this is an SMT, right? That's what you're saying.
Yeah, in a sense.
Okay. I don't mind. I wasn't marking this like this, but we can keep it like that.
Or I was saying to the left too, like I don't know how to mark on this thing. Like right before the fake candles, yeah, right there where Jamal marked it up. That would be like where the smart money trap is.
Okay, cool. Okay, interesting. That's why I like doing those calls, because I didn't thought of that, right? For me, I integrated everything in the buildup because it's still in an over downwards buildup. I tried not to go over details, but it's okay. We can keep it like that. So now, let's see what happens. Reaction to the SMT. All right, now
Would you guys agree that this is now induced low here, completing this cycle here?
Yeah.
All right. So now what would we want to do now? What happens?
We wait for
if the cycle is
relevant breaker
completed.
structure.
Perfect. So relevant breaker structure. Let's go and see what happens. Is this the relevant breaker structure? Let's see here. Do we have something? No. Do we take this?
Me personally, no. I wouldn't have taken
Perfect. Yeah. No. It's still valid. It's just since it's Asia low, we don't do it. So now let's go back in M5. Let's see what happens. Now. Okay. Now this is a relevant breaker structure here. Perfect. Now let's go speed up because things are gonna come more interesting here. Perfect. So now, whoever is a volunteer, please update the markup. Tell me exactly what's happening now, and tell me what to expect. Based on everything what happened.
Oh, okay.
I will consider that as inducement low, and now we got the RBOS, and also we are starting the order flow. So it might be a let on one, and it can be a mitigation of this.
Okay.
I think when Frankfurt liquidity enters the market, it's going to take that out again. So I wouldn't take the buy from there yet.
Okay. Is there anyone that want to give any comments? What do you guys see in hindsight right now? What's the intention we see right now? Let me just push a little bit the price.
I'm seeing like a medium inducement, another build up after the mitigation. So like I'm basically seeing like order flow at this point.
Okay.
And then we have the smart money trap right above that push that led to the inducement. So probably expecting a reaction off of that before it goes higher.
Okay, perfect. Is there anyone that want to add any comment before I say what I think and we can discuss about it?
Yeah, me. As my annotations are there.
Spencer, can you remove your annotations so we can clear them up? You can just erase them. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. All right.
Yeah. So to me, right now, it's making this false breakup structure just to bring in early buyers. Then they would stop them out, making this another inducement, and then create another zone probably here.
Okay, I like that. So you would want me to mark this build up here, right?
Yeah.
Let's clean this here. So this build up here, and now it's creating a false breaker of structure, right? That's what you're saying.
Yes.
You guys agree or?
No, they didn't. That's my structure point.
So you wouldn't say that this is a false breaker of structure because it's not a structure point, right?
Right.
Okay, which one would be the break of structure? The false break of structure for you? Okay, Jamal. Good job, Jamal. Good job. Why this isn't a structure?
It did not make a new low.
Perfect. God damn it. That's good. I like that. So what he said basically is that this one is irrelevant here because it didn't make a new low. This is a relevant structure point. So what would you expect, Jamal, here?
Induce this point maybe into here, maybe a Fast and Frankie or something, but that might be too close to Asia high. I'm not sure.
Okay, but why would you not be sure? Because of Asia high? Is that it?
Yeah, once we get too close to Asia high, I'm not looking for a sell.
Okay. Is there anyone that wants to add something about what he said? Let's just move the price a little bit.
I would say during Frank and Francturius, you're gonna have maybe a day open price, and you have some imbalance, so you would probably want to take this right here. Plus, it's the breaker structure, and then it'll come and break the lows. I would think. That's kind of what I was.
Okay. And intention-wise, you guys agree that they're bringing buyers in right now because the only people in are sellers. That's why I marked this here. Is this relevant or no?
I think it's relevant. So. Yeah.
Perfect. All right. So now, now things become tricky. All right. So you guys need to focus in your brain and making sure that you confirm each cycle once they're completed. So let's just probably find a color. Yeah, that's bad. How can I change the color of this? Let's put it green. And perfect. Ah, God damn it. I keep fucking up because I don't have access to my thingy here. I just added this here. Close your eyes. Perfect. I added my cross here because I wasn't able to make it work. Perfect. So let's just put this here. And probably, so this buildup is completed. Is this buildup here completed, or this one here, or this one here?
I'd say that on the first one you marked, if we're going with this as like a slight break of structure high, inducement high to go lower, then this one might be completed. Like you said, we had like the overall bigger picture channel, kind of with this smaller one too. And this one's in the midst of being induced right now to the high side. And so that's where I'd say it's not completed just yet, especially because we haven't had like the significant structural inducement. But this guy's still in the process, the third one, just because it's still within the buildup, hasn't been induced just yet.
Okay, interesting. So I started doing those. Let me just erase this. How do I erase this? Here we go. Because basically, when a buildup is induced with a false breaker structure, is usually it's halfly completed, since there's still the people on top of here. And I started backtesting this. Since this buildup is induced at high, we still have people probably having stop losses here. So we need to still keep it in the idea that potentially it will be induced later on. But this, for me, it's completed, but we still need to make sure that probably this will be taken. And I still haven't figured a system on how to mark up cycles that aren't completed, like probably what changed the lines to dashed lines when a buildup is not completed. I need to find a way, because sometimes it gets confusing. Trying to join who internet dropped. I already accepted the person. All right.
Joder, más cuadrado.
Okay, perfect.
Menos
Gustavo, mute yourself. Perfect. So,
Joe,
Carlos.
sorry, Joe, sorry, it was some guy called Les. He said his internet's dropped out, and he's messaged me directly, so I'm not sure if he's trying to rejoin now. Sorry about that.
What's his name?
It's Les Grossman. I think he goes under the Inspector Clouseau. I think that's his name. So yeah, just check to see if he's joined. Okay.
Right now, there's no one in the thing. All right, perfect. So now we have our upwards buildup. What should we expect now? Tell me what should we expect?
Inducement high.
Pardon me?
Inducement high.
Okay, inducement high into what?
Day open price, probably.
Okay, and what else? What do we have here? So Asia midline. What do we have also?
Structural inducement vector.
What do we have also?
Imbalances.
What do we have also?
Inducement POI.
What else?
Vector
Timing.
candle.
What else?
Well,
the
we
most
can do-
important thing, what's happening here?
We
What's
can do
what
both
time?
build-ups.
Frankfurt open.
Frankfurt open. Good. So, would this trade be valid? Yes or no?
You not wait for a 1 minute break of structure?
Remember, it's Frank and Fructurious, so we are already up for the day with this trade. You're not gonna have any break of structure at Frank and Fructurious. To be honest, like every time I backtested it, we have our downwards buildup. Only people in are sellers, right? We induce buyers in. We create a fall break of structure with equal highs. We create a vector candle with timing into Asia midline, into not really Asia midline, but into daily open price, into imbalance PY, into inducement PY that induces you have enough confluence to just take the trade like this, especially since we're already up with this trade here. So I wouldn't even wait for a break of structure here. That's only my opinion, but we can go see if there's one. Why not? So no entry. See, you missed the entry. So this is really the kind of trades that you need to wait until that's it. All right. Perfect. Now things become tricky. This is why I wanted to select this day for okay, so EVST, you're gonna be telling me exactly what I do right now because you were the one that made me think about that day. So unmute yourself, please, and tell me.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. All right. Now we have our cycle complete to the upside. What will be the minimum target? I can show you what's on the left if you want, whatever. But to be honest, there's nothing really relevant there.
Asia low is my minimum target. We see some relevant equal lows. So
Asia low would be the target, right?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Now, Asia low happens. Reaction. Let's go in M1. What do you want to see here? And this is really tricky. It's really important that everybody focuses because I can bet $1 million that all you guys already did this mistake multiple times because I did it also. What should we wait now to be able to take a trade?
Death blow. One more spike down.
Why would you want to spike down?
So it can give us a place to have a break of structure.
Okay.
I would believe it's already mitigated right there. I mean, induced, waiting for a imbalance and get in.
Okay.
Get into the upside. Yeah.
Now, EVST, I don't even know your real name. Okay. So you tell me I'm going to move forward and you tell me exactly what I do.
Okay.
So now, what should I do?
I'm still not going to do anything.
Okay, you don't see anything. All right.
And now
should we take the trade now?
Realistically, I would have just punched in order.
Okay, so you would have put an order. Perfect. Okay. Now, I want everybody to tell me how they feel about this. Do you feel FOMO when you see this?
Absolutely.
Do you feel that you missed the trade? Who would think that this trade is valid here?
Can I see the entry helper?
I would have thought it was a smart money trap.
Oh no, it's too close to
looks like an SMT.
Okay, why would this be an SMT? It's really simple. Like, don't try to get anything super complicated. It's super simple.
It was no build up.
Not really taking out SMT buyers yet.
No, that's not it. Now, okay.
We haven't had a new cycle yet.
Interesting. It's super simple, and I see this mistake every time. So let's make it clearer now. Now, would you count this as a relevant break of structure now with an imbalanced POI that created a new high?
No.
No.
I would not.
So you wouldn't take this.
No.
I would take the buy, but not the other one. That's not a relevant
Okay.
break of structure.
Okay, perfect. So I removed this. So this trade is invalid. EVST, tell me exactly what you would wait to be able to take a buy here. Because you already took the trade, right? But what would you wait? It's super simple. Make sure you.
I would wait for some kind of a build-up, which is then induced low into a POI.
Okay. Let's move what happens here.
Most probably gonna blow up.
Why would it blow up? It's super simple. Tell me. Give me the reason.
Still not got a relevant break of structure.
Okay, I'll tell you guys. Okay, it's super simple. We have sellers in the market right here. Only sellers in, right? We induce buyers to the upside, induce it high. All the buyers are out. What should they need to be able to get buyers in? What should they do?
Take some resistance.
Create a resistance is good, but
they could build an internal bullish trend of some sort.
What do they did here? What is this called? False break of structure for what? Because there's no buyers in. So now, first of all, we're outside of timing. That's the most important thing. But this inducement of Asia low directly into mitigation rarely works when there's no buyers in. Going back to this, the fact that we don't have any buyers and only sellers, they need to induce one last time to be able to make the real move. And I don't remember who said the entry helper, but that was super smart. We're like literally doing a let on the breaker block here. So there's no trades. Entry helper should be always checked when there's an inducement minimally. And if you're literally here, there's no buys. So you just wait and expect this PY to be blowed up to be able to afterwards take a position. Does that make sense? Like logically, when you see intentions, there's no more buyers in, so they need to induce one last time to be able to do the real push.
But if they've taken out all the buyers, wouldn't that be the time when price goes up?
Yeah.
Exactly, because they induced one last time. All right?
No, but
because now, yeah, go for it.
But if they've already taken out the buyers when they vic the Asia low, so why do they need to induce it once more?
They need to get more sellers in because they took out a lot of their sellers when they brought in the buyers.
Yes, and also you need to make sure that to make it simpler for you, don't trade outside of timing, right?
Yeah.
There's a reason they gave us those timings. I'm trying to complex things and making you understand that there's no more buyers. They're trying to get buyers in. But to be able to just look at simply, just don't fucking trade outside of timing. That's it. There's no timing. There's no trades. That would be your first compass to use. And to be honest, once they induce low like this and create that false break of structure, now you would be interested in buys. There's nothing to the left, really. And like Rames said, most of the time when there's not enough liquidity taking on the left, it's most likely going to be an SMT. Not an SMT, a false break of structure. Just always expect them to induce early buyers or early sellers. So now that this happened, EVST, would you be interested in buys? Yes or no?
Yeah, but I still don't understand why they need to induce it once more, apart from timing.
Because they don't have enough buyers in the market, right?
If they induce low, they're not getting any buyers, and sellers would be getting interested.
But sellers are also getting interested. Because right now they have sellers, they have no buyers. They need to add buyers one last time to be able to go and price higher.
Okay, so when price made this recent low, they have already taken out all buyers again, right?
No, the buyers were taking with the Victor candles here. they took all the upwards buildup. They still had these guys here that I don't remember who said the support. This is a support valid.
Okay.
So all the buyers aren't out until this point is taken. So let's make it simpler so you understand. If price would have dumped here and then do this, that would be a little bit more valid, right?
Yeah.
But the fact that they barely induce Asia low means that they're stopping price at this point, and you just want to wait another inducement. And I think someone said another push to the downside. This is the way I see it, and it rarely fails, or you miss the trade, and that's it, right? So now, what should we wait to be able to be interested in the buy?
We are going to be reacting from middle of nowhere, so at least timing and some relevant break of structure.
Okay, so relevant breaker structure and timing. So what's the next timing? Who knows what's the next timing?
Then open.
And then open.
Perfect. So now we have a relevant breaker structure. What would be the valid POI to take here? I can put it in M5. Extreme, right? With the extreme. Do you guys all agree that this is extreme?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So now let's see. Now price goes and targets the extreme. Will they? I don't remember if it takes. Okay, so price reacts out of the decisional. This happens. Sometimes it happens. I don't really appreciate taking decisional trades, but all right. So this one missed. So now price has started. Whoever wants to talk, James, tell me what you should be waiting for now.
Well,
You're in a position now.
You're in a position now?
Yeah, you're not in a position because we missed the trade.
Okay.
So, but imagine you're in a position. What should be your first priority to be able to continue with your day, right?
Definitely find out your break-even point.
Yeah, but remember, we're not there. We're not in a position. So now we induce it low. What's the next thing? When a cycle is completed, what's the next thing to check for? It's a build-up, right?
Yeah.
Can you mark the next build-up? Do you see it?
Okay, let me annotate. There you go. Starting to.
Perfect. All right.
A little early though, but
no, I think it's good.
Okay.
All right. I think I would mark it probably more like so, like that.
Yeah.
This looks cuter. Now, EVST, Mr. Inducement of Asia. We have an inducement of Asia. Is there a short there?
No, we're still in the build-up. So.
What else?
We're still in the build-up, and you still have a lot of liquidity up. So I don't expect a reaction.
Okay, perfect. So what? Let's mark this one, and probably mark this one here. Cycle is not complete. Good. So now, should we wait for an inducement low or an inducement high?
I would prefer a fake break of structure and then an inducement high, and by taking then expect shots.
Can you mark us the potential inducement that you would expect?
Sure. So maybe we take this small structure point out and take this medium inducement and maybe something like this then.
Okay. Everybody agrees?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Let's see what happens. what's happening now?
And
What
we
do
are
we
trying
see?
to fake. We are faking the equal highs with the medium inducement.
Okay. Do somebody wants to add something else to that or no?
Asia high break reversal traders are also getting in.
What do we have also?
Taking the equal highs.
What's the next thing that might potentially happen now?
A new high should be
A
formed.
pullback, which induces low to go higher.
Okay. At what time?
M1.
Yeah, MM1.
Cool. Let's not forget about timing because look how perfect it is. when one starts, channel is induced. Carlos, beautiful. So what's this, Carlos? Tell me what did you mark there?
Well, that's an imbalance at Asia midline.
What
so
else?
it induces all the. It's gonna induce all the channel at MMM1.
What else?
Daily open.
Perfect. Cool. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, daily open. Yeah.
So I was told that this structural point needs to be induced,
Yeah,
and
that's
I
what
was
I'm
told that this PY is potentially a mitigation point. Let's see what happens. All right. So would this trade be valid here? Would you take this trade?
Want to see the entry helper?
Yes, Mr.
Definitely.
Yeah, I like
So
that.
I would take that.
Okay, and until where?
At least the equal highs.
At least the equal highs. All right. 1, 2.
Yeah, up
I
to
don't
the
even.
moon. There's a lot of liquidity here.
So you would, which one you which of these structural point you would take?
This this is structure right here. That's the
Okay.
that's the high.
So you
the
guys
lower
would
high.
you would target this medium inducement, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll take out partials there, but I would take probably this. This is all.
Okay.
This is all together. I mean, it's an,
Okay.
and just this imbalance.
Is there someone that wants to add anything about it? Like, this target is definitely good. I don't invite you for dinner for a 1-4. I need a little bit more, right? So what would be the best? Okay, who marked this? The blue one here. Okay,
Previous
and
daily high will be the target.
Okay, and so you tell me that this is the target here?
The previous daily high.
Okay, so this one here, this one here.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, does everybody agrees?
Yeah.
Yep.
I would definitely take some partials.
Okay. And Carlos, can you tell me, Carlos, why you're marking this POI here? Tell me.
It's a take profit conservative to me here.
Yeah, but there's a reason. What's the reason?
Because this is a structural point that make this structure to
Okay,
break.
perfect. Cool. I like that. So you guys agree that this is a imbalanced POI that led to a new low?
Yeah.
Right? But what else does this POI has?
It also comes from an inducement area.
Inducement area also, and what else?
Yeah,
Daily open price. So you guys would say that we could target this daily open price here.
Yeah.
Right? Perfect. Now, okay. I like that. Now, my question is, we have our fuck's sake. We have our M1 let. Okay, I was trying to erase someone. Okay, we have our M5 let. Let's go in M1. What should we want to see now to be able to take another entry? Is there another entry possible, or you guys would just roll with this one?
You'd wait for a lower time, like a 1 minute relevant break of structure, or an aggressive approach could be taking the mitigation of the 5 minute let and maybe covering the entire POI still, if you wanted, like playing the EE, playing the reaction.
Okay, and if we would be in this trade, what would be the potential BE point of this trade?
I'd say those equal highs that were right above.
So equal highs here, right? Okay, so Michael said that this is our BE point. Let's remove this one. Okay, does anybody wants to add anything about this buy where we want to add another trade? What would we want to see after a let?
An EDM.
Okay, perfect. So let's pop the entry helper and see what. So basically, this trade from Michael, what he said that this is our B point. Let's see what happens. What's happening now?
I'd say we got another buildup starting to form a little bit.
Okay, can you show me where it is?
You kind of somewhat of a mitigation and somewhat of another.
Okay, so you would say that this is an upwards buildup or a sideways buildup? Which one
It's
looks
a sideways.
cuter?
You go
Okay.
to M1.
Yes. So
Yeah,
sideways.
there was this build up, and it is mitigating this this small zone.
So you would take another trade here, Carlos?
Yeah, and it is about to be a let here. Oh no, sorry.
Yeah, but this is where
Yeah,
it gets tricky. So basically, you're coming out of an idea of mitigating an M5 let. So what we're waiting for now would be an M5 EDM, right? So this POI that you're telling me to, you would want to buy from this POI, right?
Yes.
But looking at the entry helper, do you think that this let will work? I'm trying to understand why you would want to buy directly from here.
No, but you know what? No, I'm looking at the indicator right now. I'm not. I was thinking on taking an entry here, but no, there's no confluence with the indicator.
Because this isn't. This is because other than this PY with imbalance,
yeah,
there's nothing to buy here. Do you agree?
Yeah, there's no let confirmation.
Okay, so now,
but
what should I do? I don't know. Tell me.
Wait.
I think that worked.
We don't have to add we don't have to add another position. I'm just asking, do we add one? Let me move price.
What time do we are?
Right now, it's close to MMM2.
Yeah, I will buy from here.
So you would buy there?
Yeah.
Okay. On which POI? This one? Market for me.
That one that you have, but I will stand it to the downside. Like the stop loss will be, I don't know if I can mark here. Let me see. Like here. Look, a little bit above.
So you would buy here, but your stop loss would be at this entry?
The above one.
The above one.
The little like this one. I don't know why I can make it. This candle right here.
So above this one.
Yeah. There. Yeah.
Okay, but we're still in this position that isn't break even yet, because Michael told us to break even into the equal highs here. So you would double down a position here because there's no clear, like there's no mitigation to the left. Now price only what price does is induces low and creates a false breaker structure to the downside here with these equal highs. I'm just trying to make sure, why would you be buying from here?
Because we are trading away from the previous inducement.
Okay.
The second buy that you market.
This one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying that this buy is wrong. I'm saying why would you want to put your stop loss here instead of putting it here? Like this point here is not super relevant based on your first entry that it still isn't break even. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, but that is the stream. That is the stream that the stream after the inducement. So there is where we should look for the EDM.
And let's see if in M5 we have an EDM. Do we have an EDM here yet?
We have it in M1. If I do not get wrong, I see before talking it, before talk.
So we have an EDM here. So you're saying that this one here, and this one here. This one is an EDM.
Hey Joe, could you?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
No, I was just gonna ask to. I was just checking to see if there was any imbalances over here, because sometimes I noticed that like we're playing this cycle, getting induced low, and like for this cycle we've had our 5-minute let, and I was just seeing if the 1-minute EDM had already occurred, for example.
I think that this one is an EDM here. Probably this one here.
Yeah, not the nicest. I was gonna say if it was an EDM that typically just playing like the one let one EDM per cycle to then,
because I think this one is an EDM, but I don't recall who was talking for this buy. Just to make it clear, I don't think this buy is bad. I think it's pretty good because it's the EDM. But I was trying to understand what the person was saying to put the stop loss here instead of here or even here. Like this point.
I was the one, Sebastian.
Okay, but this point here is super risky. Like, I would put at least here if I would be entering here, because we're still in this position here, and this is too much of a mess to be able to control your stop loss. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, this is super risky. Would you still consider putting your stop loss here instead of here? If you want to put your stop loss here, give me the exact reason why you put it here instead of here.
Because we have the approach number 2 before after the let or the EDM on the first buy. So basically, the candle who has the liquidity is the one who will mitigate it. So for me, the price could not induce that weak low again. If that makes sense.
I just think it's super risky. I understand what you said, but like, would you risk $50,000 in that trade? On this, like, we're saving what, a 1R. Would you really want to risk it for 1R? I would put it here without any doubts, to be honest. It's like super risky to just risk all your stop loss just for this, especially since we're doubling down a position and this one is not break even. I don't know if everybody agrees, but I'm going to put it like this. So where would be the same target for this one? Same one here. So I don't remember who said the buys, but let's see what happens.
Sebastian.
So, okay, Sebastian. So this POI is already invalidated here. So let's mark this and see what happens. Creating us equal highs. What's the next timing? Probably this was the inducement low at MMM1. So let's go in M5 here. All right. And push price. Perfect. Now,
but I would target previous daily high.
You would target previous daily high. Were you 100% sure?
Yeah.
And tell me why. Because we discussed earlier that I think Carlos said that this was the daily open. It was the PY that led to the new low here. So that would be the most logical point to target the previous this PY instead of previous daily low? Remember, this is a continuation trade, right?
Yeah, but if you look to the left, that POI from the previous daily open price, it could potentially look like equal highs above. So, and also, yeah. So, and also all the sellers from H1 and 15 will have the stop loss on the previous daily high. So for me, it will make S&T on the POY from the previous daily low to create more early sellers, induce that POY, induce the previous daily high, and then go and reverse.
Okay,
That
so
is the what
you
you
would
do the
say
price.
that let's put your trade here until previous daily high. Okay, I don't remember who said this trade. Let's keep it here into the daily open. All right, would you take any partials here, Sebastian, or no?
After I discuss with Stucky, yeah, I would, yeah, 100%. I will close like 75% or something, like, or
Okay.
80.
Okay, perfect. So now, whoever wants to talk, tell me what would you want to see now. You're in your position. The cycle has been completed to the low side. We have this build-up, induce it high. Cycle completed to the upside now. What would we want to see? This is where it gets tricky. It's a little bit complex here. So what you want to see if I move price like such?
I would personally start looking for reversals now.
Okay,
Again,
why? What do you see? What do we see here?
we do see some
There's a
red and
build-up.
Okay, let's move this like this.
For,
what do you see?
For me, we are creating the fake BOS and the early sellers to induce them and then reverse.
Okay. So early sellers, so you would say this one, like this? Like this? Are you saying this? Just make sure. That this would be an SMT, is that it?
There was a pretty significant 5-minute fake break of structure beforehand.
Okay, but
earlier
do you guys agree that this is an SMT and this upwards buildup is being induced to the low side?
Yes. Yeah.
Does
do.
everybody agrees?
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay. Well, you guys are all wrong.
So what's the entry? Can we see the entry, Helper, please?
There already was the fake break of structure. You don't need another one.
So basically, let's see what happens to the left. Let's see. Now, price induced it here. And this is something I just started looking at. And it doesn't really, because I didn't back test this for so much. So let's probably just take it with a grain of salt. So you guys should back test this on your end before confirming. But let's think logically. Why would the market try to create a new upwards buildup when the price is already overextended here with buyers? I don't know if that makes sense.
Well, it gives there's more buyer liquidity for the market to take quickly. Like there would be more buyers entering like closer here.
But like if price, we already have the support buyers, the breakout buyers, the break-in retest here. Do they really need to add more liquidity? Is this really a buildup, or it's just like a continuation or whatever? Is this buildup? Because what happened is I used to mark these buildup here, looking this as a false break of structure, and then this an SMT, and this. I missed this trade in live just because of this, and I started backtesting. Especially, we can see that on the left, we trade away from the medium inducement, but this POI is valid. And this is, like I said, I haven't backtested this too much. Just try to look on your end. When price is overextended, it's rare that they're trying to induce more buyers in, like with the mini buildup. I think this is more of an exhaustion of the price, in my opinion. But again, just try to look at your back test and try it. But I don't know if that makes sense. They're not trying to induce more buyers in because everybody is in already.
Somebody said I think it was on Borrow's call. He said that smart money traders like to see a reversal right after the day open price is open, so they'll trick these, bring in the smart money sellers, and then take them out one more time before reversing.
Yeah, and I just want you guys to go back test this because I don't want to. Everything I say is highly confirmed because I already back tested everything. But this upwards channel like this, when the price is already overextended, is rarely an inducement. But imagine that price isn't overextended. We're still trading away from a medium structure here. So this one would be waiting a little bit on the position short side because this would be a relevant break of structure and not a false break of structure. This is why I don't mark these because they're going to trap me. When we see it like this, price induces high, creates equal lows or relevant break of structure. There's a PY with imbalance. We're under the equilibrium line. And I missed this trade just because I thought that this was an upwards buildup. Then I went into super deep backtest and confirmed that sometimes when price is overextended, they rarely try to induce one last time like this. Buyers, they would try to induce sellers to the downside, probably with another buildup that they will create here later on. But this buildup, I wouldn't mark it just to make sure you don't miss the potential short. But you can mark it if you account the weight of the medium inducement to the left. I'm just trying to explain that I missed this trade because of this reason.
Hey, Rob, would you say, I'm sorry to interrupt that. Would you say that, I mean, that's a mini inducement. I mean, it barely induced it. So probably to the, to the retail could be seen as a double top. So they bring a lot of sellers there and then feel all these imbalances.
So basically, you're saying that this inducement is too subtle to account as an inducement?
Well,
like there's no vector candles. It's an inducement, but you're saying it's not significant, right?
Yeah, but for the retailers,
I think you're right. I think that when price comes here, like I think it's super risky to take this one. It creates a let. I think it's too risky, but now we need to see what happens afterwards based on timing and whatever structure is created. But yes, I agree that I think that this inducement high is too subtle to be able to enter from here. But as an understanding purpose, I'm just trying to explain that this buildup fucking my trade. This was an inducement high of a relevant structural point that Carlos told us earlier that this was a PY that led to the new low. So retailers are seeing this as a order flow entry if you see it like that. You see the legs, right? The legs of the market like this. Retailers are, oops, sorry, I made a mistake. Like this.
We got a couple questions.
Yep.
So as far as the inducements, obviously, we want to make sure that the inducements to the left on the higher time frame that you just marked off there, it has to be the relevant PY, correct? So the reason why that would be significant is because it created a new low, correct?
Yes, and a lot of retailers, this is why I wasn't expecting these equal highs to be taken, because let's be honest, this PY with imbalance is the first obstacle for any retailers to be entering in. It's way too obvious. And probably I didn't see, but probably there's like a mini PY here that this thing reacted from. We don't really care. We just react of what we see is this inducement high, or even if this upwards buildup is induced at low and this is an SMT and we expect this to be induce it high once last time. I just think that this trade here is a little bit too risky, but it worked. I just missed it, and this is why I wanted to talk about this day. I missed this trade because of it. I took the Asia short here, and I took another short that you guys will see after. But I think that this one is too risky. But I want you guys to check in your back test that these upwards build up when price is overextended to the high side or low side, whatever, rarely work. They're not trying to. They're not creating a new buildup.
That was a question I had for Stuxy because we're seeing inducements like this, right? And these are working, but when, like you said, these guys said initially, I thought this was an inducement low to go maybe one more time higher.
And you missed
and I
the
was
trade.
I'm missing a lot of these trades where, you know, like you said, it gets overextended, but it doesn't look like it's a noticeable inducement to the high side.
I personally think price is, I just think price is exhausted at this point. But I'm not saying that this trade is valid. Don't take it. But now that we confirm that we have an inducement high, right? We have a new structural point here. This would be now the relevant breaker structure. If price, that's where we adapt. If price goes higher, then it goes higher. We look for shorts afterwards, or we wait for previous daily high. But if price goes lower than this structure, would you agree that we're looking for shorts now and price has done his purpose to the upside?
I have a question.
Yeah.
So going back to I think earlier buy example, wouldn't you wait for the first break of structure to the downside? Like, wouldn't you wait for that to be like the first fake break of structure, take out early SMC sellers? Just like in the buy example, but on the flip side,
here,
on the M1.
SMC sellers has been taken here.
Right. That was what I was thinking, but I wasn't sure.
Because the example that we have here, we have the buyers inducing low. We still have the equal lows here, induced well last time, but we don't have any other sellers that we need to, any other buyers that needs to be induced here. They're already induced. I think the only buyers that had to be induced are these ones here. Like, why would they want to induce more sellers when they're already taking the correct SMC here? And this is where you go into too much details, and sometimes it can get confusing. So this is why you just wait for cycles. It's a mix of everything. Intentions are cute. Knowing where people put their stop loss is also cute, but it can get freaking confusing. And I think this is why Rain created cycles. He created also timings. It makes you forget about all these intentions and just focus on the essential, the simplicity approach. So now what I would personally want is see this structural point to be taken. What would be the next thing you want to see to be able to take a short? Let's move quicker because time is okay. So you would want a mitigation. Okay. Oh, that's cool. I'll put this. Okay. Where would be the mitigation point? Where would be the mitigation point? Who can mark me the mitigation? I don't think this, let's make it clear. I'm just going to add this. This is an add-on I would suggest you guys to install. It's called Imbalance. EVST, I saw that you said the extreme. But remember, the imbalance stops here. I don't know if you see it. So the imbalance is from here to here.
I've never heard that before. Can you explain that a little more?
So basically, do you know what an imbalance is?
Yeah, I thought it was the last candle.
No, the imbalance is the blue candle here. So do you see? Let's make it more clear. Let's change this color here. Like
yeah, the blue candle. But you said it's here. I never heard that before. That's like
because
the
you always Stoxy also does that. I always take the sell to buy candle before, so I always cover the whole thing. Because if this thing already got mitigated here with an M1 let, for it to come here, I really doubt that this would happen. If you should probably give me some examples if you see those. But for me, the imbalance, because I think the add-on doesn't work the way it should, but the imbalance realistically is from here to here. If we go back in time here, you see the imbalance here? This from this wick to this wick. This is what needs to be filled, not this. Because the add-on doesn't work correctly. It should cover only this thing to. Do you guys agree or no?
Yeah, I think I saw it somewhere. It's called a fair value gap.
Yeah. So I used to call this a window of imbalance. So if we have this relevant break of structure to the downside, where would be our potential POI? Because remember, if you see here, this POI in M5 has been mitigated. I will call this for you. Nice. Do you guys agree that this POI would be valid?
That's fine.
It's not an SMT.
And why would? Is it an SMT or no? Oh, sorry, I had the wrong thing.
No. Yeah, I would totally agree. Yeah.
Okay. And why would this POI be valid?
Be valid.
And why would it be valid?
Yeah, because it again, this POI was valid from making this change of whatever internal break of structure.
Okay. So this is a decisional POI, so this is why it's valid?
Yeah.
Okay, you guys agree or no?
Yeah.
I'll say
Go for it, Michael.
no, this is the point where looking at the 5 minute, I sometimes get lost, like in the live market, just how you mentioned there. It's like you said that this was another relevant break. This is where I'm starting to see, like on the 1 minute, I definitely agree with that guy. And on the 5 minute, this could be like the next kind of order flow entry. But once I start seeing these new like internal lows get made, I my mind goes towards looking for another build up. Rather than order flow entries like that sometimes.
But you're 100% right. There is a new buildup forming here. So this is why this trade, to be honest, doesn't really suit any of my plan. I was looking at this GF trade strictly because of my short trade I took in Asia, right? So this is like super mega aggressive to be able to come back and take a trade directly from here, especially if you don't cover the high. If it would be the first trade of your day, right? But I took this one. You could probably slap my hands because I did it. Where would be my target if I take this trade? These equal lows, this structural point here, or a daily low? Which one?
We're not even in New York yet, so I would say
But what would be the next timing to enter this trade?
I'd say New York opens. Did that just happen right there?
No, this is where I took the trade. New York open here. So this is the M5 POI. The M5 POI that led to the new high, the new low. If we go in M1, there's nothing here other than an order floor entry. This trade is valid, 100%. Also, they do a downwards buildup, induce at high, structural inducement, no mitigation other than an M5. But my question is, where would be the target, the best target to take? This one here? The equal lows?
I would say the next structural POI.
The structural PY, so this one?
Yeah, there.
That's really nice. Can you explain why?
Well, it's because it's a safe or the first target for me. So it's the most like common target. It's a SMT also. Yeah. For me, because it's created a new high. So all the people
for
will
new
buy
high,
from here.
interest.
Yeah.
So what I did, I target this one and I was wrong. But what I did is I took partials into the M5 imbalance PY. And this is something I also do. I took my partials here. I took like probably I don't recall how much I took out, but I was targeting this one because for me that was a leg that led to the new high like this, and this is why we're targeting this one, and it was a mistake from my end. So the real target for me, I think, would be, for fuck's sake, would be this thing here, in my opinion. Now, we're in a new build-up. What would we expect now to happen?
The build-up to be induced at some point.
To which side?
Well, that's something right now they're building in seller, so it's kind of like a wait and see, like if they want to induce low to go higher. Or
perfect. So we wait. That's cool. You guys should see a GF. It's pretty good. Sorry, I'm eating at the same time, but GF is pretty clean. But if you're trading prop firm, I think the spread is bad.
Yeah, it's so bad. The spread is like a 2.5 in FTMO, something like that. It's so bad.
Yeah, for me, it's on my broker. Let me just check right now. Right now, it's 2 spreads, but the problem is it's pretty late in the day. Perfect. So now, build up. Let's see what happens. So, is this induced to the high side?
I would say it's starting to, but nothing that I would take as a confirmed inducement, personally.
Okay. Okay. If I put it like this, so you're saying, EBS, that this is it's a confirmed inducement high, or is these equal highs? Equal highs. Cool. Let's see what happens. If, like, let me just move the price. What are you marking?
We may have an inducement high to the equal highs into mitigation and EDM also.
Okay. So EDM, you're saying EDM. Is this an EDM?
No, but after I'm saying EDM after inducement of this.
So you're saying that this is will be an EDM?
So what I'm saying is I will expect this to be induced here and maybe mitigate something here, and also it may be an EDM, but
okay. So you want me to mark this PY here?
Yeah, as a possible mitigation. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Do you guys agree?
Yeah.
Now, Michael, do you think that this buildup is induced, or doesn't look for really induced?
Yeah, I'd say it's still starting to. I like those equal highs that you guys marked up, and like say now we are in New York trap, and it's still inducing high. Like on the lower time frame, it looks a little bit better, but on the 5-minute, haven't seen any like super clean vector candles or anything yet. Technically, though, based on those equal highs that you drew, that is an inducement. Honestly, though, not something that I'd be interested in taking.
Yeah, but based on this position, being break even, let's make it like this. It's break even. Would you be willing to take another position here? Or no? Based on all the trades we have. So we have this inducement POI. Right? We're in New York trap. The relevant break of structure is this one. Would you be willing to take this short here?
Oh, and actually, really quick, now I'm curious here. So on the 1 minute, you mentioned that would be the relevant break. This is so. What would you think about that?
Oh, that's an internal break. If you see it as a leg, this push led to a new high. If we see it like this, right? So I would put this as irrelevant. This, I use also the internal breaker structure, like you just mentioned. I just think that this is way too close to the entry to be relevant. So I think that
Too
this
close.
one, yeah, this is an internal, oops. This one, like this example here, would be more relevant since it's far from the entry. Instead of this one being way too close. That's like what? 1.3 pips, right?
And what
But
about
we
it
can, we
is
can see.
Oh no, and I was so what about it is it the what about the proximity puts you off to it? Like just being too close, is that something, does that indicate something to you?
I think it's too risky when it's too close.
Gotcha.
I would need more confirm. I think that this structure is starting to be far, but it makes total sense since we still have all. If we see this candle right now, it makes sense to take the trade here because we have the imbalance to fill and we're crossing probably the equilibrium line. We're starting to cross it. So if we
Yeah, I
see
agree with that.
this, would this now convince you to take a trade here?
Well, for example, but in my opinion, I will not take it because it create a new low. So it we having a lot of order flow, so it might be inducing once again and going in, still going lower. So I wouldn't
Interesting.
take it.
I like that.
Yeah, I wouldn't take. I will take it if the price does this, fake the reaction here, and then come back and mitigate it. But if once it create a new low, and we got all these orders we created, so price can induce in your trap and continue.
Okay, cool. I like that. I like that. Me personally, I took this short here, but when price induced this channel to the, because I was waiting for this here, this line here to put my break even. But once I saw the channel induced to the high side, I decided to put break even and I was super, super close to my entry, like literally 3 pips away. So I didn't take this. I think it's risky, but it's valid. Like having a valid trade and a risky trade is two different things. It did its purpose. We induced it high. We induced it with timing. Did we induce it with vector candle? No. We left an imbalanced POI. We have an inducement POI. We have a relevant breaker structure. We created also our false breaker, BOS to the upside. Now we have our SMT here. Why? Because we created the false breakup structure here. If we mark it like this, FBOS, it's super refined. It's just to understand purpose, but you can literally trade this if you want. I don't. I personally don't. Let's see what happens. And it doesn't even touch. So this is even worse.
And Drew, real quick, can I so you mentioned, I like that you brought up your break even point earlier. I was thinking that same thing just for like the breakout, break and retest reaction that it could elicit. But I was saying, so after this point kind of touched that area, so it might have taken out some of those breakout guys at break even to the left and given like the break and retest false reaction. Would that put you off from taking this mitigation, or is it still valid in your sense?
At the first place, this trade I wasn't interested in since it was too close to the entry. But since you're saying this, that this potentially has led new breakouts in, it would maybe on the live market, I'm going to be 100% honest, probably I wouldn't even notice this thought over other than just wanting to put my first break even in. But this would definitely put me off to take this buy because I would think that these guys has been triggered at break even and price would push higher. So this trade is super nasty. I don't even.
Gotcha.
We're just trying to understand what happens here, and I think that again, price just went into this POI and created a M1 let. So if we enter here, that would be valid. But I didn't take this. I think it's not worth it. Like it's too over refined. It's too risky for everything we discussed. But at least we understand that cycles, what's happening, And we should expect these equal lows to be taken and also this structural point to be taken now based on this trade. So now let's see what happens. Price induces low. Now we have our cycle completed. Equal lows taken. What should we wait for now? A new.
I'd say wait for another build.
Wait for another build up. Yeah.
Build up.
Yeah. Where's the new build up?
Well, would you stay on the M1 in this case, or does anything look different on the M5?
Oops.
Oops. Sorry about that. Okay.
I think that this is a new build up. I don't know if you guys agree, but I think it is.
Yeah, on the M1, I agree with that.
And I think also it's probably reacting from something like this. And I wouldn't mark this, but the problem is we don't see it because I don't have the add-on here on the testing chart, but it was a news and price exploded to the upside. So we don't trade this. Now, let's go back and see what happens. Now we have our inducement high. If we clean up the chart, we can see that we have our inducement high. Now we have a relevant breakup structure in M5. So this is an understanding that probably price will go and mitigate something in here, whatever. We don't trade it. We just understand it, that probably price is like the overall idea is to induce all these guys earlier, right? All the buyers they aren't all induced, but it's just to understand that price is going higher for a reason. We just understand that this is probably because of the relevant breaker structure. The problem is I don't recall where it's mitigating. So let's see where it goes and see if we have a potential other trade. So now we have an inducement high. What should we wait for? Is this really? Oh, my man, EVST, I think you were almost right for that mitigation. So, so we have our inducement high. What should we wait for now?
Relevant breaker structure on the other.
Okay. Where it is? Where is it?
Well, in this case, I was thinking, yeah, it might be the relevant break might be down here, but it's also our fractal equal lows at this point.
So so you guys said that this is a mitigation?
Yes, I will say that it might be a mitigation.
So you would take this.
Can I see the entry hub? Nothing. Oh, it's faking for me. It may be faking this, and that can give you an entry. So the SMT reaction, and that can be a mitigation of inducement.
Nice. I haven't taken this, but this
Yeah,
was
but I
something
would
I
take
marked. Why is this an SMT? Who put this line here?
It's the push that led to the inducement.
So what's this here?
False breaker structure.
Cool. So we start to put all the puzzles again. Not enough liquidity has been taken to the left here, so we expect them to induce another time buyers. So we create that false breaker structure, inducement high into the ninja entry that our boy added here earlier. Now we have a reaction into that SMT, probably cleaner into the M5. That's really clean. I mean, it's post news, but it's just for justification. Now we would put this as an entry with a mega giga stop loss. But based on this idea, where would be now our target? Can you erase your lines, please?
I would go for the equal lows, right, where the smart money trap is, if I'm being. But
so you would take a 1-2 trade?
No. Overall, I'll go for where the start of that last trend was
Okay.
down there. Yeah, where EVSD put it.
Cool. Now, let's see what happens. What should we wait for now?
Timing.
I mean, timing is almost done. It's almost London close. But should we wait for something, a new build up or whatever?
Let's say we
Oh yeah,
wait for a new
definitely
build up.
build up.
Okay. If you guys see it, you tell me.
Yeah, I'm starting to see a tight channel kind of form here.
Okay.
Might be a little bit early though.
Is there something else that we see?
Faking the equal lows reaction within that smart money trap.
Perfect. I like that. So you agree that, fuck's sake. You agree that this is potentially our buildup, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you said also that we have maybe another channel. Do we put this channel also?
Yeah, personally, I would at this point.
Okay, so we don't put the channel.
No, I said I would at this
Okay,
point.
you would. So the small one here, the smaller one here.
I say whichever of the two have the best touches. I think that small one does look a little bit cleaner than the big one at this point.
So now that's a little bit pulled by the hair, but we have our downwards buildup, or a nasty one, right? Price seems like it's inducing high, faking the equal lows, mitigating this POI with imbalance. Do we have something? Seems like there's a let. It's not for. I'm doing this not to take a trade. I do this to convince me to stay in the trade. I always do this while I'm in the trade. If there's a valid entry, I take it. So right now it makes total sense that the price goes lower, right? Based on what we saw right now and this little cycle. I'm not saying to take another trade. That stop loss is like literally too small. And you're probably wanted this buildup to be induced high. We always expect that structural inducement high, but it's just for understanding purpose that right now we're potentially staying this trade for this move. Yeah, it's you're right. It can go higher also. It's just to justify the move to the downside and stay in this short. And I would wait for these equal lows to be taken to take my break even on this trade. So here. And now we go and see if we target. At this point, price is probably reacting out of these zones. Stupid zones are really irrelevant. I saw some members thinking that these are equal lows, inducing low. This, again, the same thing that we need to keep in mind. If there's not enough liquidity taking to the left, then this means this is a false break of structure. 9 out of 10 times. It's always like that. And Raim says it in his videos 1,000 times. And here we go. I want to select this day. I'll give you guys the day. I want you guys to go back test this day because I think it's pretty clean on everything it gives us. Like it's a GF on the 25th of August. Go do the same exercise on the M5 because literally all the trades were almost taking on the M5 for me. And tell me how you think about this day. It's super clean. It respects most of the lit material. And also the cycles are super simple. We went over exaggerated because to be honest, there's way too much lines. The simple ones I think is the downwards build up here, the over one, inducing high, inducing low. This one here, inducing low to go high. This one here, inducing high to go low. These were the only buildups I marked in live, but I suggest you guys to go check. The format of the call was a little bit different. I think it was cool to just see how you guys think about any of the cycles we did. And next month we'll go back to the normal call format. I want to do this one just for fun. All right.
Me too. I got a
Go for it.
question.
Can I ask a question? It's about yesterday's markup for the same pair. I had a small doubt about the post.
Which one? Which pair?
GBP CHF for yesterday.
Okay. Yesterday. August 21st, right?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so.
Okay.
I don't remember markup exactly, but
give me a minute. I'll show you my markup. I'll show you my markup because I took a trade yesterday in GF. I'm in the wrong thing. Sorry. This is a trade I missed today. Never went into my mitigation on GF. Here. Ask me your question, sir.
It's a simple one. Why was this not the the false breakout structure, and then this where the main cycle got completed? Why was this the fake breakout structure? I see this as a fake breakout structure, and I would be looking for sells from here.
Okay, so basically, you saw this as a fall breaker structure, and you wanted to sell from here, right?
No, not from here. From here, maybe in London, which you have marked as an SMT. I would actually be selling from here.
Can we go on M1? Show me exactly
Yeah.
where you want to.
Yeah, so
Show me where you.
so basically, this is my false breakout structure. I missed this, but the longs were here pretty juicy with timing to the minute, and then I waited for London to open, and then when price made this in M5, I actually started looking for shots from here. To go down.
Okay, so why is this a false breaker structure here? Tell me. I don't have it marked up because it's too ugly. But let's go back.
Is it due to the buildup?
Yes, Michael. Here we go. There's a buildup here. In M5, it's cleaner. Can you see it?
Okay.
Because it doesn't mean I don't mark things that I don't see them. It's just I'm trying to keep a chart hygiene pretty clean. But this is really clear. This buildup 1, 2, 3 touches induces low fall breaker structure. This is why it's an SMT, and this is why I took this one. I'm starting, Michael, probably you're in the same time zone than me, but if you can wake up at 6 a.m., you will get more trades. Like MMM2 is super clean.
Oh yeah, no, I've been trying to I used to have to get on like a little bit earlier to get my markups, but I've been trying to get at that MMM2 action as well.
Because look at this short, it's like literally perfect, simple, nothing. This is wrong. I targeted this here. Do you understand who was talking like for that false breaker structure? It's EVSC who was talking, right?
Yeah, I was talking about it, but still, I just don't understand why this was not a false breaker structure. So what you really see is that if you get another build-up, you want another cycle to be done.
No, because this one is a false. Oops, what did I do? My bad. I haven't said it wasn't a. I haven't said it wasn't a false breaker structure. It just never went to the high side to mitigate them. It just went directly to the next structural point here. So this one, is a false breaker structure. So we induce low into mitigation, into Asia midline, into timing, and then price goes higher. So this one becomes an SMT.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So this is a false breaker structure. I don't understand why you said it wasn't.
No, what I'm trying to say is that I essentially look for a build-up, which is then induce low to give you a false breaker structure, maybe take something on the left, and then start looking for the shots. So that is why. Yeah, so it took this out.
Because you're saying that you wanted to short from here, right?
Yeah.
Probably
After this line, obviously I would try to short from here.
Yeah, probably it's too you should show me your entry because I don't see nothing clean here. Like, if example, we have here your inducement high, right?
Yeah.
You have your whatever relevant broker structure here. You would want to short from here. Is that what you said?
No, after this medium inducement, because I would see the
After this medium inducement, right? So
Yeah.
now you would want to short from where? Like basically, there's nothing. There's no clear indication that like we're still in an overall buildup. There's nothing clean. I think probably you're going to too much over refinement, and you see this SMT medium inducement done. Then you have your if I go here and I go into the bar replay, let's go and give you an example. So example, you see here, right? You see your inducement, medium inducement. So you would want to short from here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but other than this internal breakup structure, what do you have? Tell me.
Timing, medium inducement, cycle done, no entry helper.
There's no cycle done because you're still in the overall upwards buildup.
Yeah, but I would not be able to see it in M5 because
Yeah,
it
that's why you need to add everything together. Multi-time frame analysis is part of a trader's life. It's hard, but it's there. Like I don't see anything clean in there. On the M5, on the M1, it's probably too much pull by the hair to be taking a short from there. There's vector candles, but you're still in a buildup.
So, but
again,
like I asked in the chat yesterday, do you see if the F was occurs after medium inducement or before it, or that's irrelevant?
I didn't hear what you said. Pardon me?
I'm asking, do you look for a fake breaker structure after the medium inducement or before that, or that's not relevant?
You can, but it really depends. Because right now, you need a false breaker structure because you're in upwards buildup. Even if we induce something to the left, price is still in the upwards channel. So of course I would want to have this false breaker structure first, right? So if you have this, well, you want to short directly from here to go lower just because we induced this. You still have all these guys here. So you would want price to induce relative structural point to then create an SMT and then look for you try to enter when everybody's out. So now the sellers here are out, the buyers here are out, will be out because you're trading into the inducement, and your early sellers are also out. But try to probably stay on the M5 or try not to be too much into the absolutes of there's a medium inducement, there's an entry. Try to wait and see what's being taught behind the intention right now. So right now they're inducing everyone to the upside. We literally at this point have no sellers in. So what they do is they induce sellers to come in the market one time, respecting that upwards trend line, entering that mitigation. You could trade at the SMT if you want. You could trade at SMT until where cares. And I remember someone even added another build up here in a Discord. I don't recall who. I didn't put it, but it's still valid because they're still inducing sellers again, inducing high, that SMT will be induced high, and here's the entry. And there's another build up here. Build up, inducing high, relevant internal breakup structure here, imbalance POI. The only thing that's nasty is no, okay, that's not an equal highs. I don't know if this one makes sense. I don't like putting too much buildups, but try to make sure you're not in a buildup before entering a position.
Hey Rod, is this a valid FOS? Would not be at this level to consider this an SMT?
Yeah, this one is
leg.
I would consider this one or this one, like these two lines, as valid false breaker structure.
Okay.
Why is that?
Pardon me?
Why would you consider those two lines valid? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, these ones as a structural point for valid false breaker structure. It's simple. Don't expect the inducement. Wait for it to happen. That's it. So if they create a false breaker structure, you've seen me take those trades, like, you know, those downwards build up, this, and there's EDM here, and goes there, and I take those, right? I took a lot of them, I think, like a couple of weeks ago, but I was always up for the day. Don't take these as first trade of your day. So we don't care if it induces this line or this line. Put an alert here and go make yourself some coffee and wait. Because if you're there and waiting, you will expect that everything is a mitigation and everything is an inducement.
So my question to you, usually I stay on the 5 minute, and if I wait for a break of structure after this break of structure, I would have gotten taken out. I wouldn't have taken your trade on the 1 minute. I would have waited for a 5 minute. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand 100%. Some setups are super clean in M5, and sometimes it's not. This is just why you need to understand multi-time frame analysis is mandatory, because if you stand in M5, you will miss trades. But the only thing I need you to do is take your entries in M1, but don't forget the overall story behind M5. The overall story in M5 is pretty clean, but there's no entry in M5. And sometimes in M5, you're going to have a monstrous stop loss, right? Your goal is to mix both of them. Use 20% of your M1 and 80% of your M5. Once your inducement is done, go in M1. So at this point, you have your upwards buildup. Just put an alert here. Put an alert here and go on another chart. When I do all my markups in the morning, I put my alerts at all of the end of the inducements and the buildup. So if there's a sideways buildup, right, and price is doing this, you know what I do? I put an alert here and here, and I do something else. Sometimes the fact that you stay in front of the chart hours and hours, you might pull something out of your ass to take a position. I'm not the best trader, but I think I have a lot of experience that makes me not take stupid trades. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, I rarely take more than like 4 stop losses in weeks. If I take one, I rarely do the same mistake. So sometimes when we take stop losses is oftentimes our fault and not because price needed to induce another time, right? It's most of the time it's our fault. Stop loss placement is bad. We thought the inducement was over. We went too quick into an internal breakout structure. It's all based from experience. And EVST, I cannot insist more that you have been in lit for like months. Wait until you're there for 2 years. Everything will be clearer. It's just a matter of time. I think everybody here has the knowledge. We just need to put in the hours. That's it. Now, is there another question? Because my chicken is already cold.
Yeah, I got one last question.
Go for it.
And like usually, you know, I try to trade Asia, but I'm in the same. I mean, not Asia, London, but I'm in the same time zone as you, so sometimes it's hard. the struggles that I have really is with New York trap or New York open. Sometimes trying to identify the reversal or the continuation. London, I'm trading okay, but my losses come in New York, so I'm trying to figure out how I can improve on that. What can I do to maybe improve on that?
You're Eastern time, right?
Say it again.
Are you Eastern time?
Yeah, I'm on Eastern time. Yeah.
Yeah, us Eastern time. Michael knows it. I know it. If there's another person here Eastern time, we are super unlucky. Like sometimes, especially between the last 2 weeks, New York trap has been shit. Like the volume isn't clear and nothing is clear, and sometimes there's no real volume in New York trap. If we go and check like probably Euro USD, let me just check. No, here we go. Okay, so look at this. Look. What do you want to trade here? There's nothing. Like there's literally nothing. You have your upwards, downwards buildup, inducing high. I waited here. Price starting acting idiot, went super quick. I didn't even had the time to place my entry hopper here. That price already induced high, and I just stayed out for GU for the day. And look what happened after. There's nothing. This is why I suggested Michael, and I'm gonna suggest you the same thing. Try to wake up a little bit earlier. 6 a.m. You're gonna have enough trades. You will have MMM2, New York Open, and New York Trap. Because New York Trap for the past 2 weeks has been shit. And I know the struggle because the only thing I figured to do is trade more pairs. For me, New York Trap has been better when I added more pairs because when there's news, AUD USD, GBP USD, and Euro USD is bad, but EJ, GJ, EG, GF are good because they don't have the same volume. So try to add more pairs probably. All right, so if there's anything else, let me know. It was a different format. I just wanted to show you some cycles. I hope it helped a little bit.
Well, yeah. Hey,
And,
thank you, Ju. And
I
enjoyed the format. I thought it was nice.
Yeah,
all right, so
Thank you.
talk to you guys later and have a good one.
Awesome.
Thanks, Ju.
Go share my story on Instagram. I'm trying to become a real guru here. Love you guys. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ron.
limit, and I saw the price leaving that area very fast. But on the same time, I saw the difference, the spread difference. That was like price was going down, and the line of the spread was going high.
Yeah. Yeah, it's shit. It's shit. It's always better to, unless you're like with a good broker like Joe. I think he's using fusion markets.
Yeah, with fusion.
Oh, you are with fusion as well.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate then. I mean, shit happens, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't care pretty much because the analysis was good. So
Exactly. That's the most important thing. And I was trading for everyone else. You guys managed to catch some trades, or you guys messed up maybe? Nobody? Nobody wanting to share their day? Okay. Well, let's get straight into it then. Today we're going to look at EG for the 30th, GU for the 31st of October, and EG for the 3rd of November. I do have one volunteer, so I'm gonna need two other volunteers. You guys can send me a DM if you're willing to. Let me first check if Mr. Wandelt is he in the call?
Yes, I am. Could you hear me?
Okay, are you? Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear, loud and clear.
Perfect.
If you want, let me first put on the recording, if you
Yes,
don't
of
mind.
course. Perfect.
Let me see.
Recording in progress.
Yeah, if you don't mind, you can start sharing your screen, and we'll look at Euro GBP for the 30th of October.
I can share because told me that I have no allowed to share. I think you have to give me.
My bad. You're right.
Yes.
Completely right. Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to share trading view. What's pair?
Euro,
Sorry,
Euro GBP? No, Euro pound.
Oh, okay. You're about. Okay, I add, no problem.
You're missing the R. Yeah.
Yes.
There we go.
Okay, perfect. Let's go. And okay, I'm going to hide everything. No, I don't want to see what
Whoa.
happened.
How did you do that? That's a cool trick.
Yes, and I put in day. Okay, what day?
The 30th of October.
Okay. October.
Yeah, 30.
Okay.
No. Further, 30.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Monday. Perfect.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, let's go. Yeah, not one. Okay.
Think
Yes.
we spoiled it now a little bit, didn't we? Okay, so just tell me what you're doing as you go, right?
Okay, I'm going to try to find what is the target of intraday. First of all, for me, it's the more difficult to target the intraday because sometimes, like for example, today I think the most normal is, for example, this high of Asia is a good place of liquidity from intraday. And I think that it's take this kind of liquidity in these equal heights and maybe expect to go lower. For me, I don't know if the price go down after to complete this cycle in this place, but maybe it's only a mitigation of this point.
Yeah, I would say like that the play of these equal highs, that's already done, right? Because we build the liquidity here, we give a tiny false reaction into the inducement, which then mitigates, and then this entire move stems from there. So I'd say that this play is done. Which is why we keep it intraday mainly, right?
Okay, and this play, the most common intraday target will be, for example, the low, or this low.
For which inducement do you mean?
This low, okay.
So okay. So these are potential targets, right? It does not
potential target.
Yeah,
yes.
Potential target. So it does not mean that we don't have to go there, but it could be a target, definitely.
Could be a target, okay? And this maybe could be a target too because it's equal highs near to a mitigation point.
Yeah.
Maybe it could be a good target too. I'm going to and okay.
Yeah, I agree.
Perfect. But I'm going to put in M5 and
Yeah, perfect. So
wait to finish Asia.
yeah, exactly. So we marked our most important liquidity zones, and now it's just a matter of seeing what the intraday cycle is going to present to determine in which way we should trade, right?
Perfect.
Okay. Okay, so you just tell me when you see anything that is important.
Yes, when finished, I'm going to mark all the building up. I can see my favorite. I lost my favorite. But maybe it's
I think it's on the wait, let me move the zoom thing. Your shit, where is that actually?
Okay, yes. I discovered it. It's
okay.
No problem. Okay, this kind of things. Okay, going to start.
I mean, let's just keep it from here.
Oh, okay, perfect.
From this point onward. Yeah, just Asia. So if you want, just make your chart a little bit bigger so we don't get like too much brain fog with what's going on to the left.
Perfect. I think this cycle is complete in this mitigation point in Asia.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's the cycle. This cycle, and after that is here, complete, and finish this cycle. I think everything is complete because this late cycle finished with this movement. And okay, now we have a building up, induce high, but maybe to go higher because it's a new liquidity.
One thing that it's immediately catching my eyes, like can you make your chart a little bit bigger so the candles get a little bit bigger?
Yes, of course.
A little bit more? Yeah.
Yes, of course. And I'm going to high, something like that. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So immediately you'll see that it's easier to see stuff, right? Exactly. Somebody in the chat is already saying it. What's this?
Oh, okay, equal.
Equal lows, right?
Equal lows.
So this entire bull move away from these 2 points, what is this bull move doing?
This is a building up, but is induced high.
What is the intention of this move?
This intention of this move is to think that the is going to go up, but
Exactly.
maybe it's going down.
To bring in buyers, right? So the intentions right now are to bring in buyers by showing the equal lows, right? Okay, cool.
That is a strong zone and the price continue higher. So
okay, perfect. So that's just an important thing that we need to keep in the back of our minds. So we already established that we have equal highs here, we have previous day high here, and we have liquidity targets here. So either we're gonna induce high and maybe a little bit higher to trade into this, or we're gonna induce low to trade into the equal highs, right?
Yes, because here is equal lows too. In this.
Yes.
Like
a little bit tiny, but I get what you're saying. Okay, definitely. Okay, so let's see what price is gonna present, yeah?
Perfect.
And you just tell me when you see anything that's important.
Perfect. Now it's in Asia midline. It's an important zone of liquidity. And okay, yes. Okay, start. Frankfurt open. Okay. I can switch to 1 minute.
Yeah, you can if you want, yeah.
Because it could be a fake boss inside because it's a channel to induce high, take this stone, create fake boss, and go lower in this.
Oh shit! 1 second. I need to. I'm just
No,
gonna.
no problem.
Craig, you're here, right? Can I give you the co-host so that you can monitor the waiting room a little bit?
Yes, of course, no problem.
No, I was saying it to Craig or.
Yeah, you can do it. I'm not sure if I can manage it, but yeah, go ahead.
Otherwise, I'm gonna give it to Mr. Wick.
Yeah, he can do it. I think he did it before, so he did a good job of last time.
Mr. Wick, I'm making you co-host. You can manage the waiting room as we go if you want.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Wandot, please continue.
No, no problem, no problem.
Okay, so you were saying potentially a fake break structure.
Yes, but it's a break structure because I see that the price creates a building up. After that, here take this point that this is a smart money trap and create a fake pause near to a liquidity zone that is a midline, and maybe expect that the price going up and continue lower, but
I mean,
it's a suppressive.
Yeah, I definitely understand what you mean. Just for the way that I use my smart money traps, I'm not saying that this is not a smart money trap or that you're wrong, right? But the way that I use my smart money traps is always on the M5. Same with my fake breaker structure. Purely because of the concept of the smart money trap and the fake breaker structure, you want retailers to get induced, right? Not just smart money, you want all kinds of concepts to get induced. And they don't really mess around on the M1 too much. And smart money only messes around on the M1 if they have a bigger zone and they want to refine it, right? So for understanding purposes, yes, definitely. But I just say the fact that we build the equal lows, we give them the bullet reaction, now Frankfurt kicks in. So we have a pretty good understanding that the equal lows would be the target if we now give the true breaker structure, maybe mitigation, and trade lower, right? Okay, cool.
Perfect. We're trying to, okay. And we are going to see if the price come back or because it's Frankfurt. Furious is very furious. Yes, of course.
Okay, so maybe go to the M5 to get a clearer picture.
Yes, of course.
Okay, so it's pretty obvious what happened now, right?
Yes, the price going to a liquidity zone, and okay, go straight like in Frankfurt's target. Okay,
exactly. Like how do we do it? What is this called? That looks.
It's vector candles.
Exactly. So we have liquidity, we have equal low, we have Asia low, we have the false move, and then we have vector candles being our inducement, right? So we have a pretty good understanding what could be next. All we're gonna do is wait.
I'm going to choose a zone that could have a reaction, but
Now don't worry about the left. Just let's keep it intraday and let's just monitor price action. Like the left, it can be useful, but we don't necessarily need it, right? So just focus on the intraday picture right now and see if we can make sense of it.
Perfect. Okay, but I continue but the normal way is that we have reaction in the opposite way. Okay. Yes, going to see 1 minute. Okay, we have a structure.
No, that's.
I think going to continue lower, maybe.
I mean, yeah, you can do it like that, but it's a little bit too refined for me. And also, what's the timing right now?
I think it's very strange because 7 is, I think, is because the is near to London Open because it's in +1, and we changed the hours for the winter. And I think it's near London Open.
But I think the Frankfurt and London are still the normal timings, right? Or am I completely wrong? I think Frankfurt is just 8 and London is 9 still.
Yes, but now we change German and Spain change the hour. I think is different because if I change to, for example, Cairo. Okay. Yes, of course. Yes, it's different for this way, but it's right. It's okay.
Yeah. Okay.
It's for the chain of the hours.
Yeah. But we're nowhere close to London yet. So
yes,
either we want to see something really clear or we want to wait for timing, right?
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Perfect. Yeah, because London in the Open always try to lie you a lot. It's create me a headache every day. I hate it.
Yeah, London is there to trap or to at least to create the liquidity or to take it out, right? So best to wait for London, see if it takes out some sort of liquidity, and then you can trade against the trap.
Perfect. Okay. Okay, we have equal lows, equal high.
Yep.
Okay.
Sideways build up, I'd say.
Okay.
Exactly.
Like that. Okay. Induce high. Okay, I'm going to see it's very near to. Okay, very strange. I think I'm going to change again to Madrid. Okay, because we have to be in London Open. Okay, building up again.
Have we taken the low? I cannot really see it. Can you maybe make your
yes,
a little bit bigger?
Sorry, because I think
don't worry about it. I'm just gonna tell you make it bigger.
Yeah, no
I mean, don't go small like this. So this one is fine because this is your inducement, right? And you don't want to be like, oh, okay, this is my inducement. This is going to be the low. I'm going to buy straight off of this, right? You want to have a little bit more confluences, at least a break of structure or a new cycle. Now, your break of structure would be all the way up here, in my opinion, because this is one entire push. So that's a little bit far away, right? So you just wait for your new cycle to form. This is the first cycle, or I would say this, and then these are the equal highs. So this is your inducement. If you now go with this channel, in my opinion, it's just too detailed. It's too small, in my opinion.
This place, for example, the price go down.
No. That's why I'm saying, like, this entire price action, right? That's your inducement of this buildup. Okay, so
yes, for this reason, I think the price maybe go down, continue to go down because creates a new channel. This channel is inducing high. This channel inducing high too. Maybe induce a low too. The cycle is complete, and maybe is trying to continue lower. Maybe this place is too big. Maybe the price go up to continue down.
Okay, yeah, I get what you're saying. Okay.
I don't know if it has sense, but this is what I see. Sometimes I lost in 1 minute because I see a lot of cycle. I try to combine. It's one of my problems, but because I love to trade induction and maybe it's my problem because I'm very new. I only 2 months in the school, three months in the school,
Yeah.
but
It's important to just keep the overall picture in mind, right? Which is why I was saying like it's fine that you have this one, but if you start drawing this one as well, it is too much. It is too much in my opinion. Like this one is fine because you have a idea about the bigger picture that we just spoke about, but this one is just like you're gonna confuse yourself with it.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. I continue to see what happened. Okay. The price took its place and induce high.
Mm-hmm. Not induced, I would say, because this was already induced, right?
Yes, of course.
You induced here. So now this cycle is done because this was the inducement of this cycle. Now this cycle is done as well. So we have 2 cycles pointing to the upside. So I'd say this is your RBOS right now.
Yes, of course.
Yes?
Yes. I see. It's difficult, but I see.
Don't worry, we'll get there.
But we haven't got a point. Maybe like this would be the point. Okay, I'm sorry to be. Okay, we are going to see if we have a reconstruction at this point, but okay.
Okay, so now
vector candles.
Remember now. Okay, so go to the remove this channel because this will confuse you.
Yes, it's confused a lot. Yes.
Okay, and remove this box because it will also confuse you, and this one as well. We're just gonna do the perfect markup for you, yes, so that you exactly know where to look at. Okay, so go to the M5, please.
Yes, of course.
Okay, so now remember, yeah, this was the bigger picture. Equalos, inducement. Now, what if this is done, which we expect it to be? What should be our target? Should it be this high? Should it be this high? Or should it be the liquidity targets that we established before?
Yeah, I think it's the okay. I have several targets. First of all, I think is this because it's Frankfurt Open and London Open try to take these highs. And the second, I think, is such a high. At the intraday, we know that it could be that could be a mid inducement. No, I think yes, mid inducement.
Could be, yeah. Okay.
And we try to.
Okay. So now, if we reach here, would this be a proper buy?
Yes, of course. I think yes.
Yes,
because
right?
we have the but I think we can to okay, so Carstens?
Yeah, look at the M5. What is the pips on this DSL?
I think
I think it's like 2 pips or something.
Okay, I can't, right?
Yeah, it's
yes.
It's 2 pips. It's barely nothing, right? So we're not gonna place a limit here. I mean, that's crazy.
Yes.
Okay. So we can take this zone. If we tap it, we can take it at least till here. This will be the really safe target. This will be the proper target, and this will be the maximum target, right?
Perfect.
Okay.
Okay. The price take this zone.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
the inducement in the fake boss. It will be the point. Okay. No problem.
So we just missed the extreme. Most likely it's not coming back. Shit happens. So
okay, I'm going to see, but no let.
Nothing.
No, 5 minutes. No clear.
No clear.
Okay, no problem. We are going to.
Let's stay in the 5 minute though.
Yes, let's go.
Right.
I don't know why the indicator is not drawing London Open, because I think okay. Okay, it's like Asia website. I think we expect Asia website because we take very fast the low and the high of Asia.
Yeah, we definitely have the Asia whipsaw characteristics. That's true.
Yes.
Let's see what price is gonna do.
And now we have the first. Is the low of the day? Yes, we have the low of the day before.
Yeah.
Use the high. We take amount of liquidity in this area. Okay, we are going to see if we have a pullback. Okay, maybe this zone could be a good zone. No, equal high. No, impossible.
Yeah,
okay.
so we're right now coming into the zone exactly like you said. But would it be a zone where the reversal or anything is gonna happen from? Do you think?
Okay, I think near to this zone because we have equal highs. The price take this zone to take more liquidity. Maybe this Asia high could be. We don't know. We are going to see.
Maybe that's the better target, right? Because right now we're vectoring up. We're stopping into this POI, but do we expect this POI to give a major reaction like this and take the low again?
In Asia website, we can the price could be go down, go up, and continue lower of the day in
that's true.
New York.
Yeah, that's one of the scenarios that could happen. Okay, so but we're like on the same page that the zone ideally should not hold, right?
No, I think it's not the daily zone because equal highs is a good zone of liquidity, but maybe this zone could be a rejection because we have a fake pause in this zone. Mitigation after checking this kind of liquidity. Okay, we are going to see.
Okay, yeah, let's see what price presents.
Okay, perfect. Okay, London Open. Going to put in 1 minute. Okay, first time see this building up. Induce it low. We expect to go higher. And we have a let.
Because overall, and I want to see the people in the chat as well, overall, with what we just established to the left, this should be a exactly fake reaction. Exactly. This overall should be the false reaction from the equal highs to the left, right? Bringing in sellers prematurely. Not a BOS, yes, yet, Michael. I saw that. Not a BOS yet.
I don't know if the price, because I have no phone to take a buy.
Yeah,
because I think
there's nothing yet. There's nothing yet.
Nothing. Okay.
At this point, we just wait. We just wait and see what price is gonna do.
Okay, we are in Asia high. That is to a good point of liquidity. Maybe the price do something like that. Fake to reversal trader and going up because the breaker traders take this down, take the previous day high, and all the breaker traders are be given or stop loss and continue low. Is for this reason I don't know what is the good point because we are in a zone that there are a lot of stop loss of several traders.
Yeah, I agree. At this stage, we should just wait for something clear. We remember if the only time we're interested in a entry is when we see a clear inducement. Yes, we induced here, but this is just one candle, right? And not even like one candle, it's just a 1 minute candle, just one 1 minute candle. It's nothing, right? So we just need to have a little bit more patience and wait until we see a clear inducement. Maybe we get a few vectors to the upside and we can take the short lower, or maybe we get a vector to the downside and we can trade into the equal highs.
Perfect. Okay. And we see two EDM. EDM. Okay. Maybe it's the push to the price to go lower.
I mean, yeah, we would never trade it like that, but for understanding purposes, I guess you can.
Okay.
Okay, so what is going on now?
Now we have induction to the high. Take this this tone, okay, and we are going to see. I think the expect to go lower and go higher. Okay, we are going. Yes, this take this equal. Now the price I think is going to be up.
We're just in a build up, right?
Yes, it's only a build up. Yes, of course. Big picture is only a build up.
Okay.
Perfect. I'm going to only wait to. Okay, better candles.
What is this?
Perfect.
Exactly. You said it.
Vector
Now,
candles.
if you look at the 5 minute, is it vector candles on the 5 minute as well?
Yes, going to see. Yes, of course. Well,
vector candle, right?
Vector candle too.
What is this?
Asia midline.
Asia midline. So we get build up, inducement into Asia midline. What do we have here?
Liquidity point of Asia high of the previous day.
Liquidity target.
Liquidity target.
This.
Okay, let. Near let.
Near let. Okay, let's see. Okay. Just stay on the M5, please. I want to see.
Perfect. Perfect.
If it's a let.
Yeah, because you see in one, I think okay,
yeah.
1 minute. Okay, prefer.
You always need to use the entry helper after your or in combination or after your cycle, right? So we get a cycle to the downside. So we're only going to use the let if we or the entry helper if we get something in favor of the cycle. Otherwise, we're just going to ignore it. Okay, so let's see a few candles if we get the M5 let.
Okay, I'm only going to create this point because maybe this could be a zone near let to take this one. Okay.
Cool.
Okay. 1 minute. Building up. No?
So where's your imbalance? No, this there you don't need this. Delete that.
Okay.
You don't need that.
Out.
Where's your imbalance?
Sorry?
If this is your inducement,
yes.
And where is your imbalance? No. Yeah, I mean you can see it here too, but remember this is your inducement.
Yes.
Now we're looking for potentially trading into the target here, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if we want to take a trade, we need a POI with imbalance, right?
POI.
Okay.
So okay, yes, I'm trying to, okay, I think it's here, no? Will be?
Yes, just remember to place your SL here.
It's a lot, I think.
Yeah, I think you need to go to the M1.
Yes. Okay, one. Yes, here. And we wait here.
We wait for the mitigation, the proper way. We're not just gonna randomly slam the buy buttons. You can do that if you have a little bit more experience, but for now, not yet. Okay, so just wait. Let's see what happens.
Perfect. Okay, magic manipulation minute.
Okay, so everything is lining up now, right? We got the cycle, we got the inducement, we got timing, we got the M5 LED, and we got people unmuting themselves. Let me just see who this is. Okay, let's go.
I deactivated his audio.
Yeah, I muted him already. It's okay.
Okay, wait for the price go down. Okay, I think the price is okay. We have a let.
Yeah, but don't get too excited by the M1. That we know what we want to see, so we're not gonna get FOMO like, oh no, it's running away, blah 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 blah. We're just gonna wait, and we can already see what price is doing now, right? We have the equal highs here, price stops here,
Yes.
so it's again faking the equal highs. Now, let's say
Okay.
I have
And the price come back. Okay.
yeah, I have an important question for you. Yeah. Now, let's say that we have our limit here. We slow down a little bit here and we give a big candle like this. Would you still be taking this right here?
With a big candle, no.
If we
No,
go
because I think that maybe the cycle is complete. Is the cycle that we are playing in out, and maybe the price is finished to cycle 2. So we finish 2 cycles in this moment, and maybe this is a mitigation. If the price I see a big candle, okay, I think the opposite. Going to think about sell.
Exactly.
Maybe because we are thinking about it's Asia website, and in Asia website we expect to go higher. We are going to now to see a mitigation, and in the end of our cycle, and after that, the
Exactly. Yeah, I agree. When I see a big candle like this taking out this point, then I would not be taking the buys here anymore, because then we grab liquidity. So our next liquidity should be here.
Yes, of course.
Okay, cool. Let's see what happens.
Okay.
Oh.
We are in the trade.
Okay. So when are you going to break even?
I think here, because I think we finish this lead cycle. Because now I think we don't finish it, but here we finish the lead cycle, and for me, is no. I put break even in this moment.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, I'm going to put in a minute, because okay, magic manipulation minute 2. Okay. Yes. Here. Break even at this moment. Perfect. Okay.
Perfect. Great hit. PP hit.
Perfect. Yes.
So you understood everything about this trade, right? This is because this was the Mona of the day. So if anyone, or if you don't understand this trade or the story behind it, please let me know in the chat or unmute yourself.
I think we have a building up at this moment. Another building up in M5. Nice. Also, very beautiful. Okay.
Yeah. So at this point, we just you already see how like the price is being a little bit shit, right? We're just in a larger build.
Yes.
We have the Asia high here. So price is a little bit like this piece, this entire piece was super clear, but you can see prices getting a little bit shit here. So yeah, we can skip a little bit through it fast to see if anything else happens. But I wanted to focus on this trade specifically since this was the Mona for the day. But let's skip a few candles and see what happens
Dennis,
after. Yeah.
Can I make a question?
Yeah, sure.
I have a question here because sometimes when you have a lead, the price can go lower, for example, and induce that lead. But I never stop to think, but if you have a build-up, an investment, and the investment have a lead, why the price can't go lower?
That just means that your inducement is not done here or done yet. And in this example, it's pretty clear why the inducement is done, because if you really look into it to where the inducement comes, is we give the bull move here, the first breakout traders enter here, right? So this is, think about the fishies from the vault. This is where the first fishies enter long trades. Then we give a build up above there. Probably break and retest traders are already entering because of the wick. Then we give the vector into it, hitting the breakout traders and the break and retest traders at break even. We also tap our liquidity zone, which is Asia midline, and they open. And then we give the reaction to the upside, again creating the liquidity. You see how we got multiple reasons as to why the low is less likely to get taken again.
Yes.
And when the low does get taken again, that simply means that either this, and well, not simply means that either, but then if it was in this case, then definitely this trade idea was wrong. In other cases, it probably means that it has liquidity targets lower or is not done inducing people in the wrong direction yet.
Okay, I get it. Thank you.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, I'll continue.
Yeah, let's see what
to see what happened. Okay, to see what happened. Mirror trap. Okay, his start. Okay, see vector candles upside.
Yeah, I don't think we took out the Asia high just yet. I mean,
okay.
Oh, we did. Sorry.
Yes. I put the target in Asia high.
Okay.
And I take this zone like okay, it take inducement, a median inducement to this place, because I think yes, it take for one a bit, but it's taking.
Then we might get a pullback by now.
Yes, a pullback, but it's near to equal highs. It's
exactly.
like an equal highs.
Yeah, which is why I'm saying you might get a pullback now, but nothing significant. Like it's not gonna take this point or this point all the way today.
Yes, it's a London knockout. Okay.
Exactly. It's just gonna show the liquidity, probably take out this point here, and then go into a range. Yeah, go into a range a little bit for the next day.
Because I think the liquidity is here. And maybe he go to this other. I continue higher.
Yeah, not a POI, yeah? Not a POI.
No, it's okay. I think this is okay.
It's just building the liquidity at this.
Yeah, it's building liquidity.
Taking out this.
Okay, it's smart money trap because it's all the smart money try to catch the movement to up. Okay, I'm very obvious that in this place is a smart money trap.
Exactly.
Now we have equal lows.
And this is end of the day.
Okay.
London close was already here, so
Yes.
the day is over. Okay, so I think everything was pretty clear about the trade that we took, right? About the mono trade for today, for this day. Or you got any questions about this one?
No, it's very clear. For me, it's clear, and you help me a lot.
Okay,
I
cool.
appreciate it very much. Okay,
Don't worry
to
if you later get some like questions or you're like, okay, I didn't fully understood this, feel free to send me a DM and then we'll look over it again. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you for sharing.
To you.
Okay, we need a next volunteer. So who's up? I don't want shy people. Just unmute yourself. Who's gonna volunteer? I mean, like, even if you're shy, you can volunteer. I didn't mean it like that, but come on, tough crowd, man.
Hello.
Hello, who's
Is
this?
it okay if I come?
Yes, definitely.
The only problem is I didn't even start chapter 3 yet. I'm just in it.
Okay,
Is it a problem?
you don't know about the entry approaches and stuff yet, right?
Not yet. I'm just in the chapter 3.
I mean, you feel confident doing it?
I mean, if nobody does it,
Okay, let's give it a shot. It's you have balls of steel. Let me see. We're going to do. You can share your screen, and we're going to do GU for the 31st of October.
GU.
You're not sharing your screen yet.
Oh yeah, sorry. Can you all see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
So sorry, what was it? 31st?
Yeah, 31st of October.
Yep.
Okay. So let's zoom out a little bit. See what this high done.
We have these equal highs.
Okay.
And took out these structural points to the upside.
Mm-hmm. So as of now, we're still trading away from
these.
From this inducement, I'd say, right?
Yeah.
This is the inducement we're trading away from. Right now, we're building equal highs with Asia high, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so overall, this should be our
pullback.
Yeah, or like I'm looking for another word for it.
Or like a build up to induce low, maybe. To higher.
Almost. Think about the equal highs. This is
inducing people, probably.
It's inducing sells, right? It's giving the
Yeah.
false reaction from the equal highs.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So we have these this big build up. Also these kind of equal lows.
Yes, sort of.
And so we build these eagle highs, induce them.
Well, are we like immediately very keen on shorts here, knowing what all of this move is doing? I mean, let's say you're in a resistance trader or something, right? This is resistance. I was confusing myself for a second. Let's say you're equal high traders, resistance traders, whatever. When are you going to be interested in the shorts? As soon as you break this low, right?
Yeah.
So their SLs are going to be here. retailers have slightly bigger stop losses. So now that we induce the internal equalize in this channel, are we immediately jumping into shorts here, knowing that majority of the liquidity is here?
I don't think so.
Okay, I don't think so either. Well, let's see what price presents.
Okay, so we induce one more time in Frankfurt Open.
Mm-hmm. Where's the vector candle?
It's like here, but also to the downside.
Okay, cool.
Also, we have these build up thing. Okay, so we had these bigger candles, the upside, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. Now, would we say if we stop here or here that we are ready to short, or would we still look to trade higher into the equalize?
I think we should take these out.
Okay. So knowing that we had the build up like you just drew it here, like so, gave a slight inducement and structure inducement and gave the RBOS. Would this be maybe Asia midline or maybe here any zones to look to trade into the equalize? Would that be a possibility?
I think, yeah.
Okay. Let's see what happens. We're not in timing.
We're London Open.
London Open.
Mitigating our thing.
Back to candles into mitigation of the previous inducement QI. Do we have any entry helper confirmations?
I don't know. I don't have the entry helper yet.
Oh shit. You can continue slowly and I'm gonna check it for you on my chart.
Okay. Yeah, sorry.
The 30th, right? 31st.
31st.
No entry helper confirmations.
But we had the BOS, so.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, it's still a good trade to take if you count the confluences stacking together. I just wanted to know if we had the entry helper confirmation additionally. But yeah, definitely. I mean, I think longs are the right way to go. We follow the cycle. We have our inducement, break of structure, London Open into mitigation with vector candles. So I'd say yours good to target to at least the equalize, yeah.
So like on this POI. Probably won't come back, I think. Yeah, so now we have the, sorry?
No, sorry. Go ahead.
So we have the like vector candles taking out the eagle highs.
So this was our major build-up essentially, right? Let's say we were in the longs, we were trading into the inducement, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the most probable thing to happen from here on, or a little bit higher, wherever, is to look for
a sell.
For a sell, right? Okay, we got equal highs, building cells, vector candles into the main inducement. So all we got to do right now is wait for
another cycle, maybe.
Another cycle or
RBOS.
Exactly.
So now we have MMM1. I don't know if I think it's like a little build up. So we can't. Sorry.
Can you make it a little bit more stretched, like wider?
Yeah, like this.
Yeah, a little bit more. Yeah, exactly. Otherwise, I can't see it.
Yeah. So I think now we induced it low, so we should give that low to the upside.
Potentially, yeah.
Also, we have them on 2.
Yeah. So right now, what is this most likely gonna be?
I think smart money trap.
Smart money trap. So I definitely get that this part could be confusing, yeah, because I on the edge I would see the same, and up until this point I would definitely be like, okay, we might just take it out one more time and then trade lower. But as soon as you see it tapping the smart money trap, let's say we do give that new high, what is that gonna do for the smart money guys, the break and retest guys, like basically every trader that's into longs right now?
That's gonna be their confirmation.
It's gonna be their TP, right? They are gonna profit.
Oh, also.
Right? They are gonna make money if they take out the high again. So do you think that taking out the high would be a very, very likely scenario?
As you said, it's probably not. But I would think this would be their like fake BOS.
Yeah, I mean the fake BOS would be here. Let's say we took out this, grabbed the liquidity, and then did something like this. I would expect this high to go, but that would change the entire story, right? You see how every stop or every place that we move from is going to impact the market in a different way. According, okay, cool. So let's just see what happens here.
That would be the BOI.
Yeah, definitely. It's a little bit hard to take. I definitely understood because this I'm gonna spoil it a little bit. This was gonna be the Mona for GU the 30th. It's in my opinion a little bit hard to catch. I don't know. Maybe you don't have the entry open. Wait, let me go to the M1. Shit. I'm just gonna check if it was a EDM or whatsoever because it does look like an EDM. And
Rod is saying yes.
Yeah, it's an EDM process.
Yeah, on the M1, it's definitely an EDM. I just checked. In my opinion, it's a little bit hard to catch because I definitely get why it reacts from the zone. It would just be something that leave me a little bit in doubt. Let's say we took this buy, then I would have risked my money on this sell. But if I weren't in profit, me personally, I wouldn't take the sell, purely because I'd want it from here. Due this being your only structure point on the M1, which I want to see induced. I definitely get why it reacts from there. And intention wise, it is pretty clean. Now, let's say we did execute it here, right? Let's say we are in the trade. What's going to be your most logical target?
At least the AGLOs.
Okay. I think you're spot on with that.
Yeah. I don't know if anything's lower. It's clear. But we have these equal lows also, but I don't know.
Exactly. And I mean, you can monitor AGLO, you can maybe put an alert there, but if me personally, if I would be in from there, I would definitely just target AGLO. At least take off like 80%, 90%, something like that. Okay, cool. Let's see how price develops. Maybe we can find any other re-entry or whatsoever. You just tell me when you see something that's catching your eye, yeah?
Yeah, sure. Okay, we took out AGLO with like speed, so might get a pullback. I don't know if this would be like a little build up.
On the M1, most likely, yeah.
So now we are like reacting from this smart money trap.
Why is the smart money trap?
Because it's on laying on equal lows, and also it's given a reaction.
Okay, perfect.
So now we are bringing in with this fake BOS
Very good.
buyers.
Mm-hmm.
So this somewhere can be a potential entry on sales, I think.
Go into the M1, maybe we can, because you got the intentions like 10 out of 10. You're spot on. We're giving a smart money reaction into the FBOS. Let's see if we can find something on the M1 or trading.
So it came into like supply, almost.
Okay.
Also with vectors, so might be a possible trade thing.
Okay. You give the reaction. So my guess, if you get back in there.
Oh, because it didn't tap, but it's still like you
Yeah,
wouldn't
but
say it would come back.
I mean, it filled the imbalance, right?
Okay.
Yeah. You don't always get the cleanest mitigation.
With these equal highs on under it also.
Yeah, I mean, they are technically equalized, but I don't think this is coming back.
Yeah, right now, seems like it.
Giving the false reactions, boom. I think London closes around the corner as well, so you would be out of the straight anyways by now. Maybe wait for this, but I think it's not worth holding for the 0.1 something.
Yeah.
Okay,
But
so yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I was just trying to ask, so with London Open mitigating this thing, would it be possible to take the sales into these equal lows?
I think we took out the significant equal lows to the left, right?
No.
Did we not?
No. I don't know. No.
Okay. I guess you should be able to. Let's go to the M1 again.
Also because we had these like build up thing.
Yeah. No, I definitely see it. I just know that at the end of the day, the liquidity can dry up a little bit. But I'd say if we take out this and you get anything clean, you might be able to take it into here. Yeah, I don't see why not, depending on how fast it happens. Let's see. Just skip a few candles, see if we take it out. This is just gonna range like a bitch. What's the time here? Okay. I wouldn't trade. Yeah, I wouldn't trade anything at this point anymore. But let's see if it takes a small drop, because we gave the SMT reaction, we gave the inducement into it, so it might drop from here. Let's see. No.
Yeah, I don't think it's made.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, cool. So intention wise, I think the day was pretty clear. Just entry wise, it was a little bit of a bitch, especially with the London Open buys. Then the sell from the decisional, the SMT into the decisional wasn't the cleanest, and then the third entry missed as well by a speckle. So a little bit
Yes.
tough day in my opinion, but I think everybody should be able to understand what was happening and why it was happening, right?
Can I have a question though?
Yeah, definitely.
Can you just please explain this part again? Because with tapping into the smart match app, I would anticipated for this to be taken as it would bring in like more buyers to then
Yeah,
take
okay.
it
So
out later.
you just need to keep a few scenarios in mind, okay? So we already know that the bigger picture was that we had the equal highs, the false reaction from the equal highs, and then this entire move was the inducement, right? Now,
Yes.
I don't know if you saw it in the chat as well, but Stock CD, he mentioned it quite a while back, I think for like 2 or 3 days back, where your inducement itself is also a build-up. It's not nice, but it usually happens that we don't induce highs. So that's something that you need to keep in the back of your mind. Then when you see this initial move, you can be like, okay, this could be the inducement, the false breakout of the channel to give the that low high and then trade lower, right? Especially because I don't think this was dead on timing yet, whereas this was dead on timing, right? So this could be your, let's say, internal inducement to give the that low higher. Now, once you see that we don't give that blow higher and instead we come into the SMT, you should start changing your thought process. Like, okay, SMC guys are definitely buying from this zone. Where are they looking to target? They are looking to target higher. So the only thing it would do for the SMC guys is giving them profit as soon as we break the high here, right? So if the market is designed to make people lose, why would we give them the profit here? Right?
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay. Now, there's another scenario which you need to keep in mind if you dive into it a little bit deeper. Let's say all of this pushes right through and then takes this out, then it becomes your FBOS because these SMC guys now hit their SL, right? So we hit their stop losses, we grab liquidity. Now it's likely that we take out the high because now the SMC guys are interested in the shorts, right? So liquidity is lying there, and that's when you usually get your reversal. So there's a few scenarios that you need to keep in mind, and you just adjust as you go.
Yeah, okay. So after this went lower and not higher, you change your like bias, or I don't know how should I say it.
Yeah, exactly. And then this point is going to be essential. Do we break it or do we not break it?
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Okay.
Okay.
So thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry about it. Any more questions? No, nobody in the chat. This is your opportunity to ask questions.
Hey man, I've got a question for you.
Yeah.
For the EDM, how would you check that trade?
You
The
mean the
EDM
sound
one,
from
the GBP/USD right now.
Yeah, so that's why I was saying like I wouldn't take the trade if I wasn't up for the day. So if I didn't bank the profit from the longs in London Open, I would never take the trade because I simply would want the extreme because I don't want to risk getting stopped out. But really it depends on your risk appetite. If you're like I want to trade that trade and I accept the risk that it can still go to the extreme and I will take the extreme, that's fine. If you're like, I'm gonna wait for the extreme and you miss out on the trade, that's fine as well. So that's just up to your personal preference, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, because I was actually having a look at that, but M5 didn't give the EDM, only M1 did it.
Yeah.
So how would you like I understand you wouldn't take it.
I would
but
just
like in case,
play
go
the
ahead.
I would just play the M5 imbalance. As soon as the M5 imbalance is filled, that will be like my entire zone, right? That will be the zone that I have marked up. Then I'd see the M1 EDM. I will execute it, and my stop would go above the M5 zone.
Yeah, right. Thank you.
No problem. Any other questions? No. Okay, then we are up to our final volunteer. Anybody else that wants to volunteer? If there's no volunteer, I do have one, but he's been up here quite a few times, so he wants to give other people the opportunity as well. Anytime, Santiago. Have a nice evening. Okay, Mr. Wick.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, I just saw Michael unmuting himself. Maybe Michael wanted to.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna say I can. I'm more than happy to hop in, man. But I don't want to take
No.
it from Mr. Wick if he's good, if he's ready.
I mean,
No,
Mr.
no, you have, because I've been already doing this for quite some calls.
I think Mr. Wick has been up here for the last 2 or 3 calls. So, and I don't think we had you up here, Michael, yet, did we?
No.
Okay, then take your opportunity, man.
Yes, sweet.
It's going to be, let me see, EG for the 3rd of November.
3rd of November. All right, I'll get that pulled up really quick here.
Yep. Oh, this, I remember this day. This is going to be a fun day for me to relive.
Yeah, all right, here, I'll get my...
No, it's actually not. It's not going to be a fun day for me.
All right, can you, you see it all right?
Yeah, I can see it.
All right, I'll go ahead and, you see the 3rd, correct?
Yeah, the 3rd, yeah.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and play through Asia real quick here.
Yep.
Or did you want me to go through Asia, or are we just gonna play it out?
No. Let's just skip through Asia, and then when the Asia box ends, we're gonna pick up from there. I do think it's slightly important. Okay, yeah, that's enough. I do think it's slightly important to check what the most recent high, considering the amount of bearishness that came from it, to consider what it did.
Yeah. So just really quick to check in on terms of some higher time frame. We had this significant inducement high here, these equals, gave the reaction. But since that point, this was like this one of the structural extreme points here, responsible for the high. All this trend liquidity has been induced. And we did just induce this at this little false reaction. Even though I would treat it as kind of relative equal lows now, we can still be trading away from this inducement low, potentially towards higher liquidity now.
Yeah, I would say, like, if I can give my opinion on it as well. It's funny because I traded this day live and I had a slightly similar view to it. The only thing that I would consider is, you exactly like you said, right? You have the equal highs. You gave like multiple false reactions. This is the first point where the relative equal highs form. You give a big bearish reaction. You form the perfect equal highs. You give another bearish reaction, and then with a lot of speed and aggression, you give the final inducement, right? So
Yeah.
this is the only time where the educators, they use their higher time frame, really, right? Where it's clean like this. Now, what happens is you drop all the way low and you build your liquidity. Like, normally you'd expect this one to break significantly. We didn't. Instead, we built the liquidity. Now,
Yeah.
we give that internal inducement high, and we mitigate the imbalance of the original inducement. So my guess would be that this is going to be the target, even intraday wise.
No, definitely. Yeah, definitely. I agree with that.
Okay, cool. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, so target's like, yeah, because right now it's like yeah, we're faking it from all right. So coming into Asia here, I see we're given this bullish reaction. So Asia starts by building up a bit of a bullish narrative here, kind of reacting from this previous, like this big some support resistance zone. So it's inducing some buyers, like you said, kind of adding to that liquidity to the downside. Can see here though in Asia, so we had this little. This is just so after the bullish buildup, I can see we have this little one here just continuing to induce some buyers in. And it does get induced low, giving this first structural inducement. And so now we're starting to introduce some seller liquidity from Asia high here.
Yeah.
See that we break out of this point, we retest it, make a new low, again with the vector candles, and it's starting to build some counter trend seller liquidity. Well, it's kind of on like the 3rd tap now. But
Yeah.
overall, I'm thinking this is just like my long way of thinking that we have seller liquidity at Asia high.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. You're definitely getting in sellers, right? You're getting in the breakout sellers, you're getting in the break and retest sellers with that third low or that second low, I should say. And you're getting in slowly but surely the trend sellers as well, intraday wise.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely I agree.
Yeah, and I'd say, and kind of where we're reacting from too. So any like guys who got on the breakout here, no, this is Friday, my bad. Who got on the breakout here, potentially break even. We're kind of reacting to that zone. So if we did induce high, it could bring in some more buyers from the support resistance zone there.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, so coming into, so keeping in mind Frankfurt open, we're still just pushing higher right now. I would I didn't mark it up, but I would consider these both, or no, this one's already been mitigated, but smart money traps here where we could give a reaction. And now we have given this structural, this minor inducement from this support. So this I would likely treat this as liquidity now. If it were to come back, I wouldn't be looking for anything here.
Yeah.
So from the smart money trap reaction, so this is where I personally don't trade like Frankfurt Open or London Open, US based, but there could be potential here for Fast and Francturious, I think, potentially trading into Asia high. But I don't have too much experience trading those myself.
Potentially, I would just be very wary. Like you see the liquidity stacked here as well.
Yeah.
And then you see this. I'd see this, and then I'd be like, okay, I see both reasons for higher prices, and I see both reasons to induce low first. So I just sit on my hands and wait for either side to get taken before planning anything.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Yeah. So looking here, like I said, we did kind of induce a high into that mitigation, but now we're pushing lower. So now we've taken out these buyers here too. Induce some more sellers in. So after this kind of structural inducement, we've taken it out. And we did do this one in Frankfurt open timing. Kind of mitigating, again, not something that I would personally trade from some sort of like Asia low. It hits the supply demand range, but I personally wouldn't be buy from there. But now, so like target wise though, again, we have the Asia high liquidity, another structural inducement with more breakout. I would like to treat this as a smart money trap as well. Potential targets for those. So now we've had our inducement, and even from the Asia high liquidity, we had this false reaction, inducing more sellers in, and now we're taking all that seller liquidity out here.
Yeah.
Coming into London open timing with the vector candles here. So looking, sorry. I was going to see the next the next imbalance zone. I was going to say we've come into this mitigation area, but I'd personally be waiting for the next cycle because now we've just induced the Asia breakout buyers. So it's like it's already kind of retesting it, and we kind of saw what happens. It looks like it gives the break and retest to induce more buyers in.
Yeah.
So it's establishing that bullish narrative. Looks like.
Yeah.
So at this point here, we are in London Open. Again, I personally, I wouldn't be too interested in sells yet. This technically could be like a medium inducement, but this structural point isn't really anything of massive importance. I guess it did kind of lead to the breakout low, so maybe there's seller stop losses above this area.
If I can just add something to it, right? If you zoom out a little bit, because I remember how I was looking at it on the edge, right? So if you look at, even though it's just a tiny pullback, right? This is your significant break of structure after the entire bullish push. So the actual push that gave the break of structure is this entire push, right?
Yeah.
So this is your one push, but the fact that this was the push that led to the break of structure means that smart money is interested in this zone, right?
Yeah.
So I remember on the edge, I was like, okay, I already know I'm interested in shorts, but where is smart money going to position themselves in the cells? It's most likely going to be this zone. So I had just an alert on this wick. As soon as it was taken out, I was going to monitor my chart.
No, I agree with that. I agree with that for sure. Especially because now, like I said, if we did, because we are really retesting the Asia high, so that would induce the break and retest guys in there too.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, here, I'll go ahead and get this guy marked on.
Yeah, it's even building like equal highs, even though it's very internal.
Yeah. I'd say yes, it gives a nice false reaction there. So I'm kind of curious to see if it did give. Yeah, so I guess if there were smart money guys looking for that confirmation, it did kind of give the 1 minute
Exactly.
for them. So then the smart money guys got their trade. So now we've induced it done. We're still in London open timing. So now he said now we've established even more buyers. We had the false reaction from Asia High. Those sellers just stopped out. Smart money guys are stopped out from the left here, like from this decisional supply demand range. And now even kind of building a little bit of a mini cycle. We have the breakout, break and retest. Next breakout high here, even at this structural point, mini trend line liquidity being built. So at this point, I would be starting to get interested for some sells here. So we came into this next kind of mitigation range. So I'll go ahead and is it cool to hop down to the M1 or are you still thinking
Yeah, whatever you feel comfortable with. Definitely. You're doing a great job so far, so I'm just gonna shut up now.
No, oh, come on, dude. This will be one of my first times trading London Open with you guys. So we'll see how it goes.
I mean, just trust on your senses. It might get a little bit tricky. It's a small clue I'm gonna give away, but I think you'll figure it out. Don't worry.
All right, a little tricky. I'll keep, we'll see what we get here. So yeah, still inducing high. I'll stay on the M1 for a little bit here. So we are on London Open timing. London Open timing. We've had the inducement. So then we did come into this little mitigation range. I can see here we've had this kind of structural break. This is where I've definitely gotten in trouble in the past, though, with jumping in too early with the 1 minute relevant break, though. Extra confirmation could be a 1 minute let with the rollover here if we came back into this extreme mitigation. And we have had the smart money guys taken out. The only thing I don't, okay, I'm glad. Wait, did that spoil it? I hope that might have spoiled. I don't know.
You spoiled a little bit, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'd be interested in the sell. Yeah, I'd probably go ahead and honestly, if I were on the edge, I would be interested in this this mitigation zone.
Okay.
And then I think I said so not taps back in, so it's kind of giving a reaction to the trend line. I would be treating this as
you just exactly what you just did. This small adjustment, what you just did, kept me out of this trade.
Seeing the trend line touch here, so potentially.
So before you had your trend line like pop, and then it tapped. Don't worry, this was your first tap, and then your second tap was here, which is why the third tap already happened. But if you draw it super clean, like these are your taps, then the third tap just happened, and we all know that the trend line traders, they get in on the third tap as soon as they see a new high. So likely this was my thought process on the edge. Likely this is gonna put in a new high. And I was like, if it's not gonna put in a new high, mitigate this, and we start dropping, I'm gonna get the re-entry because I know my target is far away, right? The H4 equal lows that we just established. So I was fine with getting the re-entry. I just wasn't fine with getting an L like this.
No, I'm with you there 100%, man. Especially too thinking because like I said, the way I drew it initially, I counted this as the third tap, but this is really these two taps both occurred before a new structural high was put in. Does that make sense? So it's kind of like the one tap, new high, two tap, new high, and then this is the third.
Exactly.
Oh, dude. Okay, yeah, this is tricky, but I definitely see what you're saying with that. So that's where
you'll see what happens. Why this? Because I say it's a little bit tricky, and this is the exact scenario which I meant, and you'll see why this turns out to be so nice. Well, let's see.
I'll stay on the M1. So it looks like, thanks for the hint, Dennis. So I probably wouldn't be. Yeah, this is where in live, if I was going through this, I probably wouldn't have taken this trade just because I'd be unsure. Maybe a re-entry, but no, that's definitely a good thing to look out for here.
Yeah, I mean, because I got burned like this as well, with the break of structures, getting in too soon and stuff like that. Which is why I just started using the swing points. So this is like the low that led to the high. This is the low that led to this high. So this would be for me my break of structure. If it doesn't come back because it mitigates earlier, fine. I'll just wait for the next SMT. I'll wait for the internal inducement and I get the re-entry. I just started approaching it with this mindset, and sure, I miss a lot of trades, deal with it, but it keeps me out of a lot of losses as well.
Oh, dude, I'm right there with you, man. I more on the conservative side for sure.
Yeah, I've been like the most aggressive that you can think of, and I don't want to go down that road anymore.
No, yeah, I remember. Did you seen you? Yeah, you be having some smashing trades, man.
Bro, yeah, it was fun for a while until it wasn't anymore. So
I get you. So it looks like now, so it did give the reaction and just kind of drawing in the full channel. It does make sense seeing the inducement low here. We didn't get like the full structural inducement of it, which would have been like the ideal scenario.
Yeah.
Now it's given the reaction. So treating it now is a smart money trap. Again, building some more seller liquidity. Oh, there we go. I was, so popping back out to the M5.
No
So now
worries.
we've had these, yeah, sorry about that, man. So we're still in the inducement phase though overall, and now we've actually come into a refined like mitigation zone with that less rest of that imbalance there. See, yeah, other than that, there's nothing like I would pull for a limit. I'm not too much of an entry approach one guy myself.
No, me
But
neither.
I'm waiting for yeah. So yeah, it looks like they get blasted, or this zone does. And so now again, so next timing wise, we're coming up to MMM1.
And now even on M1, you can already see these are clear vectors, right? So
100%.
Combining the entire story together, you already have a pretty good idea. Okay, the high of the day might just get put in right now.
Yeah, I was curious too. Yeah, so I was curious to see where we react from in the end. But now it's like, all right, so now that we're starting to pull back here on the M5, if we look down on the M1, yeah, I wouldn't from personally me, the next structural point would be to way down here for any sort of like relevant break. We don't have anything on the entry helper just yet for it. But still thinking cycle completion. Now we are coming into timing. And so I would be treating this as a smart money trap now. We have this false reaction coming from it. Even like I said, like fractal, really tight buildup. I'm not always one for like the really tight channels like this. So this channeling down into the mitigation can kind of give a clue. It could potentially induce high, maybe into the mitigation of the inducement to go lower. But again, I'd be waiting for a structural like the relevant break first before.
Yeah.
So looks like not quite.
I mean, now even though you didn't break it,
I'd say building some equal lows.
Exactly.
Yeah, and so now we're getting this inducement high. We're past timing at this point. But now, yes, like I said, now it's nice. Seller liquidity been taken out, even building more buyer liquidity as a target. Nothing on entry helper just yet. Again, I'll just go ahead and mark this guy on as smart money trap. All right. And now it's nice too. We've technically had like the 1 minute structural inducement of this channel, which I like to see. Extreme mitigation of the inducement, though. We have some imbalance. I'd probably say up in this supply demand.
This is why I said like this. It's a fun day to relive for me, but it's not really a fun day to relive for me because that was my first limit, the one you just pointed out.
Oh, here?
Yeah, and you can already see what happened, right? We build equal highs. We just give this little tiny shit fucker up, and then we start dropping. But
I guess that,
okay.
Yeah, that mini cycle. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, it looks like that mini cycle. Like I said, the equal highs, that inducement kind of was the 1 minute left there. I mean, this is one of those cases where I could definitely see going low from here, like from understanding purposes of I mean, while in the inducement phase of this cycle, the mini, so it makes sense to go, but I personally wouldn't be trading from this, especially like so because even now you might argue, well actually, Dennis, I want to hear your thoughts about this, man, because you kind of know what happens. But so having this mini cycle and then this inducement low, you could treat this as the relevant break in regards to this cycle.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
With the extreme not being mitigated yet, I'd personally be a little bit wary.
Exactly. I mean, there's times where I play these kind of things, but I think it was even the day before this day on EG, I exactly played it like this, and then the decisional play, as it's presented right here, stopped me out, and I still had to go for the extreme, which is why for this day I was like, nah, I'm not a donkey. I'm not gonna hit myself to the same stone twice, right? So I was like, I'm gonna stay out of this. But yeah, this was the play for the extreme at least.
All right. Yeah, so it's like small false reaction there.
Yeah, and then it mitigates just the buy candle, the entire buy candle, and it just leaves.
Nice. I'll go ahead and get on there for understanding purposes. Looks like.
Yeah.
Cool. confirm with the static equilibrium too.
And I was so angry when this happened, man. I was like,
Yeah.
motherfucker.
So you weren't in this position, or did
No,
you?
I weren't in this position. And then I'll show you my second position, which I even said it in the chat on the day itself. There was a second position that I wanted, and I don't know what was going on. I was just right back from holiday, and I was like, nah, I feel a little bit itchy, and I didn't execute it, and then it hit my TP straight away. So I was
All
pretty
right,
angry.
yeah, we'll be seeing it then, won't we? We'll see what we get here.
Yeah, I mean, just mark out your potential zone for the re-entry, and we'll see where to focus on.
Yes, sir. I'll go ahead and get that, guys. So it looks like here, yeah. So now this would technically be like the relevant 5-minute break. Mini cycle wise, it is an inducement of the equal lows, so we could anticipate a pullback.
Yeah.
It's stopping out some of the buyer liquidity. So I'm not one to I mean, if you wanted to play the mini cycle pullback play, this could be something for a buy, but I'd still be prioritizing the sells here, especially because now we've had the rollover. So in regards to our main completed cycle, which arguably, yeah, it was within the MM1 time window, we could have the 5-minute let after our relevant break. So I would look at this. There's no imbalance left. I mean, this is the last kind of supply, but in this range, potentially something for a re-entry here.
Okay.
That's kind of where in my mind too, kind of talked about earlier, with this is a minor inducement. I'd still have my eye on that extreme mitigation too.
Yeah, gotcha. I mean, that's like, if we came back into that zone, I don't know if I would be like a really big fan of it. I would probably expect it to get taken out as well. My limit immediately went on the very obvious SMT, because I was like, this SMT is definitely gonna give a reaction for the longs.
So you did play the long pullback.
No, I did not play the long pullback. I wanted the re-entry for the short, right? Because my overall idea was still to the H4 equal lows. So I was like, okay, where is going to be my next entry opportunity for shorts? So I was like, if my entry opportunity for shorts is gonna present the SMT here, this is gonna give a reaction. And this was my structure point, if I remember correct. So I anticipated this to tap in, take out the structure point, and then I will be interested in this to take it into the H4 equal lows. That was like my projection at the time. But it changes slightly, and I mean, we'll see.
Yeah. Well, no, I definitely like too, because yeah, this would be we haven't gotten that low yet, but I'd definitely be looking for this inducement, even given that break and retest reaction on the 5 minutes. It's starting to build some of that counter.
Exactly. Just like you said, your breakout trade is here, and then it gives the break and retest, hits the breakout trade is at break even, and it just melts away. So that was my thought as well. But price I had to adjust to price, which is why I didn't execute the trade in the end, and I'll show you why.
Yeah. So looks like now kind of given the next tap here. I'll go and pop back. Well, now we're still in the build-up phase, so I personally wouldn't be too interested in.
Yeah. So the narrative changes here a little bit, and maybe let's see if you can figure it out. What's the reason that this is not going to get induced anymore?
Well, at this point, because we now have the clean 1, 2, 3 tap of the trend line here, and it did put in a new low, so it kind of does give some trend line confirmations for entering above this point. It gave like the fractal break-in retest of if you were to treat this as kind of like your Asia high support back into resistance thing. It did give a retest of that. So this is there's definitely some seller liquidity above this point.
Yeah.
So that's where I can now see this holding, especially if any breakout breaking retest guys, if they got in on the structural confirmation, maybe they're break even here or break even, wherever they're
exactly that. Like I saw this low gets taken, so I was like, okay, now technically this is the only structure point we need to induce for the SMC guys to give their confirmations, because now this is going to be their refined play, right? Like this. Then I dropped down to the M1 as I saw it coming in here, and if you drop down to the M1, I guess you'll see why I didn't execute it. Like I was like, no fucking way that I'm gonna take a sell off of
Yeah, I'll say
like
a very nice, nice clean mitigation zone, but not too nice above it. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. And then it was also an EDM, so I was like, I got so much going for the trade. Am I gonna execute it? Yes, no, pop, pop, pop. And by the time I was too late.
Yeah. Well, like I say, it looks like it's the first EDM for the well, there's kind of an EDM here for it, but yeah, so EDM with it, and it looked like it did kind of line up with the 5 minute. Well, maybe it's
Yeah.
going to be static.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess so. Yeah, yeah. I personally wouldn't be looking for the reentry here. I'd still be kind of looking for this to blow. Or
Yeah.
just out.
Yeah, and especially with what we said before, right? You get the breakout traders, and you expect the breakout traders to get hit break even, and maybe give the break and retest traders their confirmations after.
Yeah.
So I was like, nah, this zone is gonna go. And I also, if I remember correct, I think it was MMM2, right? I don't think you have your MMM timings on, do you?
Oh no, yeah, my bad. Here, I can get those guys. Yeah, I had the lines turned off there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it was MMM2, and so afterwards I was like, why the fuck did I not do this? Well, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, come on. Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm liking it though too, because now like I said, we built some buyer liquidity, so we have that target. Yeah. Okay, we'll see what we get next.
Yeah.
So yeah, I personally want. Was this the Mona, by the way? I haven't looked.
Yeah, this was the Mona, and then
Ah.
you most likely would have gotten a break even anyways if you were break even already. But it actually gives quite a nice re-entry as well, which I also didn't take. Yeah.
I'll say yeah, because I would my break even point would have been from the smart money trap reaction here. So had I gotten in on this, it would be break even. But
Yeah, personally, I would have been break even once the original SMT gets smoked. That's where I'm going to go break even. But depending on how and where you took this, I think you would have gotten break even with because the news hit, which is why I didn't take the third entry.
is there news this day on is it New York Open news?
Yeah, it's not news for the pounds, but I think it was this a Friday, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, a Friday.
Yeah, the NFP happens today. So during NFP, I don't trade any pair. So I didn't take the re-entry that's gonna present right now.
Yeah, it is nice. Like I said, just induce the smart money trap, but still reacting from Asia low, back up into potential order flow mitigation. Yes, that's nice. This makes sense. Like I said, this is our inducement POI.
Yeah, it makes definitely. Yeah.
Yeah. No
And
EDM.
then I think we drew the target, right? Even with this, it was like a great RR. Like the initial entry, I think was like 1 to 22. The MMF2. No, the MMF.
Oh, this. Oh, yeah. No, I can check it out. So yeah, for something like this, if I was unsure about an EDM, I probably would have taken the mitigation of the EDM reaction. It's like this probably would have been my personal entry. Stop still above the high.
Yeah, and you're gonna inflate it with a pip or so as well.
Yeah, I say if you had just taken it, that would be a much. Yeah, I would probably take the mitigation of this guy. And yeah, spreads on EG is probably at least a couple.
Yeah, it's 1 pip, like 0.7, 1 pip, something like that.
Yeah, so then that'd be the low going. And actually, I didn't highlight. I don't want to spoil it, but I know I didn't target the. I'll just draw the guy over. So yeah, overall a liquidity target in mind. Potentially could react. I mean, after we grab this Asia low, this would be kind of the kind of some break and retest liquidity here, but nothing. We'll have to see kind of price plays out at that point.
Yeah, I think I got the message. Let me you can go on. I'm just gonna check my Discord really quick because I think I got the message.
Yeah, so it looks like so now just continuing order flow here. We are building up that bearish narrative now at this point. So like I said, we do have potentially some trend sellers are still in if they're stopware above the second point. We've got the Asia low breakout getting induced. And even this point here could be a structural confirmation with that, yeah. So another breakout of this kind of wick rejection zone here too. So potentially could expect a pullback. We are coming in the New York Open. So I mean with that session changeover. Could give a pullback reaction, but I'm personally waiting for another cycle now before any sort of reversals, especially since we haven't hit our target yet.
Yeah, so you can check it after the call.
Oh, yeah, for sure. So yeah, now we're just kind of getting those vectors. So now we're definitely inducing into the cells. Yeah, we have the breakout guys. This isn't really the nicest. Sometimes when the break and retest is on that next candle, I like to see kind of a clear structural point, but it did technically give the retest of this zone, inducing in some more. So next time, and keeping in mind, I guess you could be looking. I didn't even realize. Were you looking for re-entries at this point, Dennis? Like into the liquidity target?
Sorry, from which point on?
Like at this point now, were you still looking to trade into this, or were you kind of
Oh
sitting
no,
on your
definitely no. Once I saw the amount of trades that I missed today on EG, I was like, "Fuck this," and I stopped.
Yeah, gotcha.
I got so angry. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna lie. There's no. I'm trying to work on the emotions that I feel occasionally, but anger for missing clean trades is definitely a big emotion.
No, I get you on that, man. Yes, I'd say we're kind of in a bit of a build-up right now. Again, just kind of inducing and building that bearish narrative. So coming in the New York trap, I wouldn't consider that a very clean inducement of the channel, especially because I probably see some fractal like equal highs there.
Mm-hmm.
So now we've taken out the liquidity target though, which is nice. And I guess even I'll go ahead and I'll keep the guys on there, but potentially another kind of mini channel here. So it did get taken out with the wick, but now it kind of prints in equal highs, and now we've induced low though. So we've definitely confirmed the bearish narrative. Now they've been given their new lower low, the breakout of the equal lows. We did have this downwards channel getting induced low, but it wasn't the best false reaction in my opinion for any sort of premature buyers.
Yeah.
Even from counting this point as a smart money trap, it doesn't look like it gave a confirmed entry for anything. So I would expect a reaction, but I wouldn't be at this point. I'm not thinking full on reversal.
Mm-hmm. No, definitely. After a move like this, I think you've been on quite a few monocalls as well. Like I always wait for the false break of structure after a move like this. That's the one thing that will keep you out of retail heavens with their false reversals and all that. So I know that this is not a retail heaven, but it can be a variation of the London knockout. So to avoid unnecessary losses, I'll wait for the false break of structure.
Oh no, I'm right there with you 100%. Especially I said when we induce a big structural point like this, because it's like we talked about initially, like buyers getting in from kind of the break and retest, they see their higher time frame support now. This is like the structural low in their support, but now it's just been smoked. So it's kind of like what we talk about in Chub chat sometimes, like with a point of invalidation. So for me, this really confirms retail and SMC are now seeing the bearish narrative.
Yeah.
So it would make more sense to continue to build that bearish liquidity and trap them in because they were probably still looking for buys here.
Yeah, I agree.
So it looks like now, so this could be a break and retest reaction to induce more sellers in. Technically, I kind of gave that confirmation. Yeah, so now we're kind of past New York trap timing. He said that we already had the Mona MMM2. Could be a bit of a pullback, still kind of inducing in some sellers. At this point with London closed at the extreme, I personally wouldn't be looking for any buys here. I'd treat them as just a pullback if they did present.
Yeah.
But yeah, this would definitely be the smart money trap gets taken.
Yep.
And then we induce low. So it looks like this could be the potential. No, I personally wouldn't be trading this though. Again, I'd be still kind of waiting for more M5 build up stuff. Yeah. And now it's nice too. So it looks like in my opinion, I'd be kind of just thinking now it's just kind of continuing to build some bearish some sells going into the next day.
I mean it's similar with the PA of EU and GU today. Like at one point when you see all this bearishness or today on EU and GU, the bullishness, you just know like the day is gonna end kind of weird. Like I wouldn't expect anything much of it anymore.
Yeah, and that's where I like it too. Like I said, because now we're confirming that bearish narrative, so now we are stacking in some sellers.
Yeah.
And like the next inducement to reintroduce buyers. I guess I didn't look at any other liquidity targets to the left. I suppose we have a next structural point, which you're kind of reacting from.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what's the time right now? We're close to, or already past London close already.
Yeah, Yeah, we're deep into the night now.
Yeah, exactly. Like this is just gonna range most likely a little bit, save the
Yeah.
liquidity for tomorrow.
So yeah, I would be interested. It looks like we kind of leave some equal highs there. Maybe as a hint of where we're going next. So now, yeah, in Asia kind of gives that first bullish move there, like break out of equal highs, kind of giving the break and retest. So maybe it kind of gives. I'm not sure. I don't need to go the next day. But yeah, so I think this is it's your day done, right?
Yeah. Day's done. Day's done. You did a great job, man. Like he was like, it's gonna be my first time, but no sweat. Like easy job.
Oh no, thanks, man. Like I said, I know it probably wasn't the most exciting. I definitely had my phase of trying to figure out like every single M1 cycle and play. Some aggressive entries, but I'm more on the conservative side now.
Yeah,
Just
that's good. Like I think even with the calls, like not focusing on the entries, I think the first step is be focused on the intentions and understand what everything is doing, right? And you did a great job on the EG with deciphering the puzzle, I'd say. And even the entries. Even the entries were
thank
great.
you. I said, yeah, I think like that tricky spot with that trend line tap at the stars. Should take another look at that. I think it's a really good thing to keep in mind. Like when you, I guess that's something we talked about it. Like I said, these two taps were both within this same structural point. Do you count that as just like a one tap, or would you still count this as like a 1, 2, 3 type of thing? Does that make sense?
It depends a little bit. Like for me, at that point, it becomes a visual thing. Like, does it? I always try to imagine, like, is there a trend line buyer buying from this third tap? Yes or no? And if it's like a little bit doubtful, I'll be like, okay, what kind of reaction gives the third tap or the supposed third tap? Is it a convincing reaction, yes or no? But the one rule that I do have is always draw it the same. So whether you are going to draw your trend line from the body or whether you're going to draw your trend line from the wick, like you can't be subjective in that sense. It always has to be like the peak of the wick, or it always has to be the bodies, and that way you can build like a consistent approach to it, right?
Yeah. I personally, I like to go from the wicks, like you said.
Yeah, exactly. So if that's your go-to, then just stick to it that way. Always draw it from the points of the wick and don't go like, okay, here it tapped. But if I adjust it a little bit, then it tapped here too. Like that's not the way. It's just keep it consistent.
Well, I think it ties in perfectly to the whole like the reason for magic manipulation minutes, right? I mean, just in that like London Open didn't induce enough buyer liquidity, like trapping it to the wrong side. So that's exactly why the
Exactly.
occur.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And even if you're looking at it from even though it's tiny, right? If you're looking at it from a channel standpoint, then you get a slight inducement, just like you pointed out. So you give the false breakout into the inducement, and that's your lit signature trade, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, guys. Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Maybe I missed it. In this spot right here, did we have anything to confirm this entry in here with the entry helper? Because like, if I see this like such, I see a clean M5 simplicity approach kind of playing out.
Yeah, this is just the M5 simplicity approach, just not so much with the entry help. You just have your build up into inducement, into follow through or break structure, whatever you want to call it, into mitigation.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It is nice too, because like I said, it does. Yeah, it's probably would have ended break even though, especially it does induce Asia low at one point with the news. But then it comes back and taps it again.
Yeah.
Oh, I see now. I didn't see the wick initially.
Yeah, it takes out the M1 high one more time before going off.
And then comes into the refined zone in here.
Yeah. I mean, I was so annoyed with this day.
Yeah. Nah, that's a tricky one there, man.
It is, bro. It's like, I remember it was like the second day in that week, I think, where I just didn't execute trades, which were very, very clean. And I was like, how am I still having the same keyboard? Like, I should have corrected it by
Yeah.
now.
Nah, man. Gotta use can't use the profits on a replacement keyboard, right?
Exactly. No,
Yeah.
okay. Those were the prepared monas for today. Is there anyone with questions for the rest of or I mean not for the rest of the day, but for the pairs that we discussed?
Yeah. Oh, and I didn't have my chat open, so if any of you guys in the audience were yelling at me to do something, sorry, I didn't see it, but I can I can look
No, they
over.
were supportive. They were supportive. You
Oh,
did a
sweet,
great
awesome.
job.
Well, thanks, guys.
Okay, cool. No more questions then, I guess, right? Okay, let me just stop the
Recording stopped.
Then I guess I'm gonna see you guys next week. If you got any questions, feel free to send me a DM. If they pop up in your head, feel free to send me a DM. I will announce the next Mona session somewhere this week, so stay tuned and I catch you guys next time.
Awesome. Hey, thanks, Dennis.
Okay, thank you all. Bye bye.
Because I think I just shared my trading view, so you're not gonna receive anything. Man, I'm rusty. I'm gonna be real rusty. I haven't touched the charts in like
Nah, you're
probably
gonna be fine.
3 times this month. It's
It's
stupid, but I'm so happy of not trading, like taking a break.
really.
It feels great, like sleep-wise, being able to just sleep in and don't stress to be on the computer and doing. Like I think 1 or 2 weeks per year is essential.
Yeah, I get that. Well, I get like it's like I'm going into detox. If I don't trade, I get itchy.
I know, but it's like you're constantly trading, so it gets a little bit toxic at the end of the year. I think
Yeah,
you're always thinking about trading. You're always trying to outperform. It's like I'm gonna enjoy my time off.
yeah, I get that. Okay, let's go. If you're ready.
No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. How can I put this Zoom thing? Is everybody in?
Yes.
All right. So let's go, Dennis. Do your introduction.
I already did the introduction, kind of.
Oh,
Like
my bad, my bad, my bad.
I
All right.
showed the volunteers. So the volunteers for today, we had actually Renko as a volunteer, but Renko had something private coming in between. So today we're
Okay.
gonna have Joe, Mr. Wick, and Ruud de la Risk, if I'm saying that right. Excuse me if I don't. Gio for the 9th of November. The floor is yours, Joe.
Okay.
Drum
So
roll!
hello, everyone.
Let's giving a big applause. Sorry.
All right.
Okay.
So I'm not sure I have traded this day. Didn't have the time to go check in my MT4, but I have a clean chart here. So let's start. So I trade Asia. So we're gonna go over Asia if you guys don't mind. Let's go and see where it starts. All right, let's see where price goes. So since we probably have some higher time frames guru here, I'll go into the higher time frames a little bit. I don't do it usually, but we can go into
Yeah.
M15 and just check. All right, what's happening and see that we're probably still going in a downtrend. Why is that? Because I'm still seeing this imbalance being filled here a little bit, and probably if you go on the 1 hour, we can see that there's multiple imbalance to be filled. I usually put alerts like probably here. Like I would put an alert here. Just so I can say that it's probably the high time frame purpose that needs to be completed before I start looking at potential reversals again, I don't do any higher time frame stuff, but we can see that there's probably some sellers being induced here. So just so we can have an idea of the potential daily cycle, that would be the first evidence we have here. So here we go. So let's mark up the liquidity. For now, what we see is we have some buyers here. We can mark this trend line here. We can mark this one here, but it's messy. I'm not going to put it. We can see that these equal highs are here, pretty clean. There is also all this stuff here. I'm just going to mark this as a relevant purpose so we can just see what happens. Again, I'm not the type of guy that predicts. I'm really bad at predicting. I'm more so good at reactions. So let's see how price plays. We have an idea that we have sellers in the market, and we also have on the intraday some buyers here, right, being induced. So probably all this will need to be taken, and probably whoever gets taken first will react from it. So let's see. That's Wednesday. Cool. I want to make sure it's not on Monday. So let's see what price does. Again, I go slow because I want to see what happens in Asia because I trade Asia. All right. So we have this POI here. Okay. Now we can start marking up our first buildup. Probably something like this. We can see clearly that it's starting. Again, I'm not going to go into super like precise buildup because I do a lot of things in the high, like with my own eyes. I don't really mark everything. I only mark relevant stuff. As you guys can see, I have a special indicator that I call the Asia trap that has been done by someone in Lit. If you want to have the name, I'll let you know. So the little box here is the inducement phase. We can see that the price is perfectly inducing the channel, the downwards channel, in the correct Asia trap timing. So now, price isn't. I think there's some. Is there chapter 3 people here?
Yeah, it's chapter 3 and above.
I can talk about the entry helper.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, cool. So now we have downwards buildup, inducing high, a false BOS. So this is potentially an SMT or the whole zone, depending on whatever you want. I'm just gonna take the supply or the demand, whatever you guys call it. This would be an SMT based on this. Now we have these clear liquidity. Not super relevant because this is before Asia session, but I still mark it. So let's see on the M1. Can I go in M1? Cool. What happens here? So we have our inducement phase. We need to see. Okay, now price is super high into the entry helper. There's nothing here, nothing here. So this is when it gets tricky when we have an inducement phase and we're also super high in the entry helper. I usually don't want to look for shorts, but at least I can understand what's happening. I see potential either sells from here or just directly from there and see. Let's see what happens. All right, so now. Okay, it was this relevant enough to be taken? I don't know. I'm gonna mark it because we don't have anything else here. That's all the imbalance. Let's see if this is a fake reaction, but at least the intention has already been done. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Probably will. Okay. So at least we can see that there's a potential, like we potentially have an entry here. So now we have our downwards buildup, inducing high. Let me just put FBOS here so we can understand. Now price is going under the equilibrium line, closer to it. So that's nice. Let's go into MM5 and see what price does. I would like to at least see a RBOS in M5 and see. Okay, now what happens here? Okay, so that's not super cute. Okay, so we have those mini equal highs. Let's not go too much into mini cycle stuff. Okay. So I would expect at least this to be induced one last time to fake these little break and retest guys here. That's all I see. If this induces another time, goes here into this zone, or at least goes closer to it, I would be interested to a short. And go with chicken M1. Again, I'm sorry if I talk too much. That's how I do it in my head. So I would
No,
expect this to be okay. So that's solidify my equal highs. So now we have downwards buildup, FBOS. We have breaking retest here. We have breakouts also entering. We have these equal highs. So there's a lot of evidence that price will potentially go higher. Okay. Now it goes higher. Let's see in M5 what it does. So for me to be entering this short trade, I need at least this to be taken or something really clean in here. Something like that. So let's see. Okay. Price. Okay. Now I need to justify what happened. Probably all this zone here is a potential M30 or whatsoever. So let's mark it. So now if I would trade live, I would put an alert here and see how it goes. Now let's go on M1, 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 M1. Under the equilibrium line, looking cute. Looking cute. Now we have our inducement or potentially inducement of early sellers. Okay, now we have I almost went to M15, sorry. Okay, RBOS. So these guys are out here. Okay. Am I allowed to cheat and mark this as I would be entering here?
Yeah, the
Or-
candle, you didn't skip through the candle, so I guess that's fine.
Okay. Because I would be taking this. But the problem is I don't like the RR, so let me just think about it. How because we have our false BOS here. We have inducement here. I think since it's an M1 let, I would be probably playing aggressive and taking this like so. Like
I have
this.
one quick question actually.
Yeah.
The false BOS that you marked out, is that the false BOS of this zone for buyers?
No, for the buyer, the sellers here.
Okay.
I just pulled the line here because this is also inducing breaking retest here. But
Yeah, so this
I
is
don't do
the false BOS point, right? Like falsely giving the buy BOS.
Yeah,
Okay.
and this
yeah.
is an SMT. This is why it solidifies my short to
Yep.
be going in here. The only thing that I don't like is this thing here, because this is an inducement also, and probably it will hold, but I'm still going to be targeting this thing here. All right. Let's see how this plays. This is a super simple stuff. It's literally one of my signature trades. So we have inducement of early sellers, taking into this higher time frame POI. We have our RBOS. We have our M1 let. Similarly, M1 let. The only thing I would say that is wrong about this trade, I think, is the stop loss size, but it's not real money. So let's play with it and see how it goes. Okay. This is pretty short for me to be taking a break even. I don't really. I think it's a little bit too short. So let's see how price plays. I would potentially expect something, a reaction out of here. maybe let me go in M5 and see how this bad boy looks. Okay. Okay. So that would be a clear SMT. Okay, so now we have this price here. Didn't stop here. Vector candles approaching my SMT. Let me see the RR if I close in this guy here. I don't know. I would still want that SMT to be taken. Okay. Okay, now it's even cleaner because we have this downtrend here. This is potentially our FVOS also. I would be closing here, I think. I'm just, it's a bad trade, but I don't want it to be. Okay, I'm just gonna close here. All right, cool. So that would be my buffer for the day. Cool. Let's see how it goes. Oh, fuck. Okay. Okay. What the it's impossible it goes above. Okay, that would be a cleaner RF FBOS based on that SMT reaction here. That would be a real one. So I think there's probably another trade in here. Let's see if, okay. Okay. Yeah, I should have probably held, but I mean, in Asia, it's either you pass or you miss. So it's, I rather take my little 126 here. So I have my buffer if we miss trades. So now I don't trade these hours. So let's see how this goes. Frankfurt is 8, right?
Yeah. 8 to, yeah, 10 minutes
Does my
possible.
thing is good? Okay, cool. Okay, so now we have the same liquidity above. Now we have the inducement of this SMT. Like I said, and based on my experience, sometimes when you have wicks like this, let me just take a sip of my tea. When you have wicks like this, sometimes it's going to be a reaction because this is an inducement. So I don't think that this will be taken, or probably will be taken at Frankfurt in the inducement. But let's see what happens now. So again, I would put an alert here. That's it. Okay. Okay. So that would be the Frankfurt inducement. Is that it?
I think you're 20 minutes away, give or take.
I never traded this thing.
Now it's Frankfurt.
Okay. Okay, so now we have, so can, I don't want to spoil myself. Can somebody check for me a GU on FXCM and see if this isn't there,
Yeah,
please?
I'm on
Real
it.
quick, so I can check if this would be a relevant entry here because we induced it low, this SMT, and we have our RBOS in here. It's there. Okay, so I'm not going to take this trade even though it makes sense because we have this downward channel FBOS inducing high, reaction of that SMT, even doing a false break of structure for them into that SMT reaction, and we induced low. So for me, the cycle would be completely here. I don't think it.
The wick is on FXCM also there.
Okay, cool. So I'm not gonna take this trade just because of this wick. I would expect it to be taken, but I mean, if it goes higher, it makes total sense. All right, so Let's see. Next time it would be London. I'm sorry. Let me see if it goes slower. Okay, so now it would be even cleaner for us to take. But I mean, is there any entry helper? Nah, I mean, let's just mark it as intention and see how this goes. That's not nice. Okay. What's this? What's happening? Okay. Oh, fuck. Okay, so this is London. Okay, so that would be a valid trade. So again, if I use my technique, if I would be in this trade, where would be my minimum target? It's clear, my clear equal highs that are marked here. So this would be also a medium inducement of that Asia high. Again, we have all this thing here, all this junk. So I'm going to be removing this since it's not a trade, but just to see. So let's see how long is London is 1 hour. So let's see. What the heck? Okay. Now this is interesting. So we have the cycle. Yeah, thank you. I wouldn't mark this as equal highs. Because I mean, this isn't really super relevant, but I think this is probably the who's that color?
It's me. It's me. It's me. It's I didn't mean to point
Okay.
out.
Because I wouldn't mark this as equal highs. I understand. I would probably mark this one as a false break of structure here based on that thing on that reaction of that POI. That's not super clean. Okay. Okay, let's just try to understand what happens. We have that that we said probably that FBOS that created that SMT. We saw these equal highs on M1. Not super relevant, but at least we understand. Price clearly induces high. Takes, we can say that you said these equal highs. We react out of that inducement POI that induced the early sellers. So this makes total sense. Okay. Now price tubes down, takes Asia low. FBOS and then continues FBOS and then yeah, that would be true. So I'm not super used to these this price action, to be honest. All right. I think London is a little bit tricky for me.
You'll manage. You'll manage.
Okay, so yeah. So I mean, like we already discussed in my personal plan, that would be a F church and that would be the FBOS, but you guys all call it FBOS, so we can call this the relevant FBOS because that would be based on that SMT reaction. So I'm not going to take this one. I'm going to mark this one as of FBOS into that inducement POI that induce Asia high early sellers. Now I would be down for buys. The question is, how big is this POI? How big is this POI? That's too big. That's what she said. Let me check if we go in M1. In M1 here. Okay. Okay. I don't see any relevant stuff below. Let me just check here real quick without spoiling myself. That's a clear imbalanced POI. That's also a let, so we would mitigate a let POI. It's an inducement POI also. Thank you, Dennis. Now, nothing on the entry helper. Do we have? No, yeah, that would be probably a good trade. Now the question remains, where would be our entry in our target? I would take probably the whole zone here, and let's check how this goes. God damn, that's so big. Okay, let me just play price. I'm so greedy with stop losses.
Yeah, you sound like my girlfriend.
Uh-huh. So let's see if price goes back in here. I think I have no choice to just take it like this, because it's if you see my indicator, this is the only POI with imbalance. It's a POI that induced an Asia low. We reacted out of that imbalance POI to the left, and also an inducement POI. It's a clean cycle completion. I have no choice. I think that I wouldn't see it, because if I go here, I'm probably just gonna miss that trade. I think this is the Mona trade, right? That would be the Mona trade.
I don't know. Well, I'll tell you when it's either in profit or in drawdown.
Okay, because right now I don't see. I would be willing to take this position. The problem is this is too low for a break even. I would put break even here, but I would be wanting to probably close here. But this is also the play that we induced these sellers down here. If we go in M5, here, the inducement here, I just don't want to confuse people. So if you see how the leg works here, so this thing, sorry, my bad. Here we go. So this thing would be their break of structure, right? For this to be a valid POI.
Yeah.
All right. So that would be a clear SMT. This is why I don't think that targeting this would be enough, because we're reacting out of this place. I would minimally at least target these equal highs. I think this is too far. I think I'm gonna go with my same idea I had earlier. So let's go in M1 and see how price plays here. Oh, little bitch. Can I go into my entry helper? Nothing. See, this would be more of my type of trade. I would take a re-entry here. Like this. That would be my type of trade. But I'm not gonna
I'd be shit scared to take that.
No, because I already took my partials from here, my trade from here, right?
Yeah, okay.
I'm really doing it like I do in real trading. If I want to be winning this trade, this is a 1-2-6. I'm allowed to lose 6 times with this thing. I would be adding a position there, and if I take a stop loss, I don't really care, right? I'm gonna take it. I mean, if it's part of my plan, why not take it? I'm sorry, but this is.
So Joe, can I ask you something?
Yeah, go for it.
Would you take this second trade, like the one you like, even if you already took the first one, or just the second one?
Because to be honest, I wouldn't be even taking the first one. The first one isn't really my type, because the stop loss size is so big, and I'm trying to trade less but trade more. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah. So
that would not be my type of trade now. I would take more this just because of the stop loss size, even though it's invalid because you don't cover the low. But that's how I'm trading now. I'm trying to be real to myself that this is what I would be looking for. But I'm starting to think that this first trade is probably the Mona trade, because it has everything checked: timing, inducement low.
Yeah, you're right.
And on the edge, if you let's say you take the first one, so the one with the biggest stop loss, and then you take the second one, would you close the first one?
No, because the only way I would not take these 2 trades is if, imagine I didn't take this a short in Asia. I don't think that the second trade would be it. If I see that this price reacts out of that POI, I'm just gonna stay out. It's
Okay.
either a clean short trade or an aggressive long trade that I want to be in. Now I'm starting to change my way of trading, but I mean, yeah, 7R is too small. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to be a little bit better than I was before. You guys don't know me from before. When I started late, I used to take like 1 trade a week, or sometimes 2. Now I take like 4 to 5 per day. But the only way that I'm able to do this is with my Asia trades. This is where my trading changed, is I was able to capitalize with some mini trades in Asia. As you guys see, it's pretty simple. So, all right. But this one here, since it's more aggressive, I'm probably going to be break even pretty soon because I don't want to. Okay, so I'll put this one B, okay? So this one is already B, all right? This one isn't. So just so it's clear. No, let's just put the stop loss at entry. It's clear, right? Now, let's play price. So we have all that imbalance. So usually I just come out of the computer, I do something else. I would put an alert here because there's no way that price reacts out of this based on this play because this is all imbalance. So you just don't stay on the computer and waiting. When it's out, you just put an alert where you monitor. So let's see, reacts out of the daily open. Let me take a sip of tea. Now, let me just go what minutes we're on. 4, so I can 5 here. Okay, so same idea. So this is it has a look of a London knockout, but since we talked earlier that we're still looking to fill the imbalance, we're probably more so looking at either a London knockout, Asia whipsaw, or potentially a list starter kit like that price does this and at New York Open, boom, boom, right? Our price does this, our price does this. So we have 3 evidences based on what we see. All right. Again, so it's I even till this day use the daily cycle. Probably I'm bad at doing this, but I like having an idea of where price goes. So now we have 1 daily cycles that gives us. We have 3 daily cycles that gives us the good bias for this buy. So I'm going to stay in it and let's see how it goes. So alert in here. Okay, so did we have a reaction out of here? So this is a clear FFS based on the false break of structure we talked about here. That is also the inducement of Asia low. Now, so what I would do is, here we go. This bad boy, partials taken 80%. Okay, I need some honey for some chicken. So this is taking, this one is still on because it's a too short trade to be taking partials now. But now this one is also break even. Be here. Okay. So now let's see how it goes. So minimum target would be this one here. What's happening here? Okay. Now we can see that there's probably a clear channel being built up. It's there. I don't mark this, but I'm going to mark it just for the sake of it. Okay. So let's see here. I want to close this thing probably. Okay. I think since this is the POI here, I'm going to be closing both of these trades here, just in case it reacts out of these smaller time frame stuff here. So closing both of these trades. Now let's adjust this thing here. Here we go. Here we go here. We adjust this one here, a little bit cleaner. Here we go. Here we go. So now we wait for either an inducement low or an inducement to the left. So these 2 trades are out. Okay, I'm an idiot. Doesn't matter. Should have stayed on these trades. It's okay. So now it's a little bit tricky, but this price induced this channel down here as a justification, right? We have that reaction here. This is probably an EDM. It's not an EDM, unfortunately. Did we have an EDM here? No EDM. Okay, so now we have medium inducement to the left. And even though I said I wouldn't go there, it went there. What timing it is? 10. So this is MMM2, right? MMM1. So we would either see a trap here, or I don't think it's going to be a reversal because we still have this here. Let's go in here. What I do when I backtest like this, I go to the left and I go in a higher time frame and see how it looks like, so I can not spoil myself. Okay, so we go back in M5. Okay, there's a lot of lines, just so I explain. I'm sorry, I don't put these when I trade. I just put alerts. Perfectly inducing this push that led to the new low. So we have reaction out of this. Okay, so this would be a relevant decisional POI for them. Okay, so now price is super high in the equilibrium thingy here. Okay. So we have medium inducement. Okay, so that has even more so a look of an Asia whipsaw, but the problem is there's still this thing here. Let me check if you guys allow me to go in M1 and see if there's any relevant stuff that we reacted from here, because that would be probably the reaction as a just to justify. Okay, so this is something I do also if this holds, because this is also a decisional POI. I'll mark it. So now, did we miss this trade? Here, but now we're under the entry helper line. This would be the aggressive entry. I think that if it goes back here, I'll see in a moment how it looks like. Okay. Is this the Mona? Because this looks even cleaner. We have medium inducement, RBOS, imbalanced POI, and M1 we have under the equilibrium line, we have MMM1 timing. So if price goes back in this thing, I would take this also. Oh God, no, I wouldn't take this. Not at all. I'm sorry. That's way too big.
Let's what's the target?
That would be only this thing here. Let's see if there's any. Yeah, I wouldn't hold this longer than this.
Well, not till previous day low.
I mean, no, just because based on this here.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, it really depends. It really depends. If price, because there's still New York Open, right? So we can go down here and react out of this and go back higher, break even, like.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
So let me see in M1, all right, and see how it goes. So we have upwards buildup inducing low, not super clean, but we understand why. Goes higher, creates a medium inducement reaction out of that refined POI. We have that little aggressive entry here that it would be a little bit more my type, but I mean, okay. And let's see how this goes, because the problem is in backtesting sometimes the let thing is bad. I want this thing here. How big is this now? Ah, if we're in this trade, so I mean that would be my break-even point here. Now the question is, I wouldn't be going for a lower than this. Okay, now we have probably a reaction out of a PY here, something like that. Let's say in M1, what happens? We have a new buildup being formed. We do have a new buildup. Will induce higher. It kind of induced higher. So now when I see this, it goes lower here. I check on the left so I don't panic until here. So I would take potentially partials over here. Yeah. I think I'll take some partials here because we have this little PY here to the imbalance fill. It's also what happened? It's also an EDM. I know it's not super relevant, but I mean, I'll take some partials here. So let's take 80% out. All right, at 126. All right, let's see. Little. So now we're faking probably the seemingly equal lows, giving us even now I would be a little bit more interested in holding until this here, right? This makes more sense based on what we see here. Let's go on M1 and see what happens. Is there another entry for Daddy here? There's an EDM here. I don't think it's a good trade to take, but at least we understand that price will go lower based on this. So we have the clear divergence thingy here. All right. Here we go. So we take profit for this. Oh God. So that's why you were telling me to hold till previous daily low, huh?
No,
Spoil me.
that's no, definitely no. It was a legit question.
Okay. But I mean, that would be my plan to hold this, and I just said my take profit based on what I think on here.
So now the reason that I asked was because you like when you dove into the higher time frame a little bit, you already established that you wanted to fill the imbalance.
Yes, yes, right? But based on the timing, MMM1 is so early in the day, and I have no experience in these timings, so I would expect probably price to retract a little bit for and having more of New York track play, right?
Yeah,
remember
exactly.
when I trade, everything is done. So for me, it's easy to just take one trade and not ping pong.
Yeah, exactly. Right? And at this point, like TPing at the low makes more sense because you have a rough idea which daily cycle you're in. So it makes
and my TP here was probably bad because I think this one is more relevant because we're trading this reaction, this play here. So now what would be the next timing is MMM1, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it would be 12:30. So now basically we should see, we have, like I said earlier, we have this PY here, PY with imbalance. That seems to also be a play like this. So this is relevant that we have a reaction out of this. Let's see if it's a fake reaction or no. MMM2 reaction, all right. Okay, so it goes lower, okay. I don't like this price action. Okay, that because right now we only have sellers in the market. There's no more buyers. We have this POI that is valid. I would wait here like we waited here and see if there's any. Oh, okay. So this is equal lows inducing highs. So this means this low will be taken based on this 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 analysis. So we have equal highs inducing high. So I would expect this to be induced just because of these mini cycle play. So I'm now 100% sure that this PY would not hold based on this. I would even count this as a valid trade just because of this play. I wouldn't take it, but at least understanding. I don't know if you guys understood what I said. Like based on only these equal highs, I know that this PY will probably be a fake reaction, or it will not, and I am wrong and a clown. Let's see. So technically, this would be the false break of structure, right? Because we have a reaction from an SMT based on what we see here, right? To induce early buyers. Come on, baby, give it to me.
If you're wrong, you're not a clown.
But I mean, it makes sense. So now it's New York Open, right? So this is made to trap them. So this would be also a valid SMT, right? All right, let's go. This induces. Now I'm interested in buys. Okay. Oh, I don't like how the candle closed. So now, since we have this here, this would be an inducement low. We are still in the overall PY with all this play. I would be interested in taking this. Let me check the price and see the only valid RBOS would be this. I wouldn't be taking this trade because it's too overextended into the short side. I would want this thing to be I don't even know here RBOS, right? For me to take this trade. And let's see the stop loss size of this bad boy. Here. That's in my territory, so that's good. Okay. Reaction out of this. Not taking this, because again, even though I had all these profits, the fact that the price is so low and probably completing the Asia whipsaw scenario here, I would really want to wait until here. But at least we understand why this got induced in New York Open. This is like simple stuff. Okay, RBOS. Now let's put this here and see if price comes back. Now let's go in M5 and see what's the. Nah, there's nothing here. Like the PY is too big. It already mitigated here. The only thing that I would see as a reaction, it would be this, and I'm never gonna take this. Okay, M5 price, because like this is the only imbalance fill in all this thing. So I would expect at least a reaction of here. Now we have a reaction of here for the breakouts. We also have this thing here, like this, inducing high. God damn it, this is not, and this is why I enter every single day. Like, look at this versus this. Okay, New York trap. I would expect price to at least go into this POI. I mean, at least, please. It doesn't, but at least it induced it low here. There's a reaction out of this here. This is removed. So this is an inducement low of that cycle. So that would be the new valid RBOS. That would put here. And this would be a valid zone. If we mark this, we cross the equilibrium line. And this would be my valid trade if I check an M5. PY with imbalance. If we mark the buildup differently here, this makes total sense. So this would be a valid aggressive play, I would say. If we check like this, based on what we discussed, let's check if we can get something. This is also a static let. Okay, this is a stop loss because I'm an idiot because I didn't cover the low. So that would be a loss. And let's see if this thing goes higher. So let's count this as a loss because I don't want to cheat, even though the idea is good. And there's kind of a EDM. Let's see. Oh yeah, little bitch. So the only target would be this thing here. Nothing lower. Let's see if we get a reaction out of here. Also, this would be a valid SMT based on display. So let's see if we can induce this and see. Now, okay. Now that price induced it aggressively in there, even gives me even more ideas that this is probably manipulated. Let's see if we go in M15 real quick to the left. This induced. What's happening here? Here, here, here. We remove this here. We know that price goes higher. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna remove this. This is a loss. Let me just mark this as a loss. Here we go. I don't see nothing here. I don't see nothing here. I would expect price to go a little bit higher, even though, because if we go back in here, we check the whole zone here, probably. Also, all these markups, I don't do it in live. This would be a valid, this would be the valid FBOS, right? If we also give the same idea that probably this is a higher time frame POI for them here at the main zone. I would wait. I would wait and see what happens. Okay. Let's mark this. But the problem is, this is something also I do. We have that POI here. We have that simile internal BOS here, right? But would this POI be valid? I don't think so, because we have that upwards channel here inducing low. So I would say that this POI here would be valid. And if we check, it's an EDM. Even though it's a slight EDM, it's still an EDM. So that's a counter, how do we say it? Counter confluence, like anti-confluence EDM. So this is why automatically this POI is an SMT. That's a lot of, I see a lot of you guys get trapped in there. So we wait until this gets induced. It's induced. Now we're still in this POI. So now if price goes lower than this would be the valid RBOS. So that would make total sense that we react out of this. But this POI is still, I'm going to remove it because it's ugly. This is a loss, so just put this here. So we have our idea that, okay, this here, reaction out of this. We have these equal lows here, also relevant equal lows, 1, 2, 3 touches. We have potentially all this thing here inducing high. So that my RBS would be also the valid FBOS. We have that higher time frame POY. We also had the same intention that potentially we are in either now it's not a London knockout anymore. It's either Asia Whipsaw or Let's Start a Kit. But the problem is it's getting pretty late. So I would say if I can have a little mini short until these equal lows here, and I think it would be good. So the next timing would be 17. Okay, let's see how this goes. Again, if this RBOS works out, RBOS. Now let's see what happens in the equilibrium line. We're under. Now let's see how big this thing is. Did I do the Mona or where was the Mona?
Yeah, you done all of them.
Okay. So that would be a valid entry. I would be targeting this. And this is like super nasty because I don't know if this is a let. Because I would be entering here and it would be a let, but since the price closed above, it's still a let in my opinion, even though I would probably take this in live. I mean,
I think if you make your entry helper, like if you double click the site, then it's close to a perfect let. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, since like on live market, I would enter when it touches the POI and it
Yeah.
would be a let.
Yeah.
So now here, this is really my type of trade. The RR is bad. Now we have London close touching this POI again. This, in my opinion, is the valid let with all the beautiful liquidity above. You can add a position here, but I mean, I'm not going to do it. Minimum target would be here. This would be my partial zone, and this would be my overall thing. Let's see how this goes. Let's go. Come on. Is this an EDM? No EDM here. Okay, I would take this would be my B zone here. Oh God, I just saw the time. I'm sorry. Let me just go faster and see. Reaction out of that SMT. Why? Because we have that potential FBOS we discussed. So that way we will have potential another entry because we have that reaction out of here. Let's see if it induces high for an entry for us. Let's go. Is there any relevant entry for us? Come on. Nothing's squiggling. I don't even know if it's gonna. Yeah, because I would have wanted to take an entry here as a continuation of the reaction of the SMT here. Let's see how it goes. Okay, partial taken. Let me just play price. Fuck. Okay. Here we go. That's my day. This is it.
I think you did a really, really good job.
I'm sorry
as
for the time.
usual.
It took too long.
Nah, I think everyone enjoys watching you doing it. So
I'm just not super happy of what happened here.
I think it even took out the low, right? It's kind of like
I mean, yeah, it did. But I mean, the attention of the inducement low here, I really thought that this would be a valid one because of that freaking. I mean,
maybe let me check FXCM really quick. Maybe it's just Oanda messing around.
So I hope what I said, I don't remember where I said it, but here, remember those equal highs inducement high into SMT. You guys should check these when prices overextend, so you don't take the SMT and you wait until the early sellers or early buyers are out. This is something I do every time, so I don't get trapped.
Sorry, say that again.
So basically, when we were here, remember, so that would be a lot of people would want to take a buy here, but there's these equal highs, so you expect them to be induced one last time into early buyers here. So that's a trap that is super easy to be out of. Same thing over here. So you see, this is an SMT. A lot of people would see those vector candles into this inducement here and take the entry here, but just because of the channel, that's a false breaker structure here, and this is an inducement. So it's super, like, it's little things that are super easy to see.
Yeah.
So he said in FXCM, it's perfect equal lows. Thank you very much.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say FXCM is perfect equal lows, never took out the low, so.
So I don't do all these markups in live market because I think I'm at a point I can see these things in live, and I think in live market it's slower, so it's easier. But this is how I trade. Basically, it's nasty in my head, but it works.
I think Josh wanted to give a short explanation as well. I'm just catching up with the chat, so I'm seeing it right now.
You still don't understand the short in New York trap. Why would you not aim to the high of the day? Because we're planning here, like I explained, these equal lows solidifies that this big thing here is an SMT. So this would be a false breaker structure. It is too thick. What does he mean? Fusion market, no loss as well. I don't understand. So I hope I answered the person who said why I don't understand the short. Because, yeah, you understand? Because, like, basically we already predicted earlier that this price would continue, and I'm sure we're going to be taking this. Like, I can bet $1,000 that this is going to be taken eventually one day. Yeah.
Joe?
So this goes into the imbalance field that we discussed. Yeah.
I think the guy is saying that fusion markets is no loss meant that those were equals, so you wouldn't get stopped out.
Yeah, I know. And it's just that in the back testing like this, there's something you cannot do is like my actual gut feeling. Like when I see those candles and stuff like that, I would adjust my stop loss accordingly. Like the play was literally valid. I think it's just unfortunate, and I wouldn't even mind to just take like a stop loss like this because I know it's equal lows, but the actual play makes sense. I think the target was wrong, but the actual trade would make sense.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
So this is it. So I think everything is valid except my second buy here, no valid. And I think that the buy here is probably sus also. But I didn't trade this day, so it was nice.
Yeah, you did good.
Thank
Hats off
you.
to you. Thank you. Up for the next one, Mr. Wick or Mr. Rudelarisik? Send Mr. Wick up. I see that Josh wants to see Mr. Wick first, so I think
Now
you're.
now I'm getting anxious.
Yeah, if he's going to use that name, yeah, exactly. If you're going to use that name, Mr. Wick, you better come out guns blazing.
Do my best, even though last week didn't make me so confident.
Okay, cool. We're gonna do, let me check. You are going to do AU for the 8th of November.
AU for the 8th. All right. Oh, by the way, thanks, Josh, for the analysis. I wrote you also privately. Joe, I said, not Josh. Sorry. For the 8th of November.
Yeah, the 8th of November. And you can share your screen so we can see that you're not peeking.
I cannot. No, I cannot share until he doesn't. Or maybe you can make it.
Yeah, I can wait.
It says impossible to show. Yeah.
Yeah, now you can. Now you can.
My screen.
Yeah, I can see your screen. Yes.
This. Oh no. I do also this. And you said what? 8.
8th of November. Yes.
This. 8 of. All right. Let me. I skipped till Asia's ended. Right here. Should be fine. You recognize this PA? Is this
Who,
one?
me?
Yeah. Me.
I don't recognize the PA, but
Oh yes.
no, I do. This is the 8.
So,
Yeah.
now I know you guys don't like their time frame, but I still have a little bit that paradigm of smart money inside me. So I just check it on the M15 H1. How did we arrive to this? And just on the H1, I eyeball that we kind of induce those kind of relatively equal highs to the left. So probably this is also visible in the H4 or H1 liquidity zone, major inducement, major medium, whatever you want to call it. And the way we were trading away from it, like, was pretty much strange. Also, it looks like the PA of EU. Like, it's very similar. And after that, we dropped a little down, and we probably had some sort of mini cycles going on here, some equal lows being induced to the high side, then channel forming, then induce, and then just drop, because AU 90% of the time just trends. Till we have this medium inducement in here, and this is what I do on the H1 or M15, right? So next thing catches my eyes is that this huge drop in here, which left those big zones of imbalance. And technically, I would like to see, yeah, we're already coming inside here. I would like to see like Enigma coming and fulfill the task. But at the same time, I still see like, this is strange, but still see this kind of Asia low, which is not really clean as an Asia low, not being taken, and we're reacting from the middle of nowhere, IMO, in my opinion. So I also see here some sort of liquidity being built, and this is actually the inducement causing the pullback up. So now I may, on the edge, I would expect another probably push to the downside to induce this one and give like a final how Stoxy says, like, death blow for the early buyers in here, right? So, but even though I don't see something clean to the left, so I will just division.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, you said what?
No. Nothing. Go ahead. I wanted to add something, but I think you did a good explanation already.
Oh, by the way, I will wait for your correction. Yours, Josh, Road, wherever.
I don't have a correction because the thought process you did was actually good. Just one thing that would definitely catch my, because I don't look too much at the higher time frame, right? So coming into the chart, one thing that will catch my eye immediately is that you kind of build like the equal highs, right? You give that false reaction away from the equal highs, and then during Asia you get those violent vectors up. So this would be my first trap set, and then if you look at the entire picture, this trap originates from all of this, right? So this should be the target for that trap.
But I would be
like
just a little. Yeah, no, I see your point. I honestly don't like too much AUDSD, but I will see this dropping, but I will not be completely sure if this is going to drop from here or coming above to this imbalance. But I just noticed that we have those sort of weird weeks, which kind of.
So the first week, I don't think you should count because that's the start of Asia. So I don't think that should be there.
All right.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, do your thing. Do your thing.
All right. So yeah, we starting like orbitating to the upside, giving this POS inducement low of this mini channels in here, right? With 3 touches, inducement low to go high. Then we fake the liquidity, as you pointed out. We react, induce again to go higher, vector up, and now we kind of restart the cycle again after inducement, start building up some sort of trend line already. I see in here, which can be probably mirrored like that. And we had this in big inducement downwards from the channel. So technically, I am seeing people, like breakout people entering here. And I also see smart money seeing structure being formed. So that bullshit of premium discount, extreme OB. So they're expecting actually some sort of reaction probably from here. And if this happens, I will probably use it as an inducement for this channel with timing to look for shorts. And then besides that, I will just add this as a probable medium inducement and on the edge, mark it as a probable smart money trap. But of course, we can get reaction from it, right? Same applies from overall this whole zone here, right? So I'll just go to the next. Where is it? How much is left to? Okay. Another baby inducement from here. So I can see why this pullback is coming from, like it's coming out slightly from the channel, inducement down, candle, vector, reacting from SMC trap probably. So this will be the mini cycle within this major cycle to induce high to continue lower. So it'll be my thought process on the edge. Maybe I'm wrong. So now we induced this little structural point in here. And we are on another thing I will look at is the fact that we have daily open and midline basically on the same level, which will be catching my eyes as well. But this I see like a very small liquidity, like structural point. So I will love to see this point get taken, to be honest. Let me check the entry helper, but the entry helper is not agreeing with me. On the M5, this looks like an M5 let, but we're still 10 minutes away from Frankfurt. So I can monitor real quick on the M1, but still not very interested. Right. Now this will be the RBOS, in my opinion. Where is it? Here. Yeah. Now this is Frankfurt, and we probably set up a nice candle in here. And now this is just gut feelings, even though I don't trade AU. But sometimes when I see those obvious kind of play, and I still sense this as a liquidity point, I see this coming up again, inducing and then continue, but probably during London. So I will just monitor this closely as I see an M5 let already completed and trading away from it, right? I don't know if this makes sense, actually.
Yeah, it makes absolutely sense.
Yeah, now the thing is, on automatically, spontaneously, I will say this is the bullshit demand to supply flip, which everyone is looking for supply and demand, right? And also I see that we have some imbalance above. And also I see that this kind of order block, the M5 one here, is lining up perfectly with the inducement level, with the, how do we call that, midline and daily open level, right? So now we crossed, as Joe pointed out multiple times in his analysis, we crossed below the liquid equilibrium. So I'll just patiently waiting for what is happening and react. I will not like an entry from here, but sometimes during Frankfurt, those kind of play happen. Yeah, so I think we're building this small build-up on the M1 mini cycle play, right? Something like that. Now, if we react from here, will be the fake extreme mitigation after the POS, which technically will mark up as our fake POS. And yeah, this should be another SMC trap. So let's see what happens. So yeah, we show the liquidity now, show perfect equals. Like smart money traders that entered in here are dancing on their desk right now because they didn't get stopped out. So I'll just wait and see. We have some good vectors and already a let playing in. But as I saw multiple times in the adventure, Stoxy, I believe, and Sakbar, they like pointed out that if you see a let but you don't actually have a mitigation that makes sense, stay away from this let. I don't know if it's wrong or not. Maybe I'm gonna miss a trade, but I don't care. Okay, so now we're above the liquid equilibrium, and this technically could be our smart money trap. So I'm not still interested into this. And how much is left? Oh, we're still in Frankfurt. Right now, maybe it's me, okay? But I love to see the way when I have a POI, which makes sense, I love to see the way this like vectored inside exactly into that. So based on my risk appetite, I will probably risk a trade in here. So not cheating here, I will market execute in there. If I get stopped, I get stopped. Now I have a very tiny stop loss in here, but I will adjust to 1.5 at least. Right. Anything to add, Dennis or anyone? Because I cannot see the chat somehow.
I have nothing to add. I think it's pretty aggressive, but I don't have anything to add. Like, if this fits your plan and this would be a trade that you take, then I'd say give it a shot.
Yeah, I will probably give it. Knowing me on the edge, I will give it a shot because coming from here, I know I have still this liquidity above, but I do like the way we kind of build the mini cycle inside here, kind of vector, like build up, vector up, fake POS. On this level, we have multiple liquidity levels. Then we show liquidity in here. We're coming from nowhere, probably. So I personally, even if this is not agreeing with me, I will give it a shot. If I get stopped, I get stopped. I don't care. Yeah, get stopped. So I will put a little X instead of the 2.
So why do you think that is that you got stopped?
I mean, probably because we still had to collect some other liquidity above, right?
I mean, yeah, that let's just dive into PA. Let's check the M5.
Yeah,
and work
I
our way up
didn't click M5 to not spoil the next candle.
Nah, it's fine. Like, okay, so you already established that you had the SMT on the bottom, right? So
Yeah.
if you really want to get into those SMC guys, the likely thing is that you take out some form of structure. Now, you wrote down your FBOS, but
yeah, it's not the cleanest on the M5. This was
it's that exactly. Like, if you look at the M5 and the proper structure, like, where would SMC guys really get their confirmation? I'm not saying that they don't get the confirmations from the M1 that you have in there. Some with a aggressive risk appetite would probably take the re-entry on that, but SMC guys are really gonna see their follow through from the M5 high, right?
Yeah.
So at this point, I'd say the objective of the SMT is completed, and then also, you weren't really in timing anymore when you mitigated the POI. Like, if it happened that on Frankfurt, then it would have probably been nicer. But you're now in the middle of 2 timing.
Okay. Oh, so this
time
is
zones, right?
something. Yeah, this makes sense, and this is something I always doubt about because I see when I take plays straight away from Frankfurt Open, like 15 minutes inside the Frankfurt Open, I would say, like they tend to work more, but in the middle, I will still consider, yeah, we are in Frankfurt, but sometimes you see this.
Yeah, so technically you're right. You're in Frankfurt session, but for your trade to play out properly, you should use the Frankfurt session the same way you use your MMM1 and MMM2 session. Like, give it room for like 10 minutes prior to it and post it. And then that's just gonna be it.
All right.
Can I interrupt a quick one as well? Like, for the 1 minute trade when you was doing it was look good on the 1 minute, but you didn't check 5 minute. And if you check 5 minute when you have the inducement, this one, on the 1 minute when you have the inducement, the first fake boss. But I think when they say when you have inducements of the channel, you want to have a structural inducement as well. Whereas the 5 minute is like the second F boss is looking correct. The first one was like only 1 minute, but you didn't have 5 minute inducement.
Yeah, exactly. So I think what you're basically saying is that the first one is just not as obvious, right?
Yeah, it's because it's not a structural inducement on the
Exactly.
like price action.
Yeah.
Exactly.
This was my doubt as well. Then I saw this like let in the M5 and I saw a price tend to react and that showing the liquidity gave more confidence to me to click in that, but I don't really care. Like even live, I tend to take those kind of aggressive trades during Frankfurt. So it would be cheating if I will say, oh no, because of the call, I will stay conservative, right?
Mm-hmm. No, that's why I said like do your thing. Obviously, I picked the Mona, so I know kind of what it's gonna do, right?
Okay.
Dennis, if I may chime in really fast, it also would probably help him if he also marks up the pre-Asia into Frankfurt. So like even from the start of Asia, because there's some pretty important stuff that happens like towards the beginning of Asia that really helps the Frankfurt trades.
I think we kind of did that, did we not? Or did we miss something?
Well, so he has the equal highs marked up, right? But you know, he's kind of missing the integral part that prints Asia high, right? That being his inducement that he should be trading away from, which that right there tells you what side of Frankfurt's going to get, or I'm sorry, what side of Asia gets induced coming into Frankfurt and London.
Yeah, we established that in the.
Oh, perfect. Sorry, I missed that when I was grabbing my coffee.
Yeah, no, don't worry. Thanks for.
Okay, I'll go back to it.
Oh, thanks by the way. Oh, you mean the way this thing like played out, right?
Yeah, so what we discussed, right? That the fact that you built your equal highs, you give that false reaction from the equal highs, you really show the liquidity, and that leads into your inducement. So this is your first trap set. Like that's what we discussed on the beginning when you were diving into this part of price action, right?
Oh yeah. We didn't mark inside it. Yeah. See. Okay. Let me just because I don't see the chat or who is talking, so I have to open every time the participant list. So
yeah, don't worry. If there's something important, I'll notify you on it. But basically, what Josh was saying, because like you know that story,
yeah,
what we just went over again, you know that this is your first inducement to trade away from, and you know that the low side of Asia is going to be first to get taken, most likely.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe that the mistake was convincing myself that maybe this was enough already with the M5 let. So this.
Yeah, it's a little bit FOMO behavior.
Yeah, I have like this problem inside me.
Don't worry, I've been the worst with FOMO, so I know all about it.
Now, being honest, when I don't know why, but 8:30 in my head works. 8:40, I will just tell myself wait for London, and maybe it's a mistake, but I will do that because that now becomes my relevant break of structure after the inducement. So the last push that induced the structural point on the M5, right? So I will see this like being kind of completed during the London timing or something like that. Now it seems like we're building liquidity again, and we grab the inducement. Like we induced the inducement on the M1, and if I'm not mistaken, we also have an imbalance zone. Of course, we don't take like imbalance zone out of our ass, but it will be just an additional thing. And waiting for London. Okay, this is better. This one was the best one. Even though I'm not really interested into the what is happening to the left. I'm just seeing like this as a build-up and now this is a vector and now I just wait. All right. And I'm still building. Now we have this channel down induced and we're still above the liquid equilibrium, and we're still inside Asia. However, the very aggressive internal BS will be this one, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but this low here happened after the inducement, right? This one. Mr. Beckers, still with me?
Yeah. Sorry, I was replying in the chat really quick to someone's question.
yeah.
What was that?
I mean, technically, isn't still this one a very correct RBS, because this is the push that creates the inducement of the structural point to the left. However, I will take one of those two as aggressive.
Yeah, going aggressive, like then if you want to be aggressive, then these are your pushes in my opinion. So this will be your RBOS if you want
Right.
to be a little bit aggressive. Well, obviously this is your entire push, and
Yeah.
this is going to be your RBOS technically, right? But I mean, if it gets there, then are you still willing, if it comes all the way back, to take that
Yeah,
when
no.
it took out the lows? Then it
Yeah.
becomes kind of like a little bit shaky, right? So, I will be interested in this break and then probably the mitigation of the entire zone.
Yeah, no, I was asking, you know why? Because this one is the inducement move and this low happened before. So I was a little bit debated about this is the one I will take, but technically this is the low which creates the inducement, which leads to the structural inducement to the left. So I was wondering if this would be the correct one, but obviously no.
If you remember in one video, what James say, if you have three, one in the middle, bottom, and the top, never choose the middle one. If you remember that.
I don't
no,
remember that personally, but for me,
maybe
this is not the middle one for me. This is just what led to the
Oh, this one is good, but when you have the bottom one, like exactly the equal lows, the middle one, and
this one.
Yeah, it's like the Rame say never choose the middle one.
Yeah.
For instance, do you remember the video? Because maybe I didn't watch it already.
It's definitely in chapter 4, but I don't remember which video.
Okay, makes sense, because I still didn't see the old chapter 4. Yeah, let's see. Oh shit, this already happened. Now I wouldn't be interested because of multiple things. First thing first, you have some sort of equals, then you have this let, and then you still don't have your clean RBOS. But if this plays out, like I understand purely based off this inducement, FBS and stuff, right? Now I do have no equals, but we crossed below the liquid equilibrium. And this looks like a build-up to me again. Like I don't like this kind of formation, to be honest. I don't know if you will still be willing to take trades from here, but I don't personally. I don't like it. Now, technically, this is already the inducement of this trend inside here, but I'm not pretty much used to this kind of PA.
It's definitely not the nicest, but exactly like you said, right? You build that channel, you give that push high, so either you induce even higher, and go from here, or you give that RBOS and you are probably good for shorts. So one of those
Yeah.
scenarios, right? It's at this point, it's just a waiting game.
I will be doubting, to be honest, on the edge, because now this is also equals. So let's say I have the RBS like that. I still see this as a form of liquidity, even if this is an inducement, right? But we're in the middle of Asia, so anything could possibly still happen on the edge. Now, I don't know. Yeah, see, back again. Coming back. Mitigating. Now we have the RBOS. Now, if you really want to play the order flow thingy, is here, your entry, which is similar to the last entry I did on EU today, but it was London close play, which I see happening quite a bit. So yeah, I don't like this. This can play out, but I will not be entering in here. This is so fractal. Yeah. I mean, maybe this imbalance wasn't filled. Let me check in. Oh, it was filled. Yeah, I don't know. I missed the Mona, right, Dennis?
Yeah, you kind of did, yeah.
Because probably it was something inside here without the BOS, the best one.
Yeah, I think like if you're taking it aggressively, then this is going to be your aggressive play. Like
Yeah.
so, this is not even like really nice anymore. I personally I wouldn't take it. But like you build a pretty good understanding, right? With all of the PA here, then you build your equal lows, you give that push, which is your inducement, not only solidify the equal lows, but actually give the FBOS for the smart money guys. So intention-wise, you have a pretty good understanding. And then London hits, you see that move to the downside, you take the mitigation, and then it's nice. I would pull it like a pretty quick break even. Probably this would be my break even point.
Yeah.
With the amount of liquidity stacked. But yeah, that was the Mona.
Yeah. So
check the M5 as well, because on the M5 I think it will make a lot more sense what actually happened.
Oh, this could have been the entry on the M5 because technically you have the RBOS in here, even though on the M5 looks like he's to the right, like you don't really have a structure to the left, but like inducement, and this is the low which creates the inducement of this channel, and then you break and you pull back, but the entry helper didn't look so nice. So wherever, this is not my pair. Like I tend to less
like with the Josh is saying it as well. You're a little bit too focused on finding the perfect entry, but it's more important to understand the overall picture, right?
Yeah.
Like entries are obviously it's nice if we're gonna get the entries right, but understanding the intentions and the overall direction is more important for your for developing your overall chart vision. Now ask yourself the next question. Yeah, let's say we would have been in the entry in the Mona trade. What's going to be your ideal target?
Depending on the RR.
And like elaborate why. Like depending on the RR is not going to be the right answer.
Yeah, no, I mean based on under a money management standpoint, I answered based off that because obviously if you have a nice RR, you can already as I took a loss as the first trade, I will build a buffer and recover it, for example. However, if you take in consideration the overall fact that we build the narrative and we're reacting from the no man's land to the left, I already pointed out that a good target, in my opinion, will be around this area here. So we'll monitor up what happens in here. However, this was the very first medium liquidity point, which could make sense for a pullback to happen. This is my right. So this gets taken, and what I mean is that is magic manipulation minute. So possibly we can either pull back directly and then continue, or fuck around a little bit. Of course, I will take partials in here. After a loss is no doubt about that, right? But in general, on AU, I'm expecting a trending day because 90% of the time this pair just trends. But I will still take partials in here as the first trade of the day, or second with a loss, right? So let's see. Yeah, now you kind of pull back in on magic manipulation minute. Again, you just have the minor inducement of Asia, and you kind of induce these trend traders, I will say, like from here to here. You induce the equals, so it makes sense to pull back a little bit. I'll just check how it's looking on the M5. And this looks like the same thing that Joe pointed out before. You have this sort of first immediate break of structure with volume pumping inside, So personally, I will be very cautious into thinking about buys in here, to be honest. Now this is magic manipulation minute, and we are under the liquid equilibrium. Let me check M5 again, 1 second. Yeah, we're rejecting, but we're still above the liquid equilibrium even on the M5, right? So now I will just be interested in, we already have some sort of EDM in here with this point. So I see the channel buildup in here. I see the zone, but not interested in this sort of trades just because I'm not used. But I will monitor for a possible EDM continuation into another short, right? Now we induce low the channel. Let's see if we have the last push to the high side. Yeah, not really. Now we fake the reaction from equals, showing again the liquidity, same technique as before, in my opinion. Now we are 11, so not MMM timing anymore, showing even more the reaction. And now we take out the liquidity, right? So again, SMC being flagged once, twice, thrice, I don't even know. So let's see, where is the next timing is magic manipulation minute number 2. In here, I will go back to the M5, even though this looks like a nice fake buy, like fake channel, fake POS, fake buyers inside. Then again, extreme traders being tagged in, faked, building up those equal lows. And now we can technically even get a vector down and possibly have a pullback or just continue down. Yeah, now this looks like an internal BOS on the M5, probably a cleaner one on the M1. And probably after everyone is out here, this could have been a mitigation. Also, I see a let in here on the M1, but I would like to see this one as a bigger relevant BOS. Yeah, so we just flew above it, right? Now, structure-wise, this will be on the lower time frame, even on the M5, the last high, which creates the low. So I will see this as a possible smart money trap, like in which everyone could sell. And also, I see that this was barely missed before. So it will be also make sense, but I will just sit on my hands and check what is going on, because this is not the kind of PA I am able to trade, to be honest. Now we induce that, we can pull back, we build the channel, even on the M1, fractally speaking, we build the equals, we tag into the supply zone. So even those sellers are out, so buyers out, sellers out, everybody's out, and we're still away from MMM2. I will just wait. Yeah, let me check 1 second on the M5. Oh, I don't want to spoil. What is that? Let me do this. Probably I'm not gonna spoil. Oh, I did spoil. Fuck. So on the M5, seems like we are back again into this area, and we not only have this M5 let, kind of let, but also on the M1 would be more visible this kind of shitty, ugly EDM. Not still interested in anything, but just to point that out. Okay, and again, Dennis, if you have anything to add or to correct, I'm here, or anyone.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just letting you have fun. Like this is your third or fourth time on the Mona call, so just release the ropes a little bit more.
Did better in the previous ones.
No, you're doing great. You're explaining your thought process, and there's nothing wrong with that. And if something plays out, then perfect. If something doesn't play out, then we'll just dive into it and see where we went wrong. That's the whole purpose of the call, right?
Yeah. I see this like a mini cycle, and we popped out from this channel buildup into the area with EDM, even though if it's ugly. And I don't want to go on the M5, but I will probably see a LED forming after some sort of BOS happening. Like I would imagine the entry helper being a little above and then coming back down. We'll just wait for confirmation and not doing anything. Yeah.
Yeah, so just okay. Well, please
This
continue.
is already the channel buildup, not just the. So this can be an inducement to go even higher, being honest. And this would have been the play which I missed because I was on the M5. I don't know yet. But based off the overall intent on the intraday wise, I will still see this going down.
Yeah, but like even before we dove into the entire intraday price action, we already established what the most likely target is, right? So
Yeah.
you have an idea about the overall direction. Now your overall direction got confirmed with having that FBOS trading into lower prices, right?
Mhm.
So until you see some proper signs of any reversals, we aren't really interested in any buys. But if we take any buys, then they are probably going to be pullback, right?
Yeah, this will have been the perfect, like if you are up for the day after this mini play in here, this could be the momentum mitigation play, pullbacking into continuation, right? But I missed. And I don't want to start with a pullback trade, right? So technically, this is the channel inducement high into POI, ugly EDM, and we're targeting downwards. And now we're kind of mitigating, going down. This is at the same time probably RBOS and channel inducement, right? So let's just see what is going to happen. What is this candle? 18, 19, 20. Now I would like to go on the M5. Is it gonna spoil for you or not?
I don't think it will spoil. No.
Okay. So I don't like how it looks, to be honest, on the M5. I don't pretty much like it.
Yeah, so this is the thing with M1, right? You're just going to see too much stuff on it. I think it makes more sense to stick to the M5 until you see something like big vectors or a decent build-up or whatever.
Yeah. Now, this makes more sense. Let me just check if you could possibly take a continuation here. Oh, we could. See? We have this little thingy mitigated, and we have LED plus EDM, not only LED. Right? So this will be cool, but small trade.
But then where would you take it to?
Yeah, this is the thing. This will be the target for this trade.
Yeah, so that's not even worth bothering, right?
Yeah, no. But was just curiosity, out of curiosity. So let me see. Now this looks like a vector if you compare to the previous candle in here, which were a little bit like compressed and then pulled back and stuff, and now vector up this point in here, minor inducement. Let's just wait because now it's magic manipulation minute, and we're near again that liquidity zone in here, and we still have possibly some sort of thing to be mitigated above. I'll take the old thing just to make sure. Then I will react on the lower time frames. Yeah. Now, what's going on? This is vector, and this is MMM1, and this is bearish candle closer on the M5. Still nothing very clean to me, at least. So yeah, I will just continue. Now, thing is, we're building this sort of channel again. Not the previous one, but I think I can take this like that. So we're out of the channel again. Don't tell me that this is giving the same setup that he gave here.
I don't know.
Now you know, because now we have let as well. Will it be fucked twice?
I don't know.
Oh my god. This is ugly. No, I'm not entering this. I'm not entering. Yeah, of course. And this drops. Thanks, Dennis. No, I don't like this. Now, something that I discovered from this call is that I don't like this kind of setups. So at least I can work on those entries.
Well, I think there is a pretty easy solution.
Which means stay on the M5.
Yeah, exactly.
But still, I don't like it somehow.
I mean, sure, it's maybe not something that you trade, but is
You know
there
what? Sorry. Yeah, come again. And then I tell you why.
is there anything on M5 that's really catching your eye, like
Yeah,
in,
this one.
in this entire PA? Like at this point, you only know that you had an inducement low over. I mean, obviously remembering that we're trading away from this, yeah. But at this point,
Yeah.
you only know that you have an inducement low, but you haven't
Yeah.
quite hit anything significant. You're just reacting from no man's land to the left, right?
Yes, exactly.
Now you give some vectors, you give some momentum and speed to the upside. You
Yeah.
induce an internal high. So now you already know this is going to be your target. Probably there's nothing in here that you want to trade unless you're going to trade pretty aggressively. So there's only one solution, right? Sit on your hands and wait if there's going to be a pretty build-up and a pretty inducement, and then go from there.
Yeah. I think I am a little biased on this kind of inducement, you know? Like
Yeah, and
even here.
also like just what we established a few minutes ago, don't try to find the perfect entry. Just
No. Yeah. I see
analyze the intentions, and if the entry is going to present, it's going to present. If it's not going to present, then fine.
No, I see what's your point, what you're coming from. But when I say I am a little bit biased on those kind of inducements, probably is because you see, like we have the inducement of the channel. However, it's like nothing really structural from a structural point. Like you see, we came out from it, but technically, I don't know. I just feel that if someone enters on this touch, right, he has the stop loss here. So I either like this on the M5, right?
So I personally, I don't trade these tiny inducement things. I don't think anyone does. I think it's for like exactly the way that Joe was doing it in his call. It's for justification purposes. Like you understand what's happening when you see. I mean, yeah, it makes sense, but I don't think I would have this as my build-up. I would see this as vectors, momentum, and speed inducing liquidity more.
Yeah, this is also build-up in here. I see.
The build-up I marked with a notation wasn't really valid. It's more so to understand the intention. Your little build-up here, are they really the institution, the big boys, the whatever you call it, are they really trying to induce sellers at this point? This is where you need to understand what intention means. And those build-ups are there for us to understand what's happening on their head, right? This build-up you mark here isn't super accurate because I had a different, but I mean, the intention were right. Like, boom, 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 it's clear. In here, it's like clearly nothing. There's nothing there. I wouldn't mark.
Yeah, I marked from the M1 while it was printing.
Yeah, I understand what you're trying to say because right now the problem is if I see here, I think we're outside of timing. I'm not sure. Is this in timing?
Which one? This candle?
No, I mean your thing here, your whatever happened here.
This was at 12:55, so a little bit off too.
Okay, I mean it's just that this thing I wouldn't mark it like this.
Right.
It's too detailed, which is why I said like you already know the overall intentions. We established that here. We know what target we would like to see get hit, and we know what we need. If it's not gonna get hit, you at least need a proper cycle like FBOS, inducement in timing, then reversal, right? That's what you want to see before you want to look for proper reversals.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to look for continuations, you're going to wait for a proper M5 buildup and an M5 inducement. And at this point, you simply don't have that.
Yeah.
So it's just, at this point, it's just a waiting game. It's boring, but yeah, it's part of trading, right?
I think I've been a little bit also conditioned by the fact that this MMM2 candle here and then the reversal happened also in the middle of nowhere. Like we would literally have this guy above and this mitigation zone above. So I was like, maybe I have to wait a little more. Like
Yeah,
this
which is
entry, this one was kind of aggressive. So I would have told myself on the edge, maybe this is too early. Again, maybe this is, what if this is like the on the M5 as well? Here, this candle close, and here another white candle prints. This will be a cleaner kind of a build-up, right?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Like the paradox is that the cleanest in terms just of the entry was this one, just in terms of the entry point. But
why would you say that this one is clean? Can I understand why?
Which one? This one.
Yeah, this one, because I wasn't there.
Yeah.
I was in a phone call. So did you guys
Yeah.
take this trade here?
No, I missed that.
Okay, so if you miss this, you're trading away
I wouldn't.
this. So
No,
you're
I
trading
would not
away
do
this inducement, right? This is
Yes.
the most relevant inducement.
Yes.
So if you want to take this as a pullback, all right. But the problem is, where would be your take profit in this?
Yeah,
How
exactly.
can you justify that you want to trade against? So that would be your take profit here. Is that it?
That's it. There's no
Okay.
other.
So it's a mini pullback, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Because this trade is super clean here. Is there a reason why we haven't taken it here?
I guess it was again on the M1, and I saw this happening on the like live, and I saw that I told Dennis maybe this is the inducement out of the channel, and I need a mitigation, right? However,
yeah, but, I mean, again, right? This thing, go on M5. It's super simple. Like, I think your main issue is the lower time frame stuff. So you have your build up. I haven't marked it like that. The build up here, I have it different, but let's expect that it's the same. So you have your inducement high, and you have
Yes.
your RBOS, POI. It's pretty simple. Or you?
Oh yeah, from the M5. This is what Dennis
Yeah,
told
but I mean, you should always trade on the M5. That
Yeah,
would be your goal.
That's what me and George said
Okay.
when this price played as well. But here
because
we're going into the same mistake. It's
probably
criticism or something.
You saw me being on M1, just so you don't get confused. When I'm on the M1, I did my due diligence on the M5, so it's multi-time frame analysis. If you want to be in M1, you need to know the story behind the M5. Like, remember what I was doing? I was marking the POI in M5 prior to the actual entry, and then going in M1 to have a better entry. That would be the only thing you should do. You should never analyze the complete thing in M1 because you might get lost.
Yeah, because in here, like from the M5 looks cleaner indeed. But after this one, my mistake was that I was like, maybe I need the BOS. And then when this came back up, I was like, I don't like this or this or this. So if I enter, I have to put the stop above, but what's the purpose? I mean,
in M5, it's clean. It's clean. If it's your first trade, try to look only on the M5 and have lower risk to reward, but better confirm entries.
Yeah, because on the M5, this was cleaner. I'm still not convinced I will, like, this is clean, but I'm not convinced I will be taking something like that on the edge.
No, that's why I wanted to say, like you already said it, this comes into nothing, right? So, yeah, maybe if you take the entire zone like this or this, then it comes into something, but it comes into nothing. You just induce this. There is no clean build-up. There's nothing to base it on. So you just don't do anything, right? You have an idea about the intention. You know what price is likely going to do, but there is no clean entry. That's fine. Like, if a re-entry is going to present, then it's going to present. If it doesn't, then it doesn't.
Yeah, that is why. That's just to wrap it up with for Joe, because he was on a phone call, like following this PA in here and seeing the MMM1 kicking in after Asia low being grabbed, and how this mini cycle played, like this was just in terms of the entry point was cleaner. But I'm not saying this will have been a trade I will be entering on, as I said before, because if I didn't align myself with this, right, or even worse than I did, I take a hit in here, I will not start my day with a pullback trade, like against the intent, right? But just in terms of this area here was a little cleaner.
Yeah. So now, if you have a pretty good understanding that this is just an inducement to follow through into your targets, which you have established before, based on this inducement, what's going to be the next logical thing to place an alert on? This is going to be an alert because this is going to be your SMT.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Then your other alert is going to be either here or here in this area. And maybe your SMT is going to give like some sort of build-up, inducement.
I think it will be the best one. Yeah, this will be the best.
Exactly. So those are the two key points you want to pay attention to. Until then, you just don't do anything.
What's up? Pullback. What time is this? Oh, we're near New York Open, around the corner. There you go. Yeah, now, based off what Joe said earlier, I will probably just execute this here. And this will be the stop loss, but I will probably cover above here. Because
remember, what does New York Open does?
Fake trap, right?
Okay, cool.
So technically, what if now you confuse me being because maybe it's,
no, I mean no, it was just adding a confluence of what you're saying. You're saying we're trading against that SMT.
Yeah. So
I think it's valid. There's nothing wrong with this trade.
Like I will target here, but probably even here, being honest. Because if this is what is wait a second, I don't see.
MYO
fake. Yeah, fake.
Move from the S&P. So now retailers are trapped into their long continuations, right?
Yeah, this is like the picture perfect because now you have the minor inducement in line with the main inducement of the day, with the overall people trapped into buys, trapped even here, boss again, faking the order flow probably. Now it's just gonna melt.
So overall conclusion, just stick to the M5 and wait for the clean shit.
Yeah. Makes sense. I will be breaking in here. Or no, in this case, probably not. To be honest, I'm trying to not pull break even too fast. And sometimes I got some reaction from here to the extreme, and then it came back down. So I will put break even in here.
I think your break even point when you said I will put break even makes sense.
In here?
Once you come back into this, it's the same scenario that Joe had with his Asia week in GU. It's exactly the same scenario, right? Sometimes it happens that it just takes out this low, comes back into here, and then takes the high and then drops again. But you don't really want to be involved in that, in my opinion.
So you would say it's better to re-enter after the B, in case.
If you get the confirmations, then yes.
All right. So let's see. This induces the overall structural high here. Yeah, and induce overall, because even this one was, as we said earlier, in the middle of actually nowhere. But yeah. So probably as I'm trading right now, this will have been another loss at end of my day. Now this will be the probable. This is taken or not? This is equals now.
I mean, even the fact that this trade ended up being a BE or an L does not mean that this is a bad trade, right? This you waited.
No. It's just yeah.
Exactly. You waited for the right confirmations. You had the proper story behind it. And you followed the plan. So there's nothing wrong with the trade. The outcome is a bit unfortunate.
Yeah. You know why I'm saying this? Because like 2 or 3 days ago, something similar happened in EURUSD New York trap, in which it came very close to the Asia low, and it's faked the equals, came back to this point, to the T and then drop. So I see this happening a lot. That's why I will rather be in one loss, so one trade, for example.
I don't think it's a bad trade. I think you should have moved break even, to be honest. Because with your gut feeling, when you see price inducing low like super quick like this and starting to, you need to have like some types of instinct to just put break even just in case to protect your first trade of the day. Because I don't think it's a bad trade. I just think that the trade management needs to be a little bit more important when you take a trade.
Right, because I was used to pull break even after the first M5 break, right? But again, like was just this will have been a mistake. I will do 100% in this period of my life because I was trying to be less conservative with break evens. So I see what's your point. Like you see vector and price, how you say, not coming out of it. So
I think what Joe is saying that following your plan is good, but sometimes you need to like go from your gut feeling, right?
Yeah.
Because it will come with experience, I think, to be honest. Like it's just a type when you're so used to see those kinds of behavior, you'll just adjust your trade accordingly when you see those kinds of moves quickly happening, but you need to be quick. Otherwise you just take an unnecessary loss. And what happens, I'd rather take 10 BEs than one loss, in my opinion.
Definitely.
10 BE on one loss. Yeah, that's interesting.
Because if you want to have like stop loss instead of a break even, that's probably a greed factor, and I think I'd rather take break evens. But again, if you're trying to pass a challenger or something, you need to at least take some partials or something. But I mean, for me, with my life capital, I'd rather take a break even.
Yeah, makes sense. Probably this makes some like it's connected to the past story of with my previous strategies or mentors in which I was used to take a lot of break evens because of nonsense break even setting, which is not the case, of course. But in that period, I was taking so many break even and then price moved that I kind of developed this thing of okay, I don't care. I prefer a loss instead of getting stopped out to break even and then price goes in my way because maybe I was scared. But now I see your point. Like in this case, would have been more safer. Also because what's the point of price reacting here and coming back and then dropping again? This can happen, but it's quite improbable. So protecting the capital would have been the best choice, right?
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on what you want. But I personally would put break even based on this price action.
Let me see just if this is like equalize or what, because I see this, yeah, this looks like equalize. So even though this is a vector up, I will just stay away from this price action. Kind of tricky for me, at least this day. Okay, now this looks like an inducement of those equal highs. So let's see. All right. Now we kind of have the aggressive zone still in the middle of nowhere, but intent-wise, like this is again faking the liquidity, inducing one more time to the high side, bringing even more buyers, support buyers inside, SMC buyers inside, right? And now probably they pull out their break even or something, or they're waiting for buy again from this zone. So will make sense to sell again, but after two or one lot, like two loss like that, I will be waiting patiently if price gives me something clean inside here with the entry helper. Also because I have my lowest hit rate in the period that goes from 4 to 5, like from the end of New York to London close, I have the worst win rate in my personal way of trading. And it just melts. Or not. Yeah, it melts. Let's see if London close brings some. No, nothing. I think the day is gone, right? Place done.
I mean, this is too late in the day, and once you
But it's
see it
right to the
going,
target, at least. at least.
I don't think it hit previous day low yet. Oh.
No. This one was the main target for this one.
Okay.
It will probably like fake the reaction and build some liquidity, right? Yeah, and then it drops.
There you go.
Right, kind of a messy PA. Next time, I will be.
I think it's clean PA actually.
Yeah, no, for me. I'm not saying objectively speaking, just for what looks clean to my eyes. I'm not very used to be good into trending days price action.
Don't worry about it. So I think a good task would be, and just on the M5, don't go on M1, but annotate everything from, let's say, from this point onwards till here. Annotate anything on the M5. This like put it into words, like every detail that you see, and I think that's going to be a good training for you.
All right, I will do this not only for this day.
Yeah, so do it for this day and send it to my DMs, and we'll go over it if you feel like it.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, cool.
I enjoyed.
Overall, I think you did a good job. You understood the intentions and you build a pretty good understanding before coming into the day. So I think overall you had the right plan and the right idea. You just got caught up in the M1 a little bit.
Yeah.
But that happens. As long as you're aware of it, you can start working on it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Great
So
job,
thanks.
Francesco. Great work.
Thanks, Dennis.
I
and thanks
think-
to Joe and Josh as well for correcting me.
I think we're gonna leave it with 2 people today because we're like 2 hours and 10 minutes in. Otherwise, the call is gonna get a little bit long. I don't know if Mr. Rudelasik.
Just call me Rude. It's run out.
Sorry.
Just call me Rude. It's run out.
Okay. Yeah. I think we're gonna save you for next time because otherwise the call is gonna get too long. So if you're available next time, I'll put you on the list together with Renko, and I need one more volunteer for the next call. We'll make that happen in the coming week.
Recording stopped.
If you guys have any questions, then feel free to send them in the chapter 3 section so everyone can benefit from your questions. And I'm going to catch you guys next week. Thank you. See ya.
Thank you very much, guys. Here, and it depends on how it goes. I'll probably give you some hints, but other than that, it's gonna be all you. So let me go pick up a day.
I'm just trying to share my screen. It says disabled.
Let me give me a minute. You should be able to do it now.
Okay. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me just pick up. Do you have like a paid version of
TradingView? Yeah, I've got the premium one, yeah.
Okay, perfect. So
can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can see your screen. Just put your chart flat, please.
All right. Let me just bring a fresh chart. Been waiting for Euro to drop for the last hour. All right. I've been like fucking swearing at the screen. All right.
I'm just going on my chart right now, picking up a date. Give me a minute.
Okay.
That's nasty.
Delete all the drawings.
Okay. Okay. I'm trying to pick a day that is not too complex, but it's probably gonna be this one. Okay, so I want you to go on Thursday, January 11th, and it's gonna be for the 12th. So that's why we were
Okay.
on the day before. Is that perfect? So put yourself in M5. Let's just try to stay intraday if it's possible. So let's not go
Okay,
too
Jan the
much.
11th. So I want to go
Yeah.
to the 12th, Asia 12th, yeah?
Yeah, so go yeah, move a little bit again. Just don't go too quick.
Yeah.
Just again. Okay. Okay, you should be good now. Okay. Okay, good.
All
That's
right,
good.
so now
M5.
we're on
Okay.
the 12th. Okay, cool.
Okay, so I'm muting myself. It's all yours.
Okay, cool. So yesterday, I know we got intraday, but I do look at the inducement from yesterday. So we took that higher yesterday. That was that. That is took that high as well. So we induced that high, and that high came down. That's really nothing. Liquidity is so that's mark up liquidity first, previous day high and low. And then what else we got? So just about induce them lows. Okay, cool. So let's play a little bit. So right now, I would have no idea what's going on. So just kind of wait till some price action develops. So that is structure induced in Asia. It's late structure, so not massively important, I suppose. So now I'm starting to see a tiny build up, potentially, not yet, but I kind of mark it up as soon as I see a couple of points, and then as it develops, mark it up more. Okay. All right, so probably the build up is probably
Also, make sure that when we
yeah.
approach a timing that we slow down a little bit, just because sometimes with the bar replay it goes a little bit fast. So let's just try
Yeah.
to slow down when we get close to a timing, a relevant timing.
Okay, cool. So where we at? 625. All right, so we induced that, like these are like minor inducements during Asia. Took that, we took that. Then we got like a bearish build up on the 5. And we took that structure there. Okay, so now we're coming into Frankfurt. So Frankfurt, I'd be so now Frankfurt, nothing happened there. Okay, so we're just inducing this build up low potentially now. Let me just fix that a little bit. Okay, so here is potential, maybe something, maybe nothing, but it's an SMT. Gray is SMT for me, blue is POI. So, okay. Now we've induced the channel slightly, induced Asia low, got this POI here. So this could be a cycle into this POI now. So see what happens. Okay, so this is still potentially smart money trap. It has, I mean, there's nothing under it. It's mitigated that. Like, so, and it made a new high. So we just have to wait for a confirmation on this. Okay, so I'd probably at this stage, now go down to the 1 minute. See if there's any clean, there's not really a clean POI there. The letters crossed up. So now I'd be looking for, me personally, I'd be looking for longs off this because we've induced this build up low in my eyes. So let's see if we get any POIs. This is messy. What's it got on the 5? I mean, you got this on the 5. It's like the main push POI. How big is that? 4 pips. All right, London Open. Okay, cool. So this could leave. London Open could leave. Okay. So if you wanted to get really refined, it's mitigated this little POI here, which is the last imbalance. If I was live, I'd probably market execute this with my stop at the low. So
you can, if it's a something
can I do that?
Do it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So that if I was looking at this at London Open, I can't see any POI under here. That's like the main push there. So I'd probably have my stop like a little bit below this here. Sorry. I'd have my stop below this POI and just take it. So I'd probably end up getting in about here. So I'd market execute about now at London Open, target Asia high.
Okay, once you enter a position, just let us know where's your break-even point or where's your partial point, please.
So this would be break-even. That's break-even. I'll target Asia high with this one. Okay, so now I'm break-even. Daily open, nothing really happening there. So now it's induced this. That made equal highs, induced that. So I'd be like hoping it's still going to go.
Is it only equal highs or what else?
Equal highs, SMT, Asian midline, channel.
No, you're missing the most important one. What it is?
I'm missing the most important one. Equal highs, SM.
Thank you. EVST had it right. It's a false breakup structure.
Oh, FBOS. Okay. Yeah. All right. Of course. Come on. No. Oh, man. What the fuck?
Okay. Continue.
Yeah.
So now you have your downwards channel inducing low. Can I have that pen, please? So you have, just don't move, please. All right. So you have that downwards channel, right? You also have these equal lows. You induce low into a mitigation point. That entry is a little bit aggressive. I would have probably taken here, but it's okay. The idea is great. Now, when you have a cycle completion, your goal as a take profit or a partial point should be either the next liquidity point or the next inducement. Can you tell me where's the next inducement in there?
The next inducement from here as a take profit would be
or a partial point.
Oh, as a partial, to take partials, the next inducement
Partial
would
or
be this,
TP or whatever you want.
this F boss here, right?
Excellent. All right.
Yeah.
So now you don't
Yeah.
have to do this. You can leave it like
Yeah.
that. So now you
Yeah.
have your F boss
Mm-hmm.
inducement of here. What do you have here?
F boss into a POI and
No,
channel inducement higher.
that little line here. What's this?
That little line here, structure.
Perfect. So that's a relevant
F
break
boss.
of. All right.
Oh,
So
R
this
boss.
is
That's a relevant break
where.
of structure.
Yeah. So I'll let you continue from there and see how you're gonna take care of all this.
Okay, so inducement into POI, that's an R boss. Okay. So now letters crossed over. This is like, if I was looking at this for mitigation, I'd probably take the whole thing. Or maybe, how big is it? It's quite big. I might go, yeah, I'll see how it comes into that. So it's like a little 1 minute channel. So hopefully it spikes high into mitigation. Yeah. So I'll just take this then.
So what's up with your first position? Are you going to be closing it when it hits that POI? Are you going to
When
just
it
take
hits
the
this
partial?
POI, I'd close. If I was trading live, I would probably leave this open just in case it spikes high.
Okay.
Is that a POI there? No. All right. So now we're into this one. So for this one, break even would be here. This is break even.
Also remember, the goal of this exercise is to secure some profit. So if in live you would have left that position open without taking partials, you might end up losing both trades if something happens, right?
Yeah.
Because the trade can just do this and never hit your Asia high and just then do this, right? So make sure that if you have to secure some partials and let me know the amount.
What, on this one?
If you want to, you're not forced to do anything.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, I'll be completely honest. This one, I wouldn't have done it. I'll just leave this one. So I don't want to say that I would take. I don't want to say I would take profit because I'd kind of be cheating. So now this short. So now we've had this inducement, this channel high. I'll bust into mitigation. This is a SMT, so we're definitely going to be taking partials there. But I mean, with this now, it's kind of looking like a retail heaven to me because we've induced this high yesterday, come down here, didn't take anything out really here, took this out, which is nothing. Channel downwards throughout Asia, took that out with an SMT reaction. So really now I'd probably be targeting this now with partials at the bottom of this SMT. So that would be like the overall target down here. And then, yeah, okay, cool. So let's see how that goes. Right, so I wouldn't go break even here. I would put my stop above this high. Yeah, so I wouldn't actually go break even. I'll just put my stop above this in case it comes back to mitigate. If I get like a big stop, I won't move to break even because sometimes you get taken out with the mitigation. Right, so now we're getting like a build up. Let's go back to the 5. Okay, so All right, so I'll take half of here at this point here, which is
Can you tell me how many R's this is?
that's 4 points. So that's like 2.1 R. I'm taking off there, 2.1 R.
All right, thank you.
And then see what's happening there. So it's getting into a bit of a 5-minute downward channel now. I'm just going to move this out of the way. So now so what's down here? So we've got this structure here. This one here. So it's just building above this point here. Coming into so now we're getting yeah, a bit of a channel. It's not the cleanest, but this is not a good channel. Yeah, I'm not gonna draw that yet because it's not really working out. All right, New York Open. Okay, cool. So we just New York Open. We just induce this channel high. This kind of ugly channel. Yeah, that's just about a channel. Kind of awkward one. Again, messy structure here, but on the 5-minute, that could be like a channel inducement high. That could be the F boss, but that's not. I mean, it could be that. It's kind of like it's not really clean structure for SMC. Oh, there's news. That's quite a big one, I think. I can't remember. I think that's a big one. So, oh man, hold on. That might be too bad. No. So what's going on now? Okay, cool. So inducement high. News induced high, tapped Asia low, induced this channel high, left the previous day low. So I'd say we're still bearish. So now we're still bearish. I wouldn't have taken this mitigation. Yeah, I wouldn't have taken that. So news vectored high, took that out. Can't really say if that's an R boss, but my bias is still bearish now. I'm just looking like, is any of this a good entry, really?
Okay,
So,
let's just slow down a little bit. When this happens, sometimes what you need to do is like go back on an M5, review your full analysis as a book from left to right. Why did price induce the channel upwards? What did the price react to the left? Where are we trading away from? Let's do all these things and make sure we understand where we're heading.
Okay, so it gave pretty much equal lows there.
Is it equal lows or it's an inducement?
It's a slight inducement, yeah.
Okay. Is this structure relevant or no?
Is this structure relevant? Well, induced New York
this
low.
One is a tricky one. This one is
sorry. Yeah, I mean, this is induced New York low. This is this was late. This was 5 p.m. my time. I don't see what the relevance is. It led to that high. I don't see it as super relevant, really. Let's see what I mean. So yeah, because I didn't. Okay, so we're trading away from. I think this vector, if I remember correctly, took out a shitload of liquidity. So and then the same here, and then again, this took out yesterday's this important structure here that this took out. So then this is an important low. Like this was a trap that took this out. So then But this is kind of like this. This is just its own little piece of structure. So I'm not sure how relevant that is. So, but then it has mitigated. So, okay. Now I'm looking at those inducements low to the left. It could be like that we're not. It could be like that we're going long. So let's see if we get any sort of clean mitigation. So we've got this mitigation here that happened. So let's just play this out. Now, to me, this looks like it looks like now I've got them higher time frame inducements from the left involved. It's sort of like, and I'm thinking it's going long because it did just about take this out, but obviously intraday it's induced this channel high, but we didn't take Asia high. All right, so. Okay, so now it's taken that out. I'm looking now. I'm probably looking for longs because it's induced that high.
It's a little bit messy price action. We all can agree.
Now it's messy. Yeah, so I'd like to see a little build up now. So it's not really giving us a build. It's just fucking rocketed off. All right. So what's it look like on the 5? Yeah. So
if you would be in buys from here, this is a trade I took. What would be your target and why?
If I was in buys from here,
yeah.
If I was playing it really safe, I would target this midline POI.
Okay, so this is something you have to do when you're not in a trade, right? So basically, if you see that price is starting to go higher and you missed the buy here, let's say, right?
Yeah.
You need to put your alert into your next potential take profit zone that you would have taken, right? So this is your target that you just said. So you put an alert here, right?
Yeah.
Then what you do? What's on the left and what's the relevance to it?
What's on the left now? Well, we got so we've got Asia high. This inducement POI with the high with PDH yesterday's high at the top. No, I mean that's it really. You've got Asia high. You've got this structure point here where we sold from earlier, and then we got previous day high. Well, am I missing something?
No. Everything sounds good. It's just I want to see how you're gonna react out of it.
Yeah. So right now, I think we're going to take that just because of the fact that we had the inducements to the left. So. All right. So, okay. But when this happens, so basically New York trap kind of made equals pretty much at Asia high, then it got taken out. But I find that when London low or high or New York gets taken out like that, that's a liquidity point. So I might look at that a little bit and see. But if you had, just trying to see if there's like a build up here. So this is kind of actually an upward channel.
Yeah, that's a look good. That looks good.
So you got a channel here.
Inducing low, then
induced low. It didn't take out any structure. Is that an EDM? Not really. So it induced the channel low, didn't take any structure out, then it induced high, took New York high, took Asia high.
Took equal highs.
It's equal highs. So that could be, I mean, yeah, we've got to see. Let's have a look. So now it's like getting a little bit of build up again. So
I'll explain this right after when you're done.
Oh, when I'm done. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you're gonna be super aggressive, the break like shines. Yeah, I don't know about that. And then so now we've got London close coming. Mm-hmm.
That looks good.
Okay. This is if I'm sitting, I overtrade quite a lot, like too aggressively. If I'm sitting on my own at the chart now, I might put a stop here and market execute because I just seen this mitigation, which is kind of weak, kind of a weak trade. But this is probably the sort of thing I take, and this is the sort of thing that gets me in trouble when I do too much of it. But I might like put a stop here. But then I'm also looking at the fact that we've got this build up. This is tricky. This is where I get like, do you know what I mean? I've got to stay out of these trades really.
I don't believe in this build up, but if you want to put it, it's okay.
You don't think it's a build up, Naz?
I'll explain after why, in my opinion.
I'll leave it there so you remember to explain. Okay. All right. So if I'm trading on my own right now, I'm going to market execute here. I'm going to put a stop here, and then target like here. And it's aggressive. Like this is just being honest.
No problem.
All right, and it is see sometimes.
So why would you target there and not here?
Because I'm looking at that imbalance fill, and I'm kind of like not sure if we're. I'm not sure how bullish we are.
Okay, no problem.
And also, we're going to induce this channel, and this structure. So I'm thinking we're getting late, so I might just take this, go for this SMT. Stop above there. This is good for break even as well because my break even is kind of above the POI. So I'll go break even when we get to. I'll probably go break even here.
Perfect.
Right here.
I'm gonna be drawing it on the screen, but just ignore it. I just want to
make
a bigger line.
Now I'll break even. London close. Oh man, don't do it. Okay. Oh, what? Okay. All right. This is like me. This is like me on Euro today, man. Just fucking, what is going on? All right. So that one's TP. Like Euro is still hovering. I can see on my phone. All right.
But right now, but for the past 2 months, I think the timing has been off. So I mean,
yeah,
position past London close is okay right now. So how much R's is that? It
that one was 5.3 R.
All right, and you break even all of the rest or no?
No, I got a 2.1 on the partial on the short, didn't I?
Yeah, but the rest has been break even, right?
Yeah, that's break even, and and the rest of that. So 2.1, 5.3.
Perfect. That's excellent. I mean, we're just gonna go quick on the review. This is just 5 minutes, so the next person can go on. I think it was great. I think you did a great idea. A great. I don't know if people agree. I think it's a great analysis. I think it's a very good job. Can we go on M5 so we can review some stuff? I'll give you a little bit of a insight of what I saw.
Absolutely.
Remove your entry helper, please. So
remove what? Sorry.
Entry helper. So there's more double click. Perfect. And stretch out the screen so I can see. I'm getting old. All right. And just a little bit like this. No, to the inside, like squeeze it to the inside so we can see the left here where induced.
Oh, sorry, this way.
Perfect. All right. So
okay.
Basically, I'm just gonna give you again how I see it. It works for me. It's rarely inducing me the way I see it, but coming from a retail background and structural trader, I feel that sometimes you guys lack on how structure works, right? So basically, you can argue that this is the low, right? I don't review this as low. I really see how the market works in legs. That's how I see it, right? I see it like this. It's probably a little bit of a biased opinion because that's how I see it. And that's what I saw when you initially wanted to take a TP here. Then personally, I took this short and my TP was here because that's the last point that led to the new high. What does that mean? That means that people that are coming in here and here, their stop losses are potentially here, but because this is the candle that led to the new high. So this is how structure works. These is where the stop losses are. And there's something that I do. It's not taught in lit, but I never expect that there's stop losses at inducement points. I don't know if that's wrong. We should ask the black belts if it is.
Do you think is that because like when you say inducement points, like
so here this is an inducement point. This induced to the left. For me,
right.
There's no liquidity here because
no one got in there.
Exactly. So basically,
right, okay.
The only clean structure that we have, it's this one, right? So people that are trying, let's say that this isn't post New York trap, right?
Yeah.
People that are trying to come in here with these vector candles, their stop losses are going to be here, right? Because that's the point that led to the new high. So this short should have been closed at least 80% here, and you keep like this is only probably trade management because this is like what 1.5 hours difference, right? It's small, and it's really important that we review the market like this. So basically, this point led to the new low. So this is the last relevant structure. So this means this is the F boss, right? Even though it goes higher, even though it mitigates here, this is the F boss because this is where the trend switched. You can see it here. Boom, 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 boom. That's the last point that led to the new low. So this is an SMT. So this trade was good because you're trading into the inducement. It's rare that you can predict this on the edge, but so that's why targeting Asia high isn't wrong, but you need to be able to switch your bias when you're in the middle of a trade because traders do the same exact mistake. They get married to that take profit without realizing that there's new trades potentially being done. F boss to the upside, inducement high. R boss, relevant breaker structure. Inducement POI, timing POI, imbalance POI, structural POI being mitigated perfectly. You close your first position. You don't care if it's close to Asia high. You take 80% off if you want. You need to manage your first trade accordingly to be able to enter the second trade because otherwise you're going to be missing this one and you're going to be losing your profit on this one. So that was your first mistake. Your first trade was really good. What I thought that was great, what you did is your entry was aggressive, but you didn't wait it for the like the mitigation below. So that was something I appreciated, even though it was aggressive, because there's a mitigation on the M1 here, right? This is super aggressive because you're trading that. And can you confirm, can people confirm why this is an SMT or no?
Are you asking me or everyone else?
Oh, you can confirm. Whoever wants.
I mean, I would say that's an SMT because it's like it's the POI that led to the high.
Excellent. So exactly what we just explained. It's always about structure. Boom. 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 Right. This is an SMT because it led to the new high. This here is an SMT because it led to the new high. The only way a POI is relevant for me, it needs to be inducing something, right?
Yeah.
So if it induces something, it's institutionally made, so it means there's no liquidity right now. Now, when people go in here, now this structure becomes relevant, right? But at the moment you induce, I don't see it as a, structural liquidity, right?
Yeah.
Next, drawing these buildups is cute. I don't draw these buildups anymore because you need to be able to understand that if it induces to the left, a structure like this, it has more weight than your potential FBOS here, because this will confuse you if you ignore this structural inducement here, because you will think that this is an FBOS, that price does this, you were writing this to take shorts. That's wrong because we induce to the left, and this is only multi-time frame analysis. You need to be able to understand that potentially this buildup, putting this buildup here is a mistake because it will probably ruin your analysis. How I marked it on the edge, I wrote this as equal highs, reaction, inducement. Where's the point? If I would be in sales here, where would be my take profit? Here. So you switch your idea, you go long, right? Your build up here, it was great because they're trying to build new liquidity to the upside. Now, personally, when price is we are on a buy side like this, if there's something being built on the opposite side like this, I don't see this as buildup. Buildup equals intention. If there's no intentions, there's no buildups, right? Here, the intentions were clear. They want to go short, pushing price down. This is clear. You write this buildup, right?
Yeah.
What here you write this buildup, they're pushing price down, it's okay, but it doesn't need to be inducing the actual channel to be able to reverse. So basically here, people that are going short, they're being taken here at the same time. I don't know if that makes sense. Probably it's
it does. It's like what Cam says. Sometimes the build up is the inducement, and it happened yesterday. Yesterday in London, Euro was building long, and then it just dropped. But people were sort of drawing a build up high, and it was a build up, but actually that build up was the inducement. So that makes perfect sense. Yeah.
And your short here was great. I think that your approach looks a little bit like mine. I think what you need to work on is look at structure. Looking at structure like they see it, not like how you want to see it. So basically, if you take a short here, this is perfect. There's no, this one was good, this one was good. There's a, yours was better because you had a real internal break of structure, but your take profit is wrong. This is an emotional take profit because you want to be able to, you need to target the structure, the next structure. It's this point.
Yeah, it was emotional because of that early take, that late take profit on the other short. That's right.
Yeah, but in your, if on paper you in your, the timing, would this be a Mona Lisa trade? Yes or no? So you in your, forget about the timing. Forget about the timing. Focus on, like, it's okay to, if you are emotional and you want to take profit here, take partials. You're going to be happy to having all this thing here. I took this trade here. My target was here. The day was done. I took the buys here also. So there's no, I rarely look at timing anymore, to be honest. I strictly look at how the market gives me those intentions, and I think that you did a great idea, a great analysis overall. I think you just need to work on managing your trades live and looking at structure like they see it. That's it.
Yeah, 100%. Thank you, Joe. That's really helpful, mate.
Okay, have a good one. So right now he's a runner-up with 7.4 pips.
Yeah, boy.
R's.
I'll stop
EVST,
sharing.
you have a question? Yeah.
Hey, Robbie,
EVST.
possible for you to run down one more time that whole structure concept you just explained, just to solidify the whole concept?
Yeah, I'll do it at the end of the call. Let's make sure somebody else backtests so everybody gets a chance, and whoever wants to stay at the end so we can talk about structure, we will. All right?
Yeah, EVST here. I just had a doubt about the buys which you took. I don't remember the time. If you can share the screen again, David, please.
Yeah, you can share your screen, David.
Sorry, mate. I just deleted all that stuff, so gone back to
No
my other
problem.
chart.
No. So let me just check if I have this here. Okay, let me just share my screen, all right?
Yeah.
Is this are you talking about this buy here?
Yeah. No. The previous one, at the NYO. Yeah.
This one.
I
Yeah,
remember.
I took this one that was super aggressive.
Yeah, you took your TP in some M15 structure. So were you also guessing FPOS, or was that just
No.
your first trade? So you
So
were.
basically, I took shorts in here previously when I woke up. I think it was a 125, like little mini trade. That's why I was able to enter at this vector candle here after the structural inducement. And I just retargeted my point here because that was the point that led to the new low. That's it.
No.
And then there's an EDM trade here. That was the most relevant one. That was the best trade that I also took.
But it makes it messy because it is reacting from the Asia low. So I was expecting a new low to be made.
Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, these are all factors that are really, really relevant, and you are 100% right. There's an Asia low balance. There's probably a POY here, so people would think that this is a NEV boss. So that would be a potential short. It's really what gave it away. It's that structure. Like when it induced it low, I took the risk of taking the buy. When the price aggressively went higher, it means there's clearly something that has been taken here, right? So if you would just ignore this structural point, you would just see this like this, the screen like that, right? Let me just check if I have gray box, right? You would just see this. Ignore this thing. Would you think that this is relevant here? Without this thing here.
Yeah, then it would be relevant because it made a new structure.
The first buy isn't valid. The only buy that is valid is the EDM here.
Yeah, but the timing was not so good because NYO is quite famous for making the false breakout structure. So things were not
I
lining
know
up. But I
this
do understand.
trade was tricky. This trade was 100% tricky. But remember, when I wake up around these hours. Like I know that we're short from here, so my minimum target is here. So I put an alert here. I had this here. I think this even was an EDM on the short side. Yeah, this is an EDM here, if I remember. And I was trading, like I said earlier, I was trading away against these equal lows. So there's a reaction to that structure. Price builds new structure here. I took that short to here. And basically the buy was my take profit. That's it. But don't do this at home. I only was able to take this buy because I had banked already my 125 here.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. So who's the next volunteer for me? Who's the next victim, actually? I can go. Eros, go. Eros Nepi. Let me just, I don't want to mess up your name, sorry. So your co-host, please unmute yourself and share your screen, and I'm gonna share my screen basically, so I can put.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, let me just share my little roulette thing, and let's go.
Okay.
Ooh, that's gonna be hard. I hate these pairs. I'm making sure to take a clean run, all right?
Okay.
All right, so we're gonna be using so it's gonna be Monday, February 24th. So please go on the February, no, February 5th.
February.
So let's go on 2nd of February, please.
Okay.
Oh God, I don't know what these colors are, but we'll make it work.
I love strange color. So February 5.
No, February 2nd, and then we're gonna move forward to the Monday, February 5th, because I don't want you to spoil
Okay.
your chart.
Okay. So,
Oh,
sorry.
that's another language. Erho Yen
Oh yeah, it's
Japanese.
Italian. Yeah, yeah.
Italian. Let's go.
Just give me one moment. I don't know what is going on. So, okay. Can go on hand 5.
Yeah, you can go to M5, and if you're in the correct date.
A bit.
All right, so let's just what's 2nd of February? It's the 1st. So move forward until the next day.
Yep.
Is everybody's enjoying so far? Or no? Let me know.
No, oh shit, sorry. I hate this new replay bar. Sorry. Yep. Okay.
All right, all right, all right.
Okay.
Okay,
So,
perfect. So you start your analysis on the what day is it? This is the 2nd. So move forward to the next day.
okay.
Just press play. Just press play. Let's wait. Play, play, play. Let's leave it. Now we're gonna have the weekend, and we're gonna be able to go on the 2nd day. I have no idea how you're able to understand.
Oh shit, I feel so dumb. I'm sorry.
Don't press.
Yeah,
You
I
can
got
never
it.
press on that thing. It's just
Okay.
gonna mess up.
Okay. So, okay. We can do this.
All right, let's go.
Okay.
I'm gonna mute myself, and I'll let you go.
Okay. Let's finish Asia. Okay. So, let me just check. So we have this one as the previous week close. So, okay.
Talk to us. Give us some details.
Yeah,
Let's go.
sorry. So here we have some equal high. Ooh, I'm sorry, guys. Here we have some equal highs. Okay, this one is previous day low. I don't think it's too relevant at the moment. I'd like to see what we have here. We have this little investment here in Asia. Okay. I would mark this point for later. Oh, I have to. Okay. So. Okay, let's see. Frankfurt. So, okay, I have to press this. And go on the M5. Okay, so I will mark this has a little smart money. I would wait for Frankfurt to open like this. Okay. So Frankfurt induced this kind of little SMTs in here. Let me check on the M one. Okay, I don't really like this one. Let's wait. So in this moment, I would mark this one as a smart monitor. Oh shit. Yeah, too late. Okay, let's wait maybe for London to open. So thinking about this little inducement.
Okay, let's slow down a little bit, right? Okay,
Yeah,
let's slow
okay.
down. So basically,
Yeah.
your first your first thing that you need to do is identify a buildup. Can you tell me where is the buildup in here?
Yep.
Tell me.
Yep, of course. It's horrible. So I would say just something like this trend line in here, maybe.
No. So what are just on the like? I'm telling you, identify a buildup. You don't have to mark it. What's happening right now? Like, what are the intention here? What are they doing here? What is happening here? What's this?
Okay, they're creating new lower low, and
So this is a downwards.
downward channel. Okay, got it.
All right. So now you see this as a downwards channel. Is it ugly? Yes. Do we care?
Yeah,
No.
it's horrible.
The goal is to identify where is the liquidity. So let's put the little channel in here. We don't care if it's ugly. So start by doing the first one down below because it's perfect. You can see.
Yep.
Perfect. You copy it above, right?
Okay.
No, lower here, like here, like this. Here we go. And you, perfect. Give it. That's it. Give it to me. All right. Now, what do we have now? What's happening? Remove this random.
Yep.
Whatever that is, please. Let's remove it. All right. Remove this thing here. It's completely irrelevant. Now we have our buildup. Where is our inducement?
Is inducing high.
All right. So if it's inducing high, a downwards channel. Let's look to the left so we don't reproduce what is it David, his name? David or David. So if it didn't zoom in. I'm blind. Please zoom in. Right. So there's that downwards channel.
Yeah.
Is it inducing something to the left? No.
No.
So this inducement here is relevant.
Yes.
What is it this doing here? This is the structure that led to the new low. So this is called a
fake breakout structure.
All right, let's mark it, please.
Okay.
Now,
so
what are we approaching? What's
London
the
Open.
next London Open?
That's
Now,
what,
let's wait for London Open.
definitely.
Right. All right. Oh.
Okay.
So now, would you argue that all these little beautiful candles aren't an inducement or are an inducement?
Definitely yes.
Perfect. So can you
This
see?
would
It's simple.
be-
It's simple stuff. So now, don't get into mitigation stuff. Let's focus on the base. The downwards channel, not inducing low, inducing high. So we already know out of this price action that we're looking for
a sell.
All right. Until, like, what would
No.
be your potential next liquidity zone that you be?
Oh, I got it. Like this low in here.
Perfect. Why is this low the next liquidity point?
Because it's the last point that create a new high.
Thank you very much. Let's go. All right. Now we have a downwards channel. We have a false breaker structure with inducement of the channel. We have timing. You have your little cute mitigation zone if you want to take it in an account. Now
Yeah,
we have also timing. What would be the next thing you want to see?
Like maybe in this case, something like an EDM would be
What would be
great.
an EDM relevant here?
Like, because I saw this before, we already had like this kind of inducement. Tell me if I'm wrong. We have a let. Now we have the channel induced high. So for me, like if I see something like this at 9 p.m., 9 a.m.
If it suits your plan, you can do it. Do like now. I gave you enough hints. It's back to you to get to work. So I'm gonna.
Yeah, this is definitely a sell that I.
Perfect. Do whatever fits your plan.
Right, like.
So you give us your next break even and your next partial position, please. Point.
So this one would definitely be my partial point at the new low. And I'd like to go break even maybe when we broke this one in here.
Okay, no problem.
Okay. And now we have a let too. So if we maybe a break of struck. No. Okay, this is maybe something a bit aggressive, but honestly, it's something I'd like to take in the hedge.
If it suits your plan, do it.
So, because we are kind of reacting from this, that is, it's kind of aggressive, but I'd see this like an SMT after we take all this liquidity with this false break of structures. So maybe I would put my stop loss above here. Like this. Yep. Same break even and same partial point. So let's see.
That's the kind of trade I like. Let's go. Give it to me.
Okay. So. Okay.
Okay. No. Now, what are we doing? Are we
Now
managing the
I'm,
trade? What are we doing?
yeah. Now I'm at break even for sure in both of the position.
Mm-hmm.
And go back in M5. Okay. So. Okay. Definitely partial.
Partial. Give me first position and the second one, please.
Okay.
So first, the first one
is 3.7.
Okay, how much partial you would be taking on this?
50%.
50%.
50% in both of the position.
Okay, first
And
second position was RR this.
Is 125.78.
1.8.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see. Oh. Okay, so now we are approaching this kind of M15 smart money trap. So, ooh. Okay. Mhm. Mhm. Okay.
Perfect. So the remaining of the
Oh
position.
yeah. So the
First
first
one is
one.
6.26. I'll do the math after. And the
Okay.
second one is
10.
10.9. All right, 10.9. All right. Now,
So now we are.
perfect TP. Now, I think we're gonna stop there. We can continue if you want, or you can stop there with the because right now you're running up. Do you not running up? You're leading. Do you want to stop there, or you want to continue?
I mean, if I can finish the day.
I have no idea. I have no problem with this. Let's go. Finish the
Okay.
day.
Let's go. So now I would wait for New York to bring in because I don't like to trade after magic manipulation one, to be honest. So just skip until New York. Okay. So now I see this build up in here. Hmm. Let me just check. Hmm. So if I'm up for the day, this one is probably a trade that I could try to take, to be honest. And I'm up for the day, so let's try because we have an M5 EDM.
Perfect. That's
So, yep.
a signature series trade. I love this.
Let's wait. So and then it's like 2 p.m. to the minute, so I love this stuff.
What would be your target?
I think a humble 1 to 3.8 because we have nothing really. No, maybe this structural point in here.
Perfect.
Yeah,
You
definitely.
almost messed up there, right?
Let's see. Oh, I don't like this. Ooh. Okay. Give a good reaction. So.
Like right
No,
now,
no,
I don't think there's nothing to look at
no,
yet.
no,
You
no.
have your
Yeah, yeah. I
static
was
lit or
just
whatever, but
checking, but I don't
like,
like.
let's not pull your luck too much.
Okay, so just leave this run. Yeah. Okay. Now we are faking equal lows. So
Like you realize your candles are in the opposite color, so
yeah,
you should
yeah. I
be
love this.
probably putting the black ones bearish and the white one bullish. It messes up with my eyes a little bit.
I love these colors. So yeah, this one I could do something like I see something like this, but I don't think I'm gonna. Yeah. Okay. Come on. Okay. I think
No,
I
I think we
can.
can definitely stop because
Yeah.
the rest of the day is pretty shit, to be
Let's
honest.
end the day in here. I like
Okay,
my
I think that's 5.4. All right.
5.1. Yes.
5.1. All right. Let me give you my comments. I think you did a wonderful job once the markups were done correctly.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
be 100% honest. Your chart looks like shit. Like basically the colors I think messes up with your vision. That's my personal opinion. I don't mind that you have fancy colors, but the lines, the different color lines should all be the same. Use annotations with text and not colors.
Okay.
That's just my opinion. And
Okay.
if I didn't save you up in here with the correct build-up, I think you would have probably missed all of these trades and miss a lot of opportunities. This is exactly why you need to keep things simple. Let's go to the left just a little bit so I can see the beginning of Asia. Okay, like this. You were marking POIs in here that I don't know why you were marking
Yeah,
like
it was like an SMT, like not
yeah,
the yeah.
let's put relevant stuff. What are they trying to do, right? They're trying to let's build the liquidity to the downside. We know the intentions. We mark this. We don't have to mark this. We don't have to mark this. We want to know what are they trying to do, right? In this case, build the liquidity to the downside. There's a clear inducing high with vector candles, with timing, with structural inducement. There's nothing to the left, right? So this is where I think that keeping your markup simple will help you a lot. At the moment I told you the correct buildup, everything went well, right?
Yeah.
But you
yeah,
saw here, you started to redo those little, you don't need to do this. You know that this point didn't take a new high. So is it
Yeah.
relevant? Not really.
No.
This point here made a new high. So you want to take this point. So you wanted to take, it's a conservative target, 100%. But I think it doesn't make any sense to just target this based on what we have to the left. So basically, if this structure would be the only one, like here, erase all this, like probably price would do this, and this would be the only structure that, so then this pullback would have been valid until that POI, right? Or probably that SMT, whatever. But you have all this liquidity here with this structural point that needs to be targeted. I think that probably your only issue is clearing up your chart and not make things up like that POI here you were trying to do like whatever build up here. So it's intention wise we need to understand what they're doing and where they're heading. And in this case, I don't know if someone in the chat can argue this downward build-up inducing high into mitigation. This is an inducement POI with timing, with also FBOS was Mona, and it's pretty clear, right? All right, Eros, you're
So much, Joe.
no problem. You're right now you're number one. So if nobody takes up your spot, we're probably going to be trading together. So who's the next volunteer? Me, Nabil Dul. So Nabil Dul, let's go. So excellent job, Eros.
Thank you so much.
You did
I
great.
stopped share.
Yeah, stop
Okay.
sharing.
Thank
So,
you.
all right.
Hello.
So now, Nabil Dul, let me just find you here. Put you co-host. Wait until you share your screen. Let's spin the wheel. This is gonna be our final one because it's getting late here. Oh, AUS USD. I don't know that pair.
Oh, wait, of course.
That's a
Oh,
typo.
oh.
I'm sorry. AUS USD. That's a new pair I just invented. All right.
Okay.
So removing this, stop sharing my screen. You can share your screen. Let me just go get a day.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, yeah. Put your chart flat.
Wait. Yep.
All right, let me find a day in here. All right, so it's gonna be Tuesday, January 30th. So you go on the 29th, please.
29. Wait. Okay. Mm, 29. Wait, let me remove all the drawings. Yep. Can you see it? Hello.
I can see. Yes, 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 yes. I'm
Hmm.
just waiting. I'm falling asleep. It takes too long. Let's go. Let's go.
Okay.
So I'll move to the 30th of
30,
Asia. So
okay.
I'll just go next with the little candle and the little arrow. Let's go. I feel like you guys are not used to the bar replay. You don't feel super comfortable with it.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
Okay. Let me start with the high time frame.
You can, but it's not really important, but you can.
Hmm. Sorry, my English is not that good. So, okay, as we see here, we have already induced a lot of medium liquidity yesterday from previous days, and mm, this one. We can watch this as our point of interest.
Okay, just try
And
to move a little bit faster for Asia. If we spend
okay.
too much time on the like doing this
Okay,
analysis, it's
okay.
gonna be.
I think I can only take 2 SL, right?
2 max SLs, yes.
2 max. Okay, okay, 2 maxes. So I won't go for EA1 and EA2. I will only look for EA3 and EA4 because I'm more comfortable with those ones. So
No problem.
okay. I don't trade in Asia. So yes.
So
We have
just skip
another
to the end of
inducement
Asia.
point.
Skip to the end of Asia, so I'll get to you.
We have another inducement. So we already induced a huge amount of liquidity. So now I think we can look for sales from here. And for first thing first, this is our vector in Asia. So I'm going to, yep.
Remember, go to the end of Asia. What we're doing right now, it's pretty irrelevant because otherwise, just go until we get to the end of Asia. Like here.
Oh, wait. But I think we can get a trade here. So that's why I'm going
If you think, let's
slow.
go.
Yep. So here we get a channel inducement.
Give us all your thoughts, all the details, so the people in the call don't miss it.
Yeah. As we can see, this is a SMT reaction from this point, which induced the channel. I can't see any valid sell point here, so I will just wait until we get one.
What's the next
Okay.
timing?
London Open.
No. What's the next timing?
Oh, Frankfurt Open, sorry.
Perfect, perfect.
Mhm. Yeah, so we have the Frankfurt Open here. I think we can get it trade from like these points some, but I won't go for those because
You're going too quick. You're going. Let's slow down. All right. Let's go back. Can you remove your entry helper, please?
sure.
So is there your screen is small, right? Am I wrong?
Yes. My screen is small.
Okay, so
50, but
let's do the same exercise we did earlier. Where's your first build-up?
first build up.
You from here, right? Like, tell me what they're trying to do, please.
From where?
From wherever. Like, you can mark from here to the right.
Hmm.
Tell me exactly what they're trying to do. Because your build-up
Oh,
here is
oh.
off. So we need to fix this one. That's why I'm asking.
Okay. First of all, we had the
Forget what to the
major
left. Let's.
left
Okay, I'm
investment.
gonna
So
repeat. No, let's repeat. Okay, from here, right here. Forget what's on the left. Forget the inducement.
Mhm.
Tell me
Mhm.
what are the intentions? What are they trying to do? I want to fix this buildup. Can you review it
Okay.
for me, please?
Okay. After after a major or medium inducement, when we go low, so there is we have some mini buildups, and like from my research, I got this, like we have mini buildups, then we induce in timing, induce the channel to go lower. So that's why I marked this Asia buildup for the mini channel inducement to go low. Does that make sense?
Sorry, I had a phone call. All right. So, did you review? Okay. So basically, let me just go back. Okay, perfect. So, I just want to see the intentions, right? So, you're over refining it. I'm gonna mark you how I want to see it, and tell me if you agree.
Mm.
Do you
Okay.
agree?
Hmm.
The last one is a little bit nastier, so this one here. No over refinement, just intention. They're building liquidity to the downside. You agree? Let's do it
Yep.
like this. No, from here, like whatever. Just do it like this so we can see it.
Okay.
Because you're in the 3-minute time frame. That's why it's confusing me. Okay. M5.
5
M5.
minutes. I'm fine.
Let's
Okay,
go.
okay.
That makes more sense. Perfect. So let's go here. This one, copy it here, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's go.
Mm.
Just this one. Like literally copy my excellent. Okay, copy it above.
like this.
Copy the one above. Remove this one. Clone it.
Okay.
Remove it. You know you can just press delete on your keyboard. Okay, perfect. Let's leave it like that. It doesn't matter. All right, perfect. Now, where's the inducement?
Here's the inducement.
All right. What's happening here? Same thing that we discussed earlier.
Where? Here.
What's this?
Structure inducement.
No. What is yes, but what's also this point?
Inducement of the channel.
Who? FBoss. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris. So FBoss. Let's put FBoss here. FBoss. Who can tell me why this structure is an FBoss?
Because we have this structure break these lows.
Perfect. So this structure made the new low. So let's put this FBoss here. Good, good, good. All right. So now we have a downwards channel inducing high. Do we have timing?
No.
Okay, no timing. Do we have an inducement POI based on what we see here? Yes, so probably there's a mitigation point here, right? Nice. We don't have timing. Now, price induces low. What does price do here when it induces low? Here.
Vectors.
No, yes, vectors, but what does it also do? Who can tell me what's this point doing?
SMT reaction.
Perfect. Why is there an SMT reaction? We just discussed about it. We just discussed about it. Hello? Are you there?
Hello. Yes, I'm there, but
why is this an SMT? We just discussed about it here. Yeah.
FBoss.
So if this is an FBoss, this becomes automatically an SMT. You agree,
SMT,
right?
Yep.
It's important. You understand that you don't put an SMT there just because it looks cute and you already see it on the hindsight that it induced low. You need to understand the intentions behind why this is an SMT. They're inducing the channel upwards. They're creating a change of character. So this means this becomes an SMT. It's super important that this becomes like automatic. Inducement of channel with the FBoss automatically becomes an SMT, right?
SMT.
Because you were saying that this was an SMT, probably because you saw that this induces low. You don't have to do the hindsight analysis. It's going to ruin your complete trading. Make sure you understand that this is an FBoss, this is an inducement high, right? SMT. Now, this point was also potentially, is there anything on the entry helper you can give us, please? Because that's why you need to go slower.
We had lead here.
So there's an M5 lead. Let's mark it here. We missed this trade, but it doesn't matter. Let's just mark it at least. M5 lead. Put a POI here. Your thing is here.
Like this.
Perfect. Perfect. M5 lead. If you would, since you missed this trade, if you would be in this trade, where would be your minimum target?
Target. Okay. So because I had a STF, sorry, this build-up looks very bad. We have very many major inducements or medium inducements taken, so we can minimum target where from the cycle started. Like from
why
here.
would be this the most relevant structural point to target?
Who
can tell me this in the chat? Who can give it to me?
This one.
Push that led to the new high. Thank you, Chris. So this push, you confirmed that it led to a new high. So that's the most relevant leg. There's some fractal. I don't think this is going to be there on probably Oanda, but I mean, there's this structural point here also that we can keep in mind. But this is the whole
like you said before.
Yeah, exactly. So if you would be in this trade, the first point you would be looking for would be this one and this one. So I personally would put an alert here and an alert here. Let's play the price and see if there's potential continuation trade you could take.
Yep, I will go for the continuation trades. Should I um, set a position here?
No, but you missed this
Okay.
trade. You cannot put it. You missed
Okay,
it. So.
okay.
Give me a
I
minute. I
will
have another
now.
phone call. Be right back.
Okay. I will look for a EDM trade. For like. Mm, mm. Okay. So we induce the channel here with a structural inducement, I can say also, but there is no clear POI here where from we can take the trade. So I just have to leave it. Also a late plus EDM from this point. This, and I think you also have a SMT reaction here. So,
All right, sorry, I had a phone call. So let's see what happened.
Okay,
okay.
I marked a SMT.
Okay.
In this point and at lower channel here, and we induce the channel plus here structural inducement.
Okay.
So we can look in 1 minute late here plus EDM.
Okay.
So we can look for a trade from here, but not understanding where should I enter and where should I put my sell, because I can't see any clear POI. Can I go in 30 seconds?
Okay.
Okay. Here we can see some imbalance. Yep. So I want to enter here, and the logical. I think the logical SL will be up here. So, yep, this is my entry.
Okay.
And the target will be the safer one, as you said.
Okay.
So, yep.
So this would be your entry 6.65. Okay, let's play it out.
Okay.
Don't forget to give me your break-even point, please.
Wait a second. Let me check this one. 5. There is an imbalance. Basically, I won't go for any break even now because we have some imbalance left here and channel will building up, so we can again induce this channel and go lower. Not the cleanest one. Okay, let's see the what price shows us. So the channel again induced. We can have another trade here, but I won't go for it because I already have a position running. I should have sell another one from here, but it's all right.
I'm not a fan of the 2 minutes. I don't even know what's happening.
This is because of the screen size. Sorry for that.
No, it's just the 2 minutes time frame. I don't like it. All right, you're approaching your take profit.
We have another channel here.
There's a little bit too much channels, in my opinion, for my taste. Like, we don't need to mark new channels because we already understand that the intentions are bearish. You agree?
Yep. Because we understand the intentions is bearish, so I mark these channels because when we go bearish, like uh, we build channel in the lower triangle, it induce some point of the channel and go low.
Yeah, I know, but
From
what I mean
which we
is, right now at this point in your trade, I don't think it's relevant. Can you zoom out a little bit, please? Zoom out. Zoom again. Zoom with your mini screen. Okay. So you see, like all this, because if doing those build-ups really help you, you can. I just think that for me personally, like building build-ups at this point here, I don't see why it would help you. Like you would want to add a position like a 1 to 2. Or, like if you want to add a position, okay, but at this point here, other than just marking it up to confirm that it's going to induce low, I don't think it's relevant. Let's continue. Your screen is very small. Right, 6.65. I think that, do you want to stop there or you want to continue? Because
I want to continue.
Okay, let's try to make it quick because you have been backtesting for 45 minutes.
So this is NYT, and I think this day is going to be a retail haven. So as because we already have the medium inducement in Asia, so as we know from the retail haven, we have like in NYT we get an inducement of the channel and go low. So we can look for another EDM trade from in, but the PO is not cleanest for me. So let's see where we get the reaction and if we get any lower time frame entry. Okay. No clean POI, so we'll just let it go. We have a which is also a leg POI here, and we also get EDM, inducement of this channel also. Let's see, we can get any M1 entry, M1 net entry. Oh, okay. So we don't get any entry and the move is done for the day.
All right, so 6.65 Rs is a great trade. My comments, I would also probably the same than the person who previously did their backtest. Probably just put clearly like here the buildup that we had in Asia. Like you know that there's a medium inducement to the left. So you mark this line. We don't have to put this. You like the lines, we put them to understand. Like, do you really need to see a trend line here when you know clearly that it's like this is why I keep my chart clean. So this build up here, just try to adjust it once the price moves and the price action starts developing. So this thing you marked induced low and when here, so you would ignore this inducement. I don't know if that makes sense. Try to adjust them once the price action develops and you're able to have clear like this. Nobody here can argue that this was the inducement. Then there is no relevant break of structure, but that is a retest of that PY here. That was clear. Then there's that SMT reaction. That was Mona here. Trading away that SMT, timing, inducement POI with M5 let, that was a super clean trade. And this is important. I saw you struggle a little bit earlier. You cannot put SMTs without understanding why they are there. It doesn't mean that there's an SMT just because we're trading away an inducement, right? Because you could just put SMT here, SMT here, SMT here. We need to understand why is there an SMT. Price trades, there's a change of character, so we know that this is an SMT because they're trying to buy from here.
I learned it from Chef. We have the SMT rules are we got fake boss and channel inducement to the upside, and like we get the EDM trades.
Yeah, but
with that.
So here, you're talking about that SMT here.
Which one?
This one? Is it this one you're talking about?
This one is SMT for me.
No,
this one also.
This one isn't an SMT. So keep in mind that the first two candles in front of Asia doesn't exist. So this thing doesn't exist. The real Asia low is here, right? You can see it equal lows. This candle doesn't exist. You don't see them. You don't look at them. They don't exist. Okay. So this isn't an SMT because you can see the same exact chart on Owanda and it looks completely different. So you never check on relevance on the first or second candle on the M5 that has been done in Asia. Like I check on my MT4, I would check on my MT4 at the same exact date. These candles would probably not even exist. So how you want to see it is start looking when the price develops from here. What happens here is like pretty more relevant than this little SMT. I would never mark, and I did the same exact mistake, and Raym told me that you ignore this. So can we go to the questions? Everybody, thank you to Nabil Dul. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, is there questions? I have 15 minutes in front of me.
Yeah.
So let me just stop the share and we'll start discussing.
Yeah. No, I was just gonna say.
Recording stopped.
Explain the whole structure and stuff.
So what's your question?
Well, you were running down basically how you were looking at structure, which structure's points should be targeted. So I just wanted to, like in the first, during the first person. So just wondering if you could like run that down real quick, like the whole like concept itself.
So let's go on the chart here, right? Let's look at this basic stuff here, right? So probably we can do this here, right? So this point stops here, right? You agree? Yes, no?
Yes.
Toaster. This point takes out this point, right? You agree?
Yeah.
So this is the structural leg, right? Then this point goes here, right?
Right.
So now this point up until where we are, it's here. This are the legs, right? And you can do the same thing here. Whatever here. Here. So you see, I ignore these because these points, like they didn't do a new high, so I want to mark up only the legs, right? Only the legs. Like you can mark this here. You can mark this here. Do you see it? Are you starting to see it?
So you just know the retracement is enough because of your practice?
A retracement is enough because of the practice? I don't understand, sorry.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is like on the edge, how do you say that the small retracement is not valid?
Which one? Which one?
Like this, for example, I would even consider this as a leg, right? So what I'm trying to say is that you automatically reject these because this is a small retracement. So
yeah, now I'm doing the overall legs, right? So basically there's lower time frame legs that you can mark, but I'm not doing this right now. As of now, I'm just explaining what Cass wanted to know about the structural stop losses, right? So do you understand that this point, the moment it went above this one, is stopping here, right? So this is how I see it. So automatically when I see a structure taking a new high, I automatically think that this will be taken. So this gets me out of potentially, there's a mitigation point here. There's a clear SMT, you can see it. Let's go back into the charts. You can see it here. This is an inducement, so there's a reaction here. So you could probably, people would take the trade here, right? This is a clear SMT because this point led to this new high. So people that are entering potentially here, like this, here, whatever, to go higher, this is their stop loss. So this is how I see it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So let's go on another pair. Sorry, my cat is on me. So basically, this is the same thing, right? So this point led to the new low here, right? Automatically. So this, I would expect this to be taken. This is why I would expect this to be an SMT, right? But there's the context that you need to also make sure on the left. Is there something? Is this inducing something to the left? So I'm just strictly explaining this without any context, right? Let's go. Same thing on here, right? Same thing. Let's go here. So this point here leads to the new high. So I would expect that this point essentially being induced, right? Same thing, right? This is how I see it. Because I was trading this back in the day. I was trading there's a new high, this zone breaks the new high. So I'm targeting the moon, right? I was trading that way. So that's how I see it.
Okay.
Does that helps?
Yeah. Perfect. Thank you.
No problem. Is there other questions, or I can go eat my chicken?
Which is your favorite time frame for looking at structure on?
I don't have a The favorite time frame, it's M5. I mostly use M5. Because people overcomplicate the fact that they don't see things on the M5. But like, let's be honest that if you're on the M5 here, let's remove all the drawings, and M15, is there a real difference? Like here, you can already understand that when you zoom in here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles here. All right, so now we want to go into M5. So 1, 2, 3, M15, 1, 2, 3. So these 3 candles, quick maths, 5 times 3, what does it equals? Are you guys serious? 5 times 3? Hello?
15.
Thank you very much. God damn it. So you can already see it's the M15 candle, right? You don't have to do any higher time frame stuff because you see everything on an M5. So that's it. Is there other questions?
Are there certain times where you do go above M5, like to
I
the
never before I used to go on the M15. It was my favorite time frame. I used to go there. I don't do it anymore. Like I just don't. Because it's exactly the same thing. Like you don't have to go on M15. And whatever happens before, like you can see on the H1 or whatever. I have the H1 here and the M15 only when I help you guys on Discord and taking screenshots. That's it. Usually I go on this, I go on 30 seconds, or I go on on 5. That's it.
cool, never daily or
No, I don't.
all right. Cool, thank you for the answer.
Other questions or no? No? All right. Let's call it a day. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Have a great weekend. And
Cheers,
let's
Joe.
catch you. Yeah.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you.
Have a good
Thanks,
one.
Joe.
Bye.
Bye.
The Enigma principles. So wired into the mind of Enigma. So what's going on here is like the more advanced understanding of what is going on in the markets and really dig into the reasons of what's going on inside the price delivery. So as you learned already in week 1, actually, the market is highly driven and engineered to give people all these reasons and obviously show those reasons as well in terms of technical analysis, even smart money traps, or like technically smart money concepts overall. If you have to think, you have to really get into the belief system of like everyone, every system, every trader, every algo, everything needs to be engineered into the market all the time. There is no rest. So what you've seen here is just the heart of Enigma. It has all these reasons, these principles of what it has to do constantly without a break, 24/5, like always in the week it is closed on Forex market, right? So what they have to do without even resting for just a minute, right? They have to deliver price action the most efficiently and engineer the liquidity and build it up, take it out, get to their targets, mitigate, fill imbalances, quote unquote, fill deliver price. It's all this never ending cycle. So if you think about it, it's the most complex and complicated system ever. It's the biggest market in the whole world by a fucking landslide. I think the whole entire stock market value is like less than 1 day in the Forex market. Just think about how crazy the Forex market is. And obviously every pair, every price action has to be delivered and obviously fairly delivered with rules. They can't do random stuff. They have to be aware of what people do, what they do inside the markets, what happens when they print specific price patterns or price behaviors. Everyone obviously monitors the charts and there's billions and trillions of dollars involved, right? So it has to be the most efficient engineering process ever. And there's these 6 major principles of Enigma, which it always have to keep in mind when price is delivered, right? So to dig into it, the first principle is the who. The who is always sellers or buyers. There's no more, right? It's sellers and buyers. So the who just of the Enigma has, okay, if Enigma does anything, it will bring sellers in or it will bring buyers in. Some buyers might take profit, some sellers might have a stop loss, right? What happens when they take out a specific zone? They understand exactly, again, we talked about it in week 1 in great detail. They know all the reasons, the psychology reasons, the fundamental reasons, the technical reasons, right? They know all the emotional reasons, everything in combination. What happens when they show specific thing? Again, candlestick patterns, traders jump in, trend traders jump in, reversal traders jump in, breakout traders jump in, smart money traders jump in, supply demand traders jump in, like indicators fire, automated systems fire, Fibonacci, whatever indicators in terms of like EMAs, like everything is engineered non-stop. So every price movement brings either sellers in or buyers. That's the who. So always ask yourself as well, okay, who is getting taken in the market right now and who's getting taken out? Is it the buyers or the sellers? Like if you look at a trending market, it should be not too hard to see where's the liquidity is. It's majority of sellers in a downtrend, right? But guess what? In a sideways trend, you also have to identify those reasons. Same thing when potential reversals happen and when they fake these reversals, aka these Kochs, whatever, these false break of structures, right? It's all engineered. You have to ask those questions. What happens to the sellers and the buyers? And most important, where the sellers and buyers have their stop losses of these zones. The next thing is the what. The what is always what strategy exactly is targeted right now. Obviously, if you have a huge quadruple top somewhere and then this zone gets taken out, what happens to them? Obviously, breakout traders jump in like crazy. But even the triple top by itself, like if you see this, what is this? The reason is support and resistance traders see a huge resistance area, so they taking the short. So the moment this happens, they see a new what? Break of structure, continue lower, whatever, right? So this brings in sellers, first of all, with these reasons, and then with these reasons, right? The other way is, for example, if you have then something like this. So maybe trend traders, whatever, horrible drawing, but you know what I mean, right? They're getting maybe the third touch of the trend line, right? So this also brings in sellers even more, right? Then we understand now the inducement of these liquidity zones, right? So guess what will happen? Boom, right? So sellers getting taken out. Also this trend line is getting taken out. But guess what? Now these breakout traders go in because of, first of all, they have to break out of the trend line. I think a trade's gonna reverse, right? With speed, momentum, right? That all these resistance or support, or in this case, resistance. Traders get taken out of the quadruple top in here as well, the false Koch in here as well, and then obviously they're ready to go, right? So, but first they have to engineer all these reasons in, and you have to just identify what strategies are getting targeted right now. Same thing with smart money concepts. Again, if there's a very obvious imbalance zone with whatever point of interest, chances are very high that the smart money concepts getting induced there. And they're just getting a reaction and then obviously getting taken out as well, get liquidated. So that's why you have to identify all these different what reasons in terms of what is it? Is it a breakout strategy? Is it a trendline strategy? Is it a smart money concept? Is it support resistance? Is it overall market structure who gets induced? But what exactly is getting induced? And then again, the who in what direction? Okay, breakout good, but breakout in what directions? Okay, breakout brings in the buyers in this scenario, but maybe also sellers in these other scenarios, right? In terms of the trend line in here. So you have to always constantly think exactly how Enigma does it. It balances the liquidity, builds it up. It knows exactly if Enigma obviously delivers this price action in here, they know, okay, they're just loading the bandwidth or the boat with sellers, right? And they know exactly if they do this again, okay, now there's more sellers, and so on and so forth. And they know exactly if they now do this, this first of all brings buyers in a little bit, but the moment they do this, it brings in more sellers, right? So that's obviously why they can now induce them. It's always this engineering of the who and the what in terms of what strategy is targeted at the moment. So you have to also know that for yourself in terms to have an understanding about market intentions. The next thing is the where. That's also a very, very important aspect to see the overall bigger picture. The where just means, for example, it is in Asia range. Okay, so if you have the Asia range in here, for example, right, building up, and now you're having, for example, Asia midline in here, and they're doing something like this, inducing low one more time, right? And then you have an understanding, okay, it's Asia midline liquidity. It's a very valid zone. They're having a build up, getting induced to low side. Yes, there's double bottoms or even triple bottoms in Asia low. But first, now you have this cycle in here. Maybe then induce high first to take out all these breakout traders off here. And then for maybe come with an Asia whipsaw to take out this liquidity. Same thing then. If there's an Asia whipsaw, right, now the liquidity has been taken here. So you expect something like this. And guess what? All the retailers are stopped out because they don't really have a reason. But first they got their reason to take in the buyers in here with the momentum and speed of the breakout, the sellers in here with the breakout, right, with the speed, and also the sideways thing and baby breakout traders in here. But it's all engineered with its purpose. Another very important thing is the before, like the location in terms of, for example, of the time frame, right? Waffling like crazy, right? So the time frame always the same thing. If you have a 1 minute build up, it will not be as significant if you have a 1 hour build up, right? So if you have a, for example, same thing as always, easy one right in here. This is the 1 hour, right? And you have this price point in here. This is your 1 hour inducement. Okay, and if you zoom in here now, if you still have the same scenario, okay, building up and then inducing high, tapping into here, that's a much more valid play because you're combining the location. Okay, it's this price behavior is inside this 1 hour overall picture. And of course, it will finish the 1 hour picture. And then inside that, again, the market is highly fractal. It has to do everything at all time frames all the time, right? And then obviously do the specific things in specific locations. And if you combine it at a 1 hour and then it's the same thing at the 5 minute or 1 minute, same thing in the 5 minute. If you have a 5 minute price behavior, break it down into the M1 to spot the where again. Okay, this 1 minute price behavior is where in my 5 minute inducement of Asia low, for example. Perfect. So now you have the location of the 1 minute, and then you have to check where's the M5 location. Same thing. If you have Asia range in here in the M5, right? Perfect. Let's say normal London cup trade to easily clarify the situation. Boom. And if you have this now, right, then you can say, okay, where is this in the overall picture? Then you have to look at the 1 hour to see what's going on to the left. Maybe you had here the equal highs, and this itself was an inducement up here. So out of a sudden, you know, okay, the location, the where, this in here, my cup trade scenario of the M5 is in my 1 hour price behavior, right? Then you do the same thing. Okay, boom. You zoom into here. Okay, now I have, for example, this price action in here, right? Boom. Relevant breakout structure into mitigation, but this is my M1. So it's always the where. But where does this happen? If you just look at this at the M1 randomly, you will get smoked because this fake breakout structures, they're everywhere. But the moment you check the location, okay, I'm in the M5 valid cup trade scenario, and my M5 is in a 1 hour valid mitigation zone. Boom. Out of a sudden, the where becomes very important, right? Or if it happens near double bottom, for example. Or like overall, where is it? Is it above or below a liquidity zone? Is it in Asia midline, for example? right? Am I at a weekly high, for example, and so on and so forth. Always identify the where on top of the what. What are they showing? What are they building? What is going on? What are they creating? And who is getting induced with these strategies and where it all happens. Okay. The next thing is the when. And the when, of course, is majority used on the M5 is the time in terms of session. Is it Frankfurt Open before London Open? So again, same thing. Let's take the easiest example again. We have our Asia range. We now have our fast and functorious scenario. Maybe you have something like this. Again, build up. Here's also liquidity zone, right? So let's say, boom, induced also this liquidity zones. In this case, maybe they open prices here, right? Right below this equal lows in here as well. Frankfurt to the minute. But guess what? We're also right before London open time. So guess what? Frankfurt does its purpose, brings in liquidity, takes out the people who are going to induce here and here. Where of the location again? Where is it going on? Okay, they open price maybe, right? And then also taking out liquidity to the minute timing right before London Open. So now you know you should not hold this trade until hitting the fences, right? No, London Open is right around here. It could be your cup trade scenario. Same thing as always. Look to the left. Do you have a medium inducement? Do you have maybe a valid mitigation above that? Do you have your smart money trap into mitigation in London Open? And then same thing, break it down to the M1 or wait for what? In terms of like this, relevant break of structures, boom, M1 scenarios here, let entry, EDM, always the same scenarios. But the when is very important, of course, you know it already. Use timing as a compass and also look at the duration. How long do they do what they're already doing? If you have like this, right, for the last 2 or 3 or 4, maybe even the whole day, they're building up this liquidity, and out of a sudden, and like maybe London Open is in here, right? And out of a sudden, whoosh, vector candle in New York trap. So they build literally liquidity for the whole day, and now all of a sudden they take it out to the high side of New York trap. You can, of course, expect a longer move down for also duration, but vice versa, right? If we have, for example, this, but this is only going on for like, let's say this is the M1 and this is a range of overall 10 minutes. You should not expect this after. If you expect this whole price behavior, you need something like this before. Like duration equals duration as well, right? Again, if this is going on for 10 minutes, you should not expect a 5-hour move coming out of it. But you have before a 5-hour build up, then you can also expect a 5-hour reaction out of it, right? So use the duration also for knowing when and how long you can trade, hold the trading opportunities, right? Again, if the whole Asia range is building up for the whole day and it's all in the right range, out of a sudden it's getting broken, guess what? They will spend a lot of time trading away from that. Same thing. So look at the duration, how long does it take, and then when does the trap move happen? When is the whatever the how you want to call it, the knockout blow of taking out the liquidity, bringing people in with momentum and the opposite direction, right? And then taking them out, obviously, after. But duration and time, okay? That is the when. The why is the reasons, the emotions, and intentions. So again, we have to understand buyers or sellers, what strategies are getting targeted right now. Well, most of the times it's like a lot of strategies at once. It has to be like that. Where does it happen? Okay, it happens right in London, in the Asia midline, for example, then right at Frankfurt Open. Why is this going to happen? Obviously, that's the true intentions. Obviously, if it does with vector candles, for example, that creates FOMO. The same thing why the fast and tourist trades work so well in the one direction is because it's usually a fast move. Always keep in mind these FOMO and momentum traps. That's always like a very good indication, the easiest way to spot emotions. If you, again, put yourself back into your own trading situation. How many times you think, oh my God, now the market goes, oh my God, look at this crazy candle. And now put yourself into the situation of a breakout trader. If they see a huge vector candle that took out like a quadruple top, they obviously getting FOMO. Same thing with this intentions. Again, Kochs are huge in terms of directional switch, right? That's why they're getting targeted so many times, because how many reasons are there for a reversal? Most of the reasons of people have in terms of reversal is these Kochs, these fake market structure breaks, right? So that's why they absolutely love to fake this Kochs in here then to just go higher, right? Because that again shows for most of people a directional change, and that creates a smart money trap. That's why this obviously gives a reaction in here, right? Because again, they're getting induced with the directional shift, they're getting their mitigation, they're getting their reaction, they're loading up the boat just to get smoked, right? That's also market intentions. You have to learn that. You will see that all the time, that they fake the Koch before the real move, give the false reaction, then take them out, and then obviously this is majority of the time in perfect time window. And once all the intentions are done, smart money traders getting the L as well, then the market is ready to reverse. So also check the why they doing things before, right? Again, momentum and vector is a big one. Kochs is also an easy one to spot. The whys of why are they doing things. Okay, again, also think in terms of pip count, in terms of how much money is needed to move the market in whatever an engineered direction. And obviously for them to move the market like this, it doesn't cost that much, right? Because obviously there's a line with retailers support them, right? Or overall strategies support them. But the moment they have to make a structural break, that costs them a lot of money, because they have to drive market below that. Obviously that's expensive. So guess what? Build up, getting induced to low side, structures getting induced to low side, everyone's jumping in the reversal. Obviously we know that's inducement low of the build up, faking the Koch, boom, wait for the knockout blow, and then obviously depending on where you are here, look to the left, but then technically this continuation cycle is done. Same thing, wait for what? Confirmations, and so on and so forth, right? But then obviously always keep the why in mind also. And if you do this, if you just, again, look at the who, look at the what, look at the where, the when, and the why, it will limit your reasons a lot to maybe take a trade or no. Because if you really think into all those scenarios, you really think before you're taking a trade, okay? So make more reasons for yourself and less reasons to obviously make shit up, because if you just follow that, intentions of the Enigma, it should become very clearer. And the last thing is then the how. And that is technically the retail strategy confirmations of what do they show before all that stuff, right? Again, do they show the equal high? Do they show the third touch of a trend line? Do they show the false reaction of a smart money trap? Is it now a breakout? That's all the hows, which again gives you the last confirmation. Okay, all the intentions are done. We have the buyers, for example, having their breakout in terms of like huge, like first of all, obviously the when, the where, the why, and the how have to wait, right? So we have to first see the who and the what, then the where does it happen? Okay, it happens now in, for example, Asia range, right? Right before London Open, for example. And now we're creating this equal highs in Asia range, right? Now we had Asia midline in here. If this is my Asia range, right? Whatever, you know what I mean. This is your Asia midline. Maybe you have a PY in here. Now momentum and speed. The when, obviously, okay, Frankfurt Open to the absolute minute, right? The why of they doing things. Again, maybe they're faking the Koch in here. Again, we have a triple top in here. Okay, the why is they're faking the directional shift, right? To make people believe the market is turning, right? Then the speed, maybe there's a vector candle into the Asia midline reaction. And then of course, the how they're doing things, right? So they had these equal lows in here, maybe. Oops, they have the equal lows in here, right? Then how do they do it? Of course, maybe they had this triple tops in here and so on and so forth. Also have all these things in mind and then trade out of the, and then the whole overall cycle continues again. Think about what happens now to buyers. What happens to the what? Okay, now we have a final breakout through the, if they do something like this, okay, that's a break and retest for them. So there's even more people getting into the long side, but on the outer side, right, we have the triple top getting broken. Breakout traders having the buys here, they're getting taken out at break even here. So it's this constant. What happens to people over and over and over again? So if you have those things in mind all the time, combined with the where are you? Okay, so here we look to the left. Where are we? Okay, are we in a 1 hour mitigation zone? Do we have imbalances here which all get filled, for example? Did we have a smart money trap in here which got reacted from here? Do we have a valid mitigation zone in here? Right, perfect. That's our there. Then, okay, now we're in perfect London open time window. The why, what's going on? Okay, they faked the Koch in here maybe earlier for the smart money trap reaction. And the how, yes, now we have finally the retail strategies confirmations. Everything is done. Now they're having the new trender build up in here. They obviously have the third touch of the trend line in here, right? The breakout happened. Yes, perfect. The false reaction of the smart money trap happened, and we have vector candles of speed. It's also the why. Can also technically go into the how, right? Also line these things up, and then obviously think about the next logical move for the Enigma to deliver price action in their favor and against everyone else, which is all the other strategies that exist. The moment you identify that, you will have a huge advantage, and you should go over all these questions before you even think about taking a trade. So I showed you like the overall Litiverse map, how we use it with EG, and we ended up with this specific day. So where's my pen? We pretty much identified like why this is a smart money trap based off Asia being formed in here. We had our decisional area of imbalances on the 4-hour charts, and obviously London tapped into the perfectly, or sorry, magic manipulation minutes tapped into the, we had our mini cycle on the other side with the build up, the higher time frame inducement, finally a real break of structure, and then just simple order flow all the way long. And of course, as you can see already, we have Asia range in here, perfect Mona Lisa trade in here, for example, and also I think it was here. No, sorry, I think it was like in here with an Asia whipsaw kind of thing. You see, it all lines up with the cycle and overall structure pretty good. So with that being said, we had our perfect cycle downwards first with the final break of structure. We never came back to these supply areas, right? But what we had an other cycle, the other way, obviously to come all the way back up these areas, at least to this point. Why do we know it's a small point trap based on Asia range forming right there? That's why we expected something like this. And that's exactly how we traded it, right? So we had our break of structure. Finally, of the 4-hour decision level was reached. We had our fast and Frank-Turius trade in here for the buy side into the inducement, into the 4-hour decisional level, filling the imbalance to the tick. And now we're approaching the next day in the overall weekly cycle and also daily cycle. But we're already understanding, okay, this day in here reacted from a 4-hour decision area, and look how beautiful it actually was, right? We had the small money trap in here, tapped into here, and then of course now Asia range, the new day forming in here. So we already can expect what is the Mona Lisa trades in here, right? So guess what? That was our 1 hour, and now we're approaching a new day. We completed this day, and now we're moving into the new day. It looked up here, so we had our fast and Frank-Turius trade on the 5-minute, magic manipulation minutes entering the 4-hour zone, and then our not so really New York trap reversal, but then obviously ending up the day like this. Beautiful stuff. So what can we do with it? We're following our Litiverse cycle from the higher time frame aspect starting. We did that just now. So the next thing in line in the day is the Asia range identification. So what do? What do we pretty much wait for? So of course, the Asia range identification is we're just looking and analyzing what do we have. What can we see already? We're seeing they forming like already these triple tops above here. And also very, very important, we're trading away from a 4-hour decisional level. So if they're building up liquidity up high here, right? And what do they do on a lower picture? So what can we expect? So what would be our Mona Lisa setup for the day? First of all, we're finding our last possible imbalance zone. There's no imbalance. The only left imbalance after the 4-hour decisional area was filled is this area in here, right below Asia or above Asia buildup, right? But now it's not time for that. So we should not focus right away from that because obviously there's something in the Litiverse first. And what is it? Timing reveals. Frankfurt Open is the next thing in the Litiverse, right? So guess what becomes even for Frankfurt Open is the cycle identification out of Asia range breakout. So first we want to know in which direction Asia range should be most likely gonna be induced. Frankfurt opens to the minute. What do? They come back to this most obvious smart money trip ever, right? High of Asia range with the imbalances. Smart money traders don't really know that. So they seeing that huge imbalance. Of course, they're taking a short in here, right? Thinking, of course, this is the overall play with the mitigation thing, right? They don't know about that. We know. So it's Asia range. We should never even take a buy from here. Can we get a reaction to fake the false reaction? Of course. Is it worth even like risking 0.0% here? Fuck no. What do we see instead? Imbalances left on Asia midline and a triple bottom right above Asia range. So what can already happen pretty much in our picture perfect scenario? It's faking the smart money trap, faking the reaction. A smart money trap should give a reaction. But what's the overall purpose? Taking out these triple tops or triple bottoms, tapping into Asia midline liquidity area, filling the imbalance in Frankfurt session. So what is that trade? Fast and Frankfurt trade. Not a Frankfurt Open trade. It's a fast and Frankfurt trade. So guess what? We're waiting. We don't do anything at this stage, even if it's Frankfurt Open to the minute, right? So we wait until this happens. And out of a sudden, it becomes very, very clean. We know this is the last area of imbalance coming from a 4-hour higher time frame stage. We're having our fast and Frankfurt set up to the perfection, coming from a smart money trap. Frankfurt, of course, opens. They're faking the move, coming with speed, vector candles, taking out the liquidity, tapping the imbalance on Asia midline. Isn't that exactly what we had the day earlier before? It's, of course, the tube. But guess what? It's a little bit too big in terms of like limit order. So we need to wait. We cannot randomly take a buy in here because we don't know where does it stop. Otherwise, we will find in the seconds, which I would not recommend you. So we wait for more confluences. So we just see the market reacts. Okay, perfect. So what do? We just wait for confluences. So we use our friend, the entry helper, and see what we could have. So all already rolling over the equilibrium. So we just can look for LEDs. Awesome. So we have either this point or this point, and this is already mitigated. So 2 points of interest for possible LEDs. So we don't do anything until price comes, gives a little messed up LED, but filling still the imbalance, filling the bigger picture play. So this right here, 100% can be our fast and Frankfurt trade. Will it be always perfect? Like, will you get a break of structure here first? Will you get a perfect LED? Will you get a perfect imbalance? Will you get a perfect timing? No. That's why you need to see the bigger picture play and look at it. It's just perfect. perfection. Frankfurt Open taps into the smart money trap, right into the triple bottom where the imbalance sits with the Asia midline. Perfect, taps into there, gives a reaction, leaves imbalances, gives a let. That's your perfect, fast and fructuous trade into the next area of imbalances. Of course, TID, target identification, very, very important to understand. Overall, the whole thing is just fulfilling the absolutely Mona Lisa lit cycle, right? So guess what? Here's your perfect tube. And guess what? That's your first buy of the day. And look at it. Perfection. Look at the perfection again. Completing one mini cycle to the downside with the fast and fructuous buy. But guess what it does in the other way? Asia high being induced with the vector candles coming in the next supply demand area. In this case, supply, right? When does it come? London open. Not to the minute, but almost. Is that another cycle? Fuck, hell, yes. Perfection, right? So guess what? We just had a perfect sequence, but now it's time for the big planets, right? The London Open Cup trade. So we traded pretty much in the inducement of the fast and fructuous trade, which completed our expectation anyway, so filling the last imbalance left from coming from a 4-hour decision area. How picture perfect can it be? Right? So guess what? Filling the M5 imbalance with London Open, perfection. So now the cycle with the London Open Mona Lisa begins. We have planets obviously with the Mona Lisa here. So what's our first planet? We're having the tap with the imbalance. So technically a break of structure with filling the imbalance is our ideal scenario. As we said earlier, will it be always perfect? No. That's why we need to understand the bigger picture and what happens. We're having just an imbalance here, which got mitigated after a failed break of structure. Is it just a mitigation of the extreme? It is. Is it perfect? No. Do you need to learn to understand that? Yes. Do you need to trade it? No. You can wait for more cleaner scenarios, but then you're just missing this trade. It will not always be clean. That's 100% certain. That's how you're seeing the overall bigger picture. And at this point, we had a 10 out of 10 sell trade for the downside. The only question you need to ask yourself is, how do you get into the scenarios? And as you can see already in here, it's not clean. There's no clean imbalance. There's no clean break of structure. So you either can trade what is presented and take the sell in here, stop goes above the high, or you're just waiting for more confluences. So pretty much it ends up giving a pre-reaction. Now you're getting internal break of structures. What's the push that led to the break of structure? It is here. So you technically have imbalances here as well, but this becomes your decisional area because this is the push that led to the break of structure internally, right? Perfect. So what's the next thing in line? We're looking at our 5-minute as well for confirmations, and we see, oh, we have also 5-minute imbalances, which got filled right here, fills on a 1 minute. What's the time? Next thing in the Litty universe, magic manipulation minutes to the absolute minute, forming an EDM, mitigating also the 5-minute. Oh my God. Oh my God. Coming from a 4-hour, or pretty much a 5-minute, but that comes from a 4-hour. Oh my God. Oh my God. So of course, it gives a nice tube. Now we're having main break of structures. We had internal break of structures. Now we have main break of structures. That's the push. Overall, that becomes your smart money trap. Extreme, smart money trap. Should come, mitigate the extreme for maybe 5-minute EDM, something like that. We're just fulfilling the overall cycle all the time. Right? So we're still in the next thing. Right? So we're waiting just for confirmations, and there we go. Out of a sudden, the next thing in line is an EDM trade. What do we have? We have imbalances, which is also the push that led to the main break of structure. With imbalances, smart money trap already fulfilled here. Taps the imbalance, forms an EDM, and also forms an EDM on a 5. Oh my God. It's beautiful. So it's pretty obvious what should happen next, is it? Of course, it is the chip. There you go. What's the next target? Of course, Asia low. Easiest Sunday morning. Technically, we're having a let here, but that's the wrong order and obviously the wrong place and price. So that's not a let entry by any means. The let entry should present here. We never had it, right? So that's fine. We're just having the extreme mitigation. We're having the let on the 5 minute and the EDM on the 1. It's perfect. It's the same exact shit. Target for Asia low for intraday targets, right? So guess what? Now we're zooming out pretty much the rep planet, which is the reversal area POI, and look where we are. Technically, we reached our intraday target. Should we close that cells though? Should we close these cells? Yes or no? So the other question is, do we have potential to definitely go to the downside, at least at the decisional areas or the extreme areas, right? Of course, the answer is yes, of course, right? But why would market randomly out of a sudden return here? It makes no sense, right? So guess what? It should at least get to the liquidity stages of the previous day of getting a medium inducement first. But then, of course, why would we reverse in here? Technically, we have supply and demand areas of the liquidity grab, but our next decisional area with imbalance is this area. This is just a normal supply or demand area. Of course, can give a reaction here, but that's nothing we'll be interested in. We would be interested in a decisional area or an extreme in line with cycle. So this is a partial trade in here. Perfect, but it definitely has potential. So guess what? Choop. Perfection, right? So if you want to partial out here as well with the liquidity grab, perfect. And now what do you have? Timing New York trap. So we have our potential area, but it just taps into a normal supply and demand area with timing. So what can we expect? First of all, this most likely will become a smart money trap, because again, this is not an area we're expecting a reversal or pullback at all. It just is a supply and demand area, so it can technically, when the timing aligns, yeah, it can just give a pullback, but not a reversal. But our next reversal area or pullback, a strong pullback area, is of course our next decisional area. So now with timing coming in here, yeah, we can expect something, but it should bone me like this, right? So we're having maybe a reaction of the smart money trap, as we obviously want reactions from smart money traps. But then, of course, coming into the imbalanced decisional area, right? And then obviously faking high to go even lower. That would be our overall perfect scenario. And we already can understand that with this bigger picture based on the price action to the left and everything else you learned so far. Picture clean, right? So the only question is, what happens then here? It's New York trap time. So what about our New York trap planets? Should we have a New York trap Mona Lisa? At this stage, we will 100% not have a Mona Lisa in New York trap tone because our higher time frame POI does not align. We are on a smart money trap area, right? So it's not a Mona Lisa anymore. It's maybe a reaction trade, but nothing we should definitely take or should be too crazy about. So best case, it can just, or whatever, best case, it gives a reaction. Worst case, it just becomes an FFS and just smokes through it. Is it worth taking it? No. You don't have a clean build-up. You don't have like a something else. You don't have a cycle. You have just a rapid movement downwards, trading into a random supply and demand area with timing. Okay, you have one confluence with just timing. Is that enough? Hell no. Should you risk your money on that? No. If anything, wait for breakout structures, internal 1 minute confirmations, entry helper, and whatnot. Cycles. So far, you only have timing with a supply demand area. So you're expecting smart money trap tapping into the decisional area. So let's just wait. We don't do anything. And the day literally ended like this. So no breakout structures until here. Obviously now the day is over. So guess what? This becomes a smart money trap later for smart money traders because they seeing the breakout structure here. Of course, we know that Asia range will build up here. And obviously we understand what's going on here. So that's not a trade. Don't force trades. The next area would be here. But what's the beauty about that? Look at the beauty like this. What do? The day ends here. And look at that. What do they give us for the next day? I mean, it cannot be even more pretty. We're trading away from the 4-hour zone, 5 minute imbalance, The next POI is here. They're giving us freaking liquidity on a silver plate. Oh my god. So what can we already do at this stage? We can pretty much plan already for the next day. Isn't that picture perfect if you just follow the Litiverse? But again, what happens though to the other planets if you follow the Litiverse? So we don't have a New York Litiverse place. So, but why are the planets missing? You just still need to frequently repeat them and see if it makes sense, as everything is sequentially, right? And you have to understand, but not every day, every planet needs to be stopped by. Just fly over them with your UFO and just wink down there, whatever, wave down there, but not everything needs to be fulfilled, right? So we did not get our desired setup, so it's okay. It will not always be present everything. If it doesn't present, just overgo it. Do you have the steps we gave you? If not, then just cross them out, but still follow the overall rules. But if it doesn't present in the areas you wanted to, totally fine, right? Perfect. So how did we end up the day? How did we end up the day? Just like this on an intraday perspective. Extreme trade based on a Mona Lisa scenario. Oh, and even forgot the Fast and Furious trade. I'm just noticing. But that, as the looks of it, looks like a 1 to 20 as well. Easily. Cannot start the day off better. So 1 to 20 even missed the markup here. So 1 to 20 Fast and Furious. 1 to 20 like London Cup trade to the perfection. EDM trade after. Let entry first. EDM trade after. Perfection. Playing off a bigger picture time frame play, and not too bad at all. But the better thing is we're already getting a pretty build up for the following day and can build our potential daily cycle already. So they're forming Asia like this, leaving equal highs like maniacs. We still have room to the downside with the POI. Oh my god. So next thing, we ended up this day completely over. We're focusing on this day. What's our ideal scenario already? But first, let's look at the Liti cycle again overall. And if we now dig even deeper into the Enigma principles and are completely wiring ourselves into the mind of Enigma, we have to understand a lot of basic principles about the market on top of the who, the what, the where, the when, the why, and the how as well. We have to understand of how the market really works. And we have to understand that nothing in the market is ever random. Nothing ever. Again, every single push has its deep purpose. It has to have its deep purpose. Again, you have to really think. Every single move in the market brings in buyers, takes out maybe sellers, gives reason to other strategies. This AI or this algo fired a position here, that whatever had its where of the price action. It happened in a specific zone, also in a specific session time, the why they do stuff. The how with the emotions or the why with the emotions, and the how, for example, with all the strategies, the equal everything, every single thing has its reason inside the market. And that's the difference of you being a highly advanced trader or an average trader. If you really understand this little aspects in here, that every push has its consequence. Every single push costs billions of dollars. They do. Right? So of course it has its consequence. It's always cause and effect. If they do X, Y, Z, it will do X, Y, Z. Right? Again, if they take a Koch or show a Koch, that has its consequence. But it costs them a fuckload of money to do that. Right? So of course they will make something out of that. Every confirmation or confluence of a specific method brings in liquidity, even the most random shit. Again, a normal stuff like this, boom, support and resistance brings in people. There's people buying here. You have to understand that. That's probably also a Fibonacci retracement of the 61.8 or whatever. That's all stuff you have to keep in mind. That's all the reasons they have to show non-fucking stop. There's hundreds of thousands of different strategies and they all have to be fulfilled. Again, we came to this, or myself, I came to this conclusion. I don't know how many years it is ago, like almost a decade, when I programmed that shit. I programmed normal retail strategies. And guess what? If you take anything like a normal Fibonacci retracement of the 61.8 with a 1-to-1 risk reward, you will have a freaking 50% winning rate. If you take a support turns into resist or even support levels and you want to trade away from that with a sell entry and here stop goes above, you have a 1-to-1, you will have a 50% win rate. If you trade a trend line, whatever, third touch, with a 1-to-1, you will have a 50% win rate. It doesn't matter what you do in the market, you will have a 50% win rate if you stick to normal strategies. Same thing with smart money concepts. Obviously, that's the funny thing now. When you trade a 1-to-5, they will give you so many examples that will work that it is a 1-to-5, obviously. But then, of course, 4 other ones will fail. So you're still ending up a break even. And we tested that all. We programmed these smart money trap zones, or not just smart money trap zones, but these mitigation zones and all that stuff. So you have to stick to intention trading and move away from that false belief system of the market works with technical analysis. You have to identify the technical analysis in combination with all those reasons and then take your trade. And then your probability is obviously way, way higher and much more increased if you sticking to this normal approaches that everyone shows you, right? Okay, we show you the stuff which no one shows you because, again, they think smart money drives price. It's not, right? Smart money is just engineered in price as well. Of course, a smart money zone will work from time to time, but of course will fail a lot of times as well. So always keep that in mind. That also bots and all these AIs and technologies they're literally flooding the market and they never ever miss an opportunity. That's why they can't even make one mistake because bots are all everywhere. They're all over the place, right? Again, hedge funds, all these institutions, they spend, or even banks, they spend billions of developing all these AI services or market scanning methods and automated trading possibilities. Billions every single year just to automate the stuff. So of course, Enigma has to be efficient about what they do. They obviously always balance liquidity, builds it up, gives even the AIs and the EAs reasons to take trade just to then take them out. Again, we tested that all with multiple different strategies. It's always the same. It's actually insane of how Enigma does develop and engineer the market. It's insane. So you have to understand that and then to truly understand what they're doing. Okay. So the biggest form of liquidity is market structure. Again, it's the first thing someone learns on baby pips or wherever is higher highs, right? On lower lows out of a sudden. That's the Koch. That's another break of structure. Oh, here's another Koch. Here's another break of structure. Blah, blah, blah. All that's like the most efficient form of bringing in liquidity because that drives direction for most people in this market. So always pay attention to this break of structures and Kochs in your favor in terms of opposite direction of the retailers. Yes, we have the relevant break of structure, but when does the relevant break of structure come in? After we had all the other reasons. We had the who, the what, the where, the when, the why, and the how. And obviously then, only then if we have all those reasons, build up, boom, inducement with speed, in London Open, for example, now you can look for the relevant break of structure, and boom. There is that also to the left, took out maybe medium inducement here, fakes the smart money trap in here, vector candles, timing window, relevant breaker structure, let here, EDM here, boom. You see, it's much, much more confirmed, and we also add all these reasons into the whole thing, right? So we don't randomly just take these Kochs or whatever. Definitely not. Timing is, again, we spoke about a lot of times, your overall compass. If you just look at the timing, again, Enigma has to deliver price action with timing as well. Session opens. That's where literally billions enter the market. Boom. London opens, the most liquidity comes into the day, the whole of the whole day is in London open. Second one is New York. But New York acts differently than London. London open usually is a trap itself. New York open is not the trap. New York open brings in the liquidity. New York trap 1 hour after. Use the compass, use the magic manipulation minutes to understand the London moves, and then combine everything with the LETs and EDMs and with all the other reasons, the build up, the inducement, the mitigation, and so on and so forth, right? But also the who, the what, the where, the when, the why, and the how. Zones of liquidity will be targeted and have to be targeted. Day open price, Asia high, Asia low, Asia midline, yesterday high, yesterday low, weekly highs, weekly lows, session open timings, a lot of times as well, right? Overall, these inducement zones, they have to get targeted because that's where the major liquidity is. And at the end of the day, Enigma also has to balance their books out as well in terms of the mitigation for their books. They have to fill the imbalances. Again, the quote unquote fairly have to deliver price to get every price point a second time and not leaving gaps in. Always keep these principles in mind. And if you just, again, if you just only monitor those areas with time, with the intentions, with the entry helper, you're having the most advantage you can ever have as a trader. Just use the whole thing, use it, but it goes much deeper than that. Principle, again, of imbalance, talked about it, they have to fairly deliver price action, use it in your advantage. Points of interest are much more confirmed if there's an imbalance, right? Principle of equilibrium. Again, the biggest hedge fund in the industry, or not the biggest, but one of the most successful ones, was Renaissance Technologies under Jim Simons, right? That's where we have our entry helper approach from, with the equilibrium touch. When we have price line, right, with the on entry helper, and the equilibrium line. When it shows these let entries, the liquid equilibrium touches, that is when price comes back to the equilibrium, right? It gives you a huge advantage. Use it, right? Same thing for the fixed equilibrium, which is the static 50 or equilibrium, right? Also use that in your advantage if there's no potential let. Let's say the equilibrium line is down there, but price makes like this. Boom. Okay. If that's the fixed one, static, it's also possible, right? Again, it's technically coming back to the equilibrium, but obviously the equilibrium moves. That's why we made the liquid equilibrium, right? Because price moves, so has to be the equilibrium, right? Equilibrium is just the middle point, right? It has to sometimes, or not sometimes, but most of the times, do exactly that to come back to the equilibrium and then move away. Again, that's not something we made up. We got that from literally one of the best performing hedge funds in the industry. We just used a very simple approach for us, programmed the whole thing for you so you can visually see it much more easier with the let. But then we've made the lets way more accurate and even said, okay, only wait for the build-up being induced, wait for relevant breaker structure, for example, and then take your imbalance zone, point of interest, mitigation of the inducement. And if you have that, and that's also, for example, your let in here, right? Boom, then take it. You see, we much more confirm it over and over and over and over again. That's why it's so efficient, right? So use that always to your advantage. The principle of inducements. First of all, you have the principle of build-ups. People and systems need reasons to get involved in the market. What does it mean? think about anyone. Anyone who's a trader, why would they open up a position? They just don't randomly think like, oh, let me lose 1,000 euros today. Or no, they will not do that. Let me risk 1,000 euros today because I learned this in the strategy. I think that's the third touch of the trend line. Okay, whatever. I learned that from XYZ. I saw that 50 times working out, even 50 times not working out, but give it a chance, 50% probability. I'm willing to risk 50%, 1,000 euros on this trade, for example, right? Even if they know it only has a 50% probability, but they do it because they have the reason and they think, oh, okay, third touch of the trend line, but they need that reason. If they don't have this reason, no one ever will just place a random buy. Even this breakout trades, they're all having their reasons, right? So your task is to identify all these reasons, what people do, and then don't do that and wait for them to getting induced into the market and then wait until their stops. Again, if you understand this is a trend and people buying here, you could not care less, right? Even if they're getting the reaction, you should understand if they're in build up now getting to the high side, they all obviously jumping in the bandwagon, right? Because they're seeing the momentum, the speed, the vector candles, they're all getting excited. Awesome. They're all jumping in buy. They're all having the direction buy long, right? That's how you know, okay, now it's slowly sure time to reverse the market. And that's your trading opportunity in here. Away from the inducement, away from all the retailers. And obviously the best entry is always those who no retailer has a confirmation. That's why you see me doing market execution so many times and not limit orders. Because again, a lot of times, you saw it a lot of times as well, for example, have a picture perfect inducement here and then price just drops. Never gives the relevant break of structure into mitigation, whatever. It never comes. That's like the truth, the harsh truth about it. That's how you have at some point learn how to take this trades as well, but you only can learn that if you understand really what's going on with the who, the what, the where, the when, the why, the how, in combination with everything you learned before, with the cycles, daily cycles, what's going on to the left, what's the overall picture, and what you expect in terms of cycle variations, what intentions they overall show. The principle of inducements to take our liquidity is also an interesting one. Of course, inducements not only takes people out, it also brings people in. So see the both sides of the inducement, but obviously then you have to use it what makes sense. Again, talked about it like 500 times already. Triple top in here. This inducement doesn't only stop out these resistance traders, right? It also brings in breakout traders and obviously gives the illusion that the market is trending and now makes a new high. And obviously then it can drop, right? So always see both sides of the inducement and know the principle of the inducement, that it takes our liquidity, but also brings in liquidity, right? So the principle of tick cost, we talked about that a little bit earlier. Every tick costs millions. Nobody knows the exact amount of how much a tick or pip costs, but obviously if we have a trillion a day market, right, obviously you can just calculate a little bit out what one tick has to be worth, right? So again, if they show a normal push like this, there's literally billions in this push on a Euro USD, for example, if that's the 15-minute, for example, right? There's billions inside in there. So again, every tick costs money to move the price. And if they now create this Koch, this is very, very expensive. So that's why they want to obviously drive price again higher most of the times, again, not giving people the reason, because they taking their liquidity. If everyone sells, they can't bank a profit. They obviously want to buy when other people sell. They're taking the opposite direction. They're technically a huge B-book broker. B-book broker just is a broker which takes the opposite side of your trade. Why does brokers do that? And then even these brokers teach you free webinars when they teach you strategies. What freaking hell is going on there? Question the system. Same thing with Enigma overall, right? They taking the opposite side of people's trades. That's just the half truth of it. That's why they making trillions and normal people don't, right? Because they engineer the liquidity. They show the false reasons. They take you out and then obviously no one has the opportunity to jump in, and then they move the market in the opposite direction. How many times have you seen that? But nobody can fucking enter those cells because there's no break and retest into the bed. It's not there, right? So that's how you have to understand. The more you deeper involve how the market really works, and that's when nobody has an opportunity. That's the most efficient price movements, because they driving price and you just sit there, right? Again, your 100 lot does not make a difference to them. It doesn't. Zero. Right? But they obviously take all the strategies in combination, and all of a sudden it's millions and billions of lot sizes. Right? It just has to be like that. And it is like that. Right? Again, millions of people see the same Euro USD chart at the same exact moment as you. It's not you taking the trade. It's not you getting stopped out. No, it's the overall structure. It's the overall strategies, millions of other people and hundreds of thousands of other strategies. It's always the same. Okay. Principle of cheap and expensive ticks. Right? We talked about it. If you're like in a range, it doesn't take them too much cost to develop price action in here. But guess what? A whipsaw takes them a lot. That's why a whipsaw usually whips it again, because they want to make the money back that they just brought in here. Right? And then boom, not giving any people the chance to get into trades again. Just whip them out, get the money back. It's always balanced, expensive, and cheap tick costs. So when they build cheap liquidity, it's easier for them to drive price, obviously. And if it's an expensive tick cost or like price movement, aka like a Koch or a huge zone getting taken out, whatever, that's expensive for them. That's why they want to make the money back, obviously. Then principle of fake reaction, right? Liquidity enters specific zones, naturally price moves, obviously, right? And they want that to happen, obviously, to even make or let people do the work for them, right? If they having a false smart money zone in here, they're jumping in, drives price lower. Perfect. Why would they stop that? They obviously want fake reactions to happen. So people jumping in here, when it comes back even here, and then obviously stop them out. Boom. But they obviously want these fake reactions. They want obviously people trading double bottoms. They want people trading trend lines. They want people to trade support resistance and smart money concepts and all that stuff. They want that because, again, people need the reasons, they need to see the reaction, and they have to see price action react at some times, and it has to work at some point as well. We talked about that in week 1 already. Starling principle, they have to feed the fishies, and if they just stop them out all the time instantly, no one would ever trade these strategies. So that's why 50% of the time every strategy will work. No doubt about that. Every single strategy. And if you now come up with a magic trend line, you just throw in from point A to 1B randomly in the chart, and then say if price react from this zone, I will trade a trade with a 1-to-1 risk reward. You will be surprised. You will get a 50% win rate. And so it's a freaking promise. You can test it out right away. Throw a random freaking chart in a line, in a line in the chart, and you will see the price will react from that zone. It's, again, I think we even did that experiment in the week 1 as well. It's just how market works. It has to engineer market like that every freaking weird strategy will work 50% of the time on a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio. That's why, again, you dig into intentions and see what's really going on. The last one, and the last principles is in here, is the principle of payback. Right? They take the opposite side of positions and they push price in the opposite direction of 90% of traders, and they will make their investment back. Again, they will not waste millions and billions or sometimes even trillions to build up liquidity and take other people's opposite direction side. No, they obviously will get their payback and take other people out. The other thing is the monopoly principle. And that's why people be like, oh, how can they do that? How can they manipulate all the stuff? Blah, blah, blah. Monopoly principle means the bank never runs out of money. If you look at the game of Monopoly, in the rule set, it even says, oh, what happens if the bank runs out of money? Rule number 1 is the bank never runs out of money. If you look at this game, it even says, oh, If for some whatever reason they handed out all the money of the game, then guess what? Take a piece of paper and write a 100 on this piece of paper, and out of a sudden you have a new 100 bill. It doesn't matter. Just write on a piece of paper how much more money people still get or like have. The bank never runs out of money. In this case, it's the Fed, it's the higher forces, whoever it is, nobody knows, but obviously they driving price. They print money. We talked about it also in week 1, that they can do whatever they want. If you control the money, they can drive price however they want. Obviously, they have limits like daily ranges, right? They can only move price at one day at a specific range. They can't move in one day like 500 million pips. That's not how it works. They only do the same thing every single day to make it efficient. They have to keep the wheel spinning. They only have the cycle variations. They have the build-ups. They have the inducement. They have the structure breaks. They have the mitigations. They have timings. They have all the zones overall. They have the liquidity zones, and that's all the limits they have. That's it. And they obviously have to deliver price action the most efficient way with the why and the how. That's it. Okay. So talked about it. Enigma can deliver price action however it wants. There are only a few limits in the system, which are, again, just talked about it. Average daily range maximum, timings of the sessions. Again, they have to be also aware of the session open times when liquidity enters to balance the liquidity. Fair price delivery, aka imbalance fills. The need of creating the build-ups. Again, they have to create the build-ups. They have to give people a reason. They will not play tennis with themselves and shuffle money around from banks to bank. It's not what they do. They have to give the majority of the world reasons to bring in liquidity. Now, they take the money from them. Of course, it has to be like that. So they will always show the support resistance. They will always show the smart money concept. They will always show the trend line. That's just the principle of they have to create liquidity and then take it out. So you will always see a third touch of the trend line having a reaction. It will always be like that. It's a universal law in the market. It always have to be like that. But then guess what? They have to evolve emotions and feelings, aka FOMO, fear of missing out, with the vector candles and stuff like that. And they have to do everything fractal in terms of time frame. Again, the saying, one of my quotes is, one of the best quotes there is like, people are stupid in all time frames. Again, there's a third touch of a trend line in the 1 hour is the same shit as a third touch of the trend line in the 1 minute. The M1 obviously brings in much less liquidity because less people see it, and the 4 hour or the daily time frame brings obviously more liquidity and has a bigger impact about the market. But the principle is always the same. That's why you technically can trade the 1 minute exactly the same as the daily if you really want to, but there's no point of trading the daily because you wait 2 weeks or 5 weeks or 5 months for a position to turn out. In the 1 minute, you have a 1 to 10, obviously in a day, right? It just makes more sense to naturally dig into the lower time frames because you have the same result in a much faster environment. The only thing is you have to do, don't ever trade the M1 alone. Always combine it with the M5, the M15, 1 hour, multiple time frame approaches. See where you are overall in the daily cycle variation, right? And they also will use London knockout and retail heaven to move price in one direction some point. Again, it has to be like that. It has to naturally be like that. Price can't range always. That would be the case if you have like, London Cup trade here, then London Cup trade here, right? Then new London Cup trade here. Then it's sideways. But obviously at some point price has to move out of the range and they have to do it with either the London knockout or the retail heaven. It has to be like this. Just be aware and identify those before, and then you're all good and prepared, right? Then high liquidity zones, awareness that every cause or has its effect and every effect has its cause all the time. It's always the same, and they balance the buy side and sell side liquidity at all times. Again, they do the same thing for the buy side, they do the sell side simultaneously all the time. And the moment they load the boat into one direction, majority of the people are selling, then obviously they can drive price action in the opposite direction, take the liquidity, and that's how the market is engineered. So watch this video a couple of times so you truly understand what's going on inside the market and have this advanced way of looking at price action without everything else we learned so far over the 6 weeks, right? Massive information, but now that's the advanced way to do it, to put everything together and truly open your eyes and truthfully see what's going on, the who is it, what strategies are getting targeted, the where does it happen, the when does it happen, the why they're doing what they do, and the how they do it in terms of what they show also. And then combine everything on top, daily cycles, normal confirmations, the simplicity approach, entry helper, everything in combination, and then you will have the huge advantage over 99% of traders out there. And let's dig into the Enigma principles with this example of GU and how we can identify what Enigma is truly want to do with all the intentions we learned above or before. Right? So the first thing we want to ask ourselves is, of course, what's going on right now in price action and retailers and overall traders and strategies. What is Enigma doing in here? First of all, we had this previous day's highs, right? Equal highs above. But that's definitely the who is in this case. First of all, we had all these buyers, right? And funnily enough, right, what do we have in here? This juicy build-up in here, right? And then getting induced to the low side, boom, in higher directions, right? Perfect in here to push price even higher one more time, and then builds the equal highs in here. Then guess what? The who also smart money traders come in with the change of character, even they got smoked here. One, or technically this is just a normal low, sorry for that one. Right, so this one is in here, the first Koch they have, and then probably even here they got stopped out already. But then obviously they drive price action lower to make them all bust and excited, right? And obviously they biting the ass that they missed the move, and obviously all these buyers are in already, right? So they are getting slowly chickened out with all these price action pullbacks in here as well, right? So again, the only time buyers can be in here is all the way from down there, and the last ones are slowly but surely all getting stopped out. And even now we have this mitigation in here, right, with this last new lower low in here, and then this technically had the intention to mitigate price of Asia midline, right? Perfect. So we know the who, what's going on in there, then the what, of course, the smart money concept traders. Now we have the resistance trader, we have the supply areas in here which got tested, right? So of course, huge one for supply areas, break of structures into the mitigation, double tops, change of characters, fast movement, speed, right? When does it all happen? All in New York session, right? From New York opening technically until all the way down to New York close, right? And the where happened all, first of all, in the supply areas above Asia high range, right? In this yesterday's high area, right? To give this illusion that market is going to hold. And then finally in Asia midline areas to start, to end the day off properly. The wide reasons, emotions, of course, they want to bring price action illusion that they're going to change their direction now. And they show obviously false intents just to go drive price higher at the long run. Right? You already can see that what they're doing in terms of intentions, what the world is seeing. And now we also see this build-ups in here, right? And now the same thing. Who's going to get affected? Now they're building up buyers again, right? Buyers getting affected in Asia session, right? So all Asia traders in internal basis, intraday basis, they're all getting induced high, right? And what again, they have a build up in terms of channel trend buildups, right? Also now we're faking though for sellers this smart money trap zone again, right? So again, we also have to know, okay, sellers may be coming in here, right? There's also equal highs, right? I can get induced for breakout traders, for example, right? The last thing which is missing, of course, is the why and the how. So there's still a speed missing, some more reasons is needed, so we can dig into it, right? So okay, pushes price higher in the build-up and boom, there we go. Now we have the how and the why with the momentum and speed vector candles finally breaking out. First of all, takes out all the sellers in here, right? Don't really have any places left to sell in these areas, right? And of course, we still are in Asia, right? So we know, okay, these areas is juicy target for maybe then later Frankfurt, London places, right? But for now, we have the cycle completion. We have the who's getting induced, the breakout traders in terms of here, smart money traders, they're getting the reversal, stop loss in here, right? When they look for sells, they're getting smoked out of it. Breakout traders jumping in, they have the channel, they have now the direction. Okay, if this zone's going to break, obviously price has to go higher, not going to happen, right? So retailers and smart money traders are out, and if anyone is in there, they're having a long bias. This is why market can obviously return. We know this as a build-up inducement stage, right? And obviously the inducement also to the left brings in a medium one. It happens all in Asia, right? We just know that this cycle is done, so we can look for the opposite direction for market to change, right? But then the same thing starts again. Look what they do in here. Right, it's all momentum. Look, no pullbacks, no nothing, just building liquidity like crazy, right? And just no really sharp pullbacks, baby pull-ups. Shows what? Shows momentum, shows the channel, shows the speed, shows obviously now also the fake break of structure once again, right? Again, that's way too late for us. Our break of structure would be all the way up here into mitigation for the inducement to go lower. Right, and now it's retailer break of structures. It's way too late. That's why we obviously have a good understanding that this might be done already. We only have to think one intention left, which is some mitigation areas down there with imbalance fills, right? And only if you have those, then we would know, okay, price action could be done and reversing again, right? So let's see. First of all, the who, again, in this case, it's sellers, buyers getting taken out of their positions, right? If they bought in here, the stop losses are below here or even here, right? They're all getting taken out left and right, right? So the same thing though, if market shows this now, people have a bias of obviously directional going to the short side, right? Guess what? Not gonna happen, right? So of course, we induced now finally into an point of interest in here, which is also the inducement here, right? Just different point of interest, so not the overall one, right? Okay, but just this one gave the reaction and then have some imbalances left. The better one is definitely this one down there, right? Okay, but for now, obviously that's what happens in here, right? So we have to wait what happens next to ask the same question. So now you just see sellers getting in there, right? And obviously they want to take them out sooner or later. And look what they do now. Again, it's the same thing again. Now they're building up these crazy channels to the high side. Again, see, they stop them out high, induce them high, stop them out low, induce them low, and now same thing all over again. You see how they do it like clockwork, right? So now the next thing we can add in as we soon going into our major windows in terms of Frankfurt Open, London Open, New York timings, and all that stuff, right? But now we just see, okay, buyers getting affected deeply, right? But what else? Maybe sellers, maybe they seeing a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 million tops in here. Also Asia high, so maybe that's gonna hold for the sellers, right? So if they want to sell, or if they want to bring in sellers, they obviously want to hold the equal highs, right? So guess what? look at that. Perfect equal highs. So who's going to affect it? Sellers getting affected. They're preparing the breakout traders to getting their zone, right? So if they smoke it out in here, obviously breakout traders jumping on the bandwagon, right? And we have also this medium liquidity up here. But for now, we just see the buildup getting slowly but surely induced to the low side. Isn't that interesting, right? And when should they do it? In perfect Frankfurt open timing. For us, there's unfortunately no point of interest other than all the way down there. Right, so we could wait on here. Frankfurt Open now is to the minute in 1 minute now, and boom, they're gone, right? So we got missed with our point of interest in here, right? But at least the intentions are all done, and look what they did. Look at how juicy that one is, right? Almost took them out in here. I can't see the wick properly. Let's just check quick where the wick is. Okay, they already took them out of the highs in here. Perfect, right? So we have a medium inducement. What happens though if they smack out these highs? Obviously, people jumping in like crazy, right? So again, for now, this could be our potential point of interest just for these plays though, right? So if London taps into here, that's a valid play, and then obviously rect, and then maybe goes higher overall. That's definitely possible, right? But for now, we just have to wait what they show. Now we just see vector candles and speed. Again, the why, the how, huge momentum, the why to show people the wrong direction, right? With emotions, again, FOMO kicks in, again, breakout traders taking this crazy zone of liquidity also overall makes new higher highs for retailers, right? So what do we do though? Breakout traders, so we just wait and see what they do. Even induce the high one more time to give you an illusion one more time to go higher and higher. And now, of course, we also can jump in and understand what should be next, right? Relevant break of structure, often inducement, and then wait for perfect London time window. That's the ideal scenario, right? So let's see what they're doing in here. Relevant break of structure, right? Again, everyone is having the long direction. Look at the build up. They do pullback. Again, for us, it's not the pullback, it's the inducement low of the channel. Vector candle speed, taking out those zones in here, breaking out of Asia, high, right? Of course, and still overall in this buy trend. So obviously, they jumping in as buys, and they thinking that's all pullback trades, and they want to jump in long for continuation. So guess what's not going to happen? Longs for continuation. We completed a cycle, Frankfurt Open cycle. Next timing window is London Open. We are right here, right? And of course, if we had this relevant break of structure for us, we look for the mitigation in here, right? So that's our place we want to play, right? From this demand zone or supply zone in this case, right? So of course, after the Olympic structure, after London, or in this case Frankfurt plays, after medium inducement, we want to jump in, and obviously retailers should get taken out. Same side, who is getting affected right now? Only buyers, right? So where are the buyer stop losses? Maybe below here, and of course below Asia low. Right, for all these buyers starting even for the whole push, the all stop losses are below here in the worst case scenario. What would that be? Obviously our perfect cycle confirmation, right? Which we can look, and we still have this potential mitigation zone down there as well for potential New York trap time plays, right? So that's still far out though, but obviously we can plan the day out. First, we have this London Open place though. Let's see what they did, and even tagged it with the wick absolute perfectly in here. So now we are in, right? And retailers are getting ready to get smoked. Boom, right? So now this is the world's relevant or the world's break of structure, right? So usually it never comes back in these scenarios, right? If they don't want to give people the chances to get in. London comes in. Again, the where and when. Now we're in Asia range. London induced, or Frankfurt made the play for the big players, which are London liquidity, right? And of course, London says, thank you for inducing everyone to the long side. And now let me help you and take out all these buyers, grab liquidity, and then maybe continue higher to maybe take out yesterday's highs. As this obviously got missed, right? And now, of course, this becomes later the smart money trap, as this would only be valid when London would have tapped in the highs in here, gives us the extreme mitigation. But as this is yesterday's high, of course, we don't look for the mitigation later on, only if the place would be in here after the smart money traps in here into mitigation with momentum and speed, but that never happened. So we have to switch our direction for smart money trap when they, of course, induce low and go higher overall, right? So what we tagged in here, right? So next thing, how do they do it now? What's going on? They're stopping slowly but surely people out there buy trades, right? Breaking the structures in here, right? With momentum and speed, right? What a surprise. So maybe even people jumping in here, right? Already getting completely smoked, right? And boom, out of a sudden, Asia low gets induced. Flip side though, what happens now? Of course, people be like, oh wow, Asia low gets induced low, breakout traders jump in, they haven't done another directional shift. Right now they think, okay, it made a new lower low now, so it should go lower overall. So inducing people to the short side. We are in perfect time window for London still, right? So, okay, this maybe not going to happen anymore in New York trap. So we can have to change our bias for New York trap for later, right? Because this is just very fast of the way they did it. So what characteristic has this also when they take out Asia high and then just whip Asia range in one clean sip? Right, of course, Asia whipsaw scenario. So if the maximum's going down there, that's the possibility. So we can monitor magic manipulation minutes for these scenarios. Or if you obviously get breakup structures earlier, relevant breakup structures, we want to be interested in earlier. So now they're just reacting from this zone still, right, going lower. And now though, what is this? It's already a relevant breakup structure. So they're probably missing those mitigation areas down here. Kind of makes sense though anyways, because this is not the nicest point of interest in terms of inducement anyways. Very late of the day, probably not much business down there in terms of liquidity grabs. So could be also done with the Asia whipsaw. And now we have to just go with the Asia whipsaw plays. We just don't have an approach number one down there. It is fine, but now we have the same thing. Momentum, speed, Asia whipsaw plays being checked after this break of structure or relevant break of structure. We can take a look at the M1 to see what's going on down there. Mark our last imbalance zone right in here, right? And obviously maybe even inducing structure down there into the extreme point of interest. And if they do that, that's how Mona Lisa plays. They just tagged it to the absolute pet, right? Just marked it up perfect, tagged it absolutely with the imbalance, right, to the tick in here. So that's our potential extreme limit orders. Again, add in the spread if you want to place a limit, and then stop goes below. That's your Asia whipsaw scenarios, right? So let's go ahead. What's going on and what they're doing to the rest of the world, right? Obviously, the rest of the world has this bias of shorts. So what's the next trap windows? Of course, these areas once again for smart money traders, they want to fake price action reactions down there as well. First, what do they do in here? Obviously very nice, again building up this channel in here, right? I mean, you could argue that they might induce it high as well to go lower. The nicer play for us in intention wise is of course the build up getting induced to a low side, inducing even structure in here. Look at that, beautiful. And also from the open price, which makes much more, what was that? Which makes much more sense if it's like the build up in here, induce low, induce structure to the low side to just go higher overall of the day open price away from the Asia whipsaw to complete the plays. And guess what they did here? Filling the imbalances, right, in magic manipulation minutes to drive price lower and inducing people out of their buys with this momentum candle in here, right? So let's see the overall picture. Look at this momentum again after they grabbed liquidity. Again, these structure breaks are immense because again, that takes all the people out who bought in here. Their stop losses are below here, right? Or they pull a break even and they just get taken out. Even the structure broke in here, again, gives people the false illusion that this is going to be a mitigation zone for going lower. Obviously, turns into a for fuck's sake in here. Now we're in these areas again for the smart money trap, right? Should be pretty obvious as well, coming from all these equal highs in here. Yes, it got taken out, but then guess what? Look to the left also. Yesterday's high just screams to get induced very soon as well. So they of course want to fake the smart money trap in here once again to get people in. What happens to the people? They're seeing the reaction. They think this is gonna hold. Look at this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 touches into this zone, right, of this supply demand area, and of course they fake the reaction to obviously push price lower to make people jump in the cells in here, right? But guess what? You already see we can identify a new build up in these areas like this, maybe. Oops, right? To just draw it properly. Right, we can make it like this also, maybe like a little bit sharper, right? Depending on how we want to see it, but that's also a possibility if you mark it up like this, right? For the overall longer channel, right? And obviously just want to wait and look even how they react, of course, right? And then finally taking out these points in here once again. Stay short of here though, right? So again, if it's a true trap, what can they do? Once again, fake the reaction maybe. Again, what they're doing now is just getting buyers in like crazy, right? Buyers, buyers, buyers. This zone is broken again. They want to bring in sellers at some point again, just taking buyers if they want to go long overall. Going back to this build up again and look at all these reactions. 1, 2, 3, 4 times. Again, this brings sellers in because they think there's a resistance, right? And of course, they're faking the reaction, right? So guess what? If they go higher once again, everyone's having the long direction in here. Long, long, long. They're all seeing the longs, right? So let's see. Even they look how they're staying in the build up, right? And then finally, we already saw what's going to happen here, right? Again, this technically, I would not consider this a major inducement, but guess what they did in here? A major inducement in terms of the build-up though, faking the structure break, right? And then whipping them out, tapping in the smart money trap. This build-up kind of is still active if you check though, right? So there's no clear build-up inducement, right? If you're still having this plane here, but we already can see maybe this already induced it low with this crazy wicks, right? So we have to keep that in mind, right? So again, tapped in the smart money trap with this huge build-up. Still in the build-up phase, buyers, 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 and they obviously already getting wiped here, wiped with this wick, right? Looks like news also, I think, and this day, yep, there is news. The inflation rate, right? So of course, not too insignificant chart event in here, right? So also, what do they do in here when they induce the build-up? They of course want to mitigate at some points, right? And if you want to break it down to the M1, the M1 zones would be in here, right? So just stay short of it a little bit. It is fine. It's probably news anyways around the corner, so it's not really a crazy buy, crazy limit order buy you should take too much in the news. Intention wise, perfectly fine in terms of the build up into the smart money trap area of yesterday's high, faking the reaction, inducing a channel to the low side, right? And then just out of there with the news like crazy, and obviously goes higher after inducing the channel buildup, inducing Asia high, yesterday's high, and then look at this momentum going on, right? And if you check, obviously, the higher time frames, right, we also took this crazy high in here of Asia, equal highs, right? Just gets whipped, right? So again, same flip side. Think about what happens to the retailers. They see this huge momentum, right? They see all this craziness going on, right? So guess what? They want to induce them again, making new highs. They want to jump, let all the people in, also the news release fundamental reasons like, oh my God, interest rates, this and that. Of course, now the market has to rise forever. What's the time that will do the kill? New York trap time, of course. So if they do one more push higher, look at them, right? Boom, everyone is long. Look at this huge reaction, interest rates, all this and that. Right, so of course, what can we look for after a significant blow like this, right? With all taking out the liquidities to left, building the whole day for buys. Everyone is buying. Look at the FOMO, the how, the why, right? Even the how with news, for example. That's another thing we even can add into the Enigma principles for sure, that they're using news in their favor. That's even a big one. I think I forgot that to put in the slides, but they 100 million% use the news in their favor. Of course, be aware of that. So write that if you took notes about the Enigma principles. Yes, 100 million% they use the news in their favor to have the excuses of, oh my God, yeah, of course the price has to go like 500 pips in one candle because it's news, of course, because they can't do that normally. If they would, they would obviously get fined and whatnot, right? So, of course, they have to use the news to push prices higher. So they have their excuse. Everyone is jumping in buys though. So when we get our relevant break of structure after the inducement, the medium one with huge vector candles, and we have it finally, right? So what's our next scenarios we can do? And when the rest of the world is buying, obviously we want to sell, relevant break of structure into the mitigation, right? Absolute perfection, take the short away from the retailers, right? And obviously let them wonder what just happened. Look at this new build-up going on in here, right? Make it even nicer. It should make it sharper down so it makes sense. We have to take this one, right? There we go. Looks much nicer this way, right? To see what's going on. London close. What should it do? Mitigate, obviously, the imbalances in these areas, right? And boom, taps them. I think it actually missed it though. Yes, it missed it by a little bit. Right, so that would be our perfect London close. Mitigation trades missed a little bit. Build up getting loose to the high side though. To go what? To go, of course, short overall. And if you check the next day, of course, right? Why is that so slow? Let's actually go to the M15 to speed things up a little bit. It's the same thing as always. Let's skip through it. Right, what happens? Who's the what? Who's the people's getting involved right now? Look at this. You already marked this zone up. Right, what is this? Breakout traders. Of course, first of all, they're getting taken out of break even, right? If that's not even more enough. And other people having the break and retest. So they want to get in the buys. So guess what? If this is a real true retailer's trap, we expect a reaction out of it. Right, so guess what? There it is, the reaction, right? And look at those fuckers building equal highs in Asia high, building equal lows in Asia low. That's perfect engineered traps. You can't tell anyone otherwise, right? Look at that. Don't even take it out, just building perfect equal lows, right? And then London comes in, of course, right? Pushes price higher. Obviously, all their little sheeple people with the retail concepts have the break and retest, right? They think, okay, news was for whatever, interest rates, this and that has to go higher. Oh my God, GU, blah, blah, blah. The US dollar, all that stuff, right? So of course they want to give the illusion the price goes higher, right? And again, if they give that F blow once again to breaking these highs, everyone and their sister is buying that thing, having the buy direction. What do they do before? Of course, as always, after like a move like this, right? So let's go back in the M5 here, right? So first we see a new build-up forming, right? So let's see in what direction the build-up gets induced. First of all, or second of all, we also had this crazy equal highs. Where does it happen? Also ask these questions. Where does it happen? In the small money trap. Isn't that exactly the same freaking shit they did in here also? Isn't it this? Oh, sorry, in here, right? It's the same exact fucking shit. Look at that. Yesterday's high. Fake zone. Build up taps into the small money trap. Build up taps in the small money trap. Isn't that weird? It seems like they only have so much in their books they can do. Their toolbox is only so limited. Interesting, isn't it? Right? So, boom. Build up getting induced to the high side, right? To push price even lower. What's the next mitigation areas though? Right? Asia midline scenarios. And of course, we also had this insane equal lows left. But again, if they really want to blow everyone out of the water, they induce these highs first. Keep the illusion of this quadrillion bottom of like the supply, support and resistance breaking, right? And then take all of them out, right? That's the ideal scenario. And of course, you're coming from this build-up, getting induced to the low, to the high side to push price lower. They open price, Asia midline, mitigation, imbalance, liquidity here, perfectly off the day open price into Asia midline. Could be a potential play, right? If you don't like it, that's completely fine. We wait for what, right? Something like this. Look at that, how beautiful it is. Mini build up inside here, right? And guess what? Inducement. Oh my God, right? So you know what should come next. Relevant breaker structure. Here's your mitigation zone. If you want to break it to the M1, you can. Right, and this one is definitely a tricky one. You have to be a little bit more careful because of like this, just this point of interest in here. Most likely not this one. So yeah, it's not the nicest for sure. I personally don't like point of interest like this, as they can have a lot, way too much space to fake around. So sometimes they can just take out this little wick and stay inside in here. But that's not ideal if it's worth the risk for sure. Let's just see what they did. Right, okay, tapped in the M5 overall. Okay, too early positions. And then, okay, that's what I mean though. They come very, very, very close. They're technically still in the mitigation zone. Oh, sorry, they even tapped in here. Also, my old eyes don't even see anything anymore, right? So then they just come even lower, messing around. New York trap time window kind of makes sense, not ideal. We had this nice little build up in here though, right? Vector candles to the downside, inducing the low once again. Again, there's not really any other point of interest. So if you take it like this, you can for sure then just put the stop loss below here. You should definitely be fine as you play the overall picture, or you can just wait if you don't like that for retest like this, right? And then place it like this. But that's like the more advanced way, but you're technically just playing the overall plays, or you even wait for more confirmations, right? Like this maybe, right? Build up. Let's see if they get induced. Okay, here it is, getting induced to the highs, to low side. And if they give the blow, boom, there we go. All right, so in terms of the build up, we had this 1, 2, 3 lows, right? And then goes one more time into it, right? Definitely not the nicest thing in here, right? But yeah, technically nicer if there would be another point of interest, or at least like if they built equal lows down here, not like 1, 2, 3 in here, right? With like the build up like in this, right? Induced low into higher points, and then induced even the whole 1, 2, 3 points lower once again, still all inside this point of interest, right? So definitely not the nicest. Again, if you take it, as we said in here, you can just take stop loss below that they mitigate this point in here. It's very unlikely, but maybe we're wrong. But if you want to be inside, as we had this juicy plays of the Asia midline, of the day open price, of the mini build-up, of the relevant breaker structure, timing in New York open, the trap happens, New York trap takes it out, messes around a little bit on the M1, it's completely fine. It's not always perfect. That's just what you have to do sometimes. Then again, that's why it's much nicer sometimes to just play these plays in the M5 only. Again, and you kept out of all this noise of the M1. You just take it here, never bigger stop loss, it's fine. And then, of course, limit yourself or save yourself a lot of nerves in here as well. Perfect timing now, New York trap. And of course, we expect the reaction out of there, right? So then, of course, they take out the smart money trap. Lovely. So our target should be above here to end the day off with a banger like this, right? So we're not really too fussed about what's happened after. We should wait for next day to see what's going to happen. The only thing we see already, this build-up got induced to the high side, took out those highs. Again, it's just way too late for us, right, to take a trade, but isn't that freaking nice? Build-up inducement of that highs one more time. But again, nobody probably is in these markets in here right now. So, okay, they induced the high even one more time. Okay, but now you can, if you think this low is gonna hold, yeah, then not too good. So this is the absolute Mona Lisa scenario for tomorrow plays. Of course, now we took out these highs. The whole world has the spirals long. There's no sellers in the whole market inside. How can you sell? There's no one selling. Everyone who sold here, even here, or even here and here, they all got taken out. At least they break even. There's no one ever in this sells. Now it's very late. So the only thing they can do is playing the plays in Asia. Right, so all the sellers are out. There's no sellers. Now they're, of course, just building liquidity a little bit to the low side, right? So if they build liquidity low side and they truly want to go lower, what can we expect on them to do? Induce high to go lower, right? So let's see Asia mid, Asia range. Let's see what they have. A new build up in here, right? And of course, if we induce the build up, which we already did, Frankfurt Open, what's my favorite trade there is? Fast and Francturious trade, right? Again, not the nicest Asia midline point of interest, for sure not, right? But definitely something you can play off to. Obviously, they play, look at the reactions they do, faking the triple top. Again, sellers getting very happy about that reaction, right? Triple tops in here, right? And of course, we want to induce them high into the point of interest, into Asia midline, induce the channel, right? To finally give the death blow to all those people. And even potentially, again, we had all these buyers in here, right? So again, we technically can smoke them all out. And that's even what we had today with this price action. So yeah, we took this sells in here and then even a very, very nice New York trap window gaps in here. First of all, we smoked those liquidity areas. All the buyers of here are out. Like, too bad that the support and the resistance and makes a new high didn't work out too well of the quadruple top bottom down there, right? So first death blow in London. And then look at those nice moves they did right after. Right, it was a little bit hard to trade, just pure inducement trades though, right? When making lows. And again, if they want to push price action even lower, what do? Induce high to go lower. And now New York trap time right around the corner, right? And look at how beautiful it was. New York trap time to the minute. And traps are being built, inducing high, obviously to go lower and take out all these people. And that's what we had today. Absolute perfection, right? So all the buyers are fully out. Retail heaven was expected after no possible sellers was in place or were in place anymore. Obviously, build-up gets induced into Asia midline, fasting to a straight into it. New York builds the trap once again to induce high to go lower and then taking out all the people down there. And then even London close is the low. And again, you should not be too interested in these areas after all anymore, as you're getting just way too late, right? So the day was done, plays were done. This one was a tricky one for sure, but again, the moment you're getting more advanced, of course, at some point you just have to jump into those when situations like this happen, right? Where you have like this minor relevant break of structure into areas. That was our short right here, right? Of course, you can also place a stop loss above here. Again, risky one for sure, but intention wise, absolute perfect, right? Of the equal highs being in here. Again, this thing, same thing. Smart money trap gives the false reaction, builds liquidity, taps one more time into this zone, builds again the smart money trap, takes it out, builds the equals before, takes out the structural left, induce high overall to go lower, take out everyone and their sister who had the news event and this huge vector candles with the news, of course, taking out all the structures to the left. Momentum and speed gives the break and retest, go higher, take out every seller possible, then the sellers getting built, getting induced, and then getting taken out, all of them. That is buyers, obviously, they're taken out of them, right? Sellers are jumping in here and here, right? That's a smart money trap, of course, gets induced high. Even the structure gets induced high by a pip and then goes lower without anyone. And that's how they do it. That's how you should see the Enigma principles as well in combination with it. Just a very rapid one. Use it in your advantage. Again, the why, the how, the who, the where, and the when. And I forgot if I said what, right? So the 6 principles, of course, again, the who, the what, the where, when, why, and how. Always keep that in mind. And again, see their true intentions, what the world should see in their books, and then what they actually do. First of all, they obviously want to believe or make them believe a specific direction. They want to give them the reasons, like the fake news, whatever, news releases and shit like that, of course. How does it even make sense? How can there be a news release which pushes price higher and then literally 2 days later, the whole thing drops again? It just doesn't make sense. You have to understand the market is engineered for exactly that reason, to even give fundamental people or fundamental retailers no point at all. And then again, even those sells absolutely gorgeous, because why? No one has an opportunity to sell here other than us, if you really understand what's going on. Again, there's just takes out everyone who sold, gets all taken out, liquidity been taken, and then just choop it downside, takes out all the people down in here. Lovely, lovely shit. Simplicity Master Guide 2.0. And let's actually dig straight into it to combine everything you should know already and to show you once again how the simplicity approach can change everything, okay, and make it as simple as possible. So let's dig in. So we already see a chart on the M5 in here. We don't know what it is. I think it's EU a couple of days ago. So what we already see if we are right here on the edge. The first thing, as always, we have to find out where liquidity is. And guess what? Boom. Insane equal highs of Asia high in here the previous day. And we already see also something pretty interesting, as New York Chap took out Asia low in here and then just moves price down, and then we have an build up in here, induced to a low side. So that's our inducement. Here's obviously our completed cycle, and we want to trade away from that during Asia if you're an Asia trader. All right, but now as we are right here in price action, we want to see what's going on using our lovely simplicity approach. So the first thing we do, as always, build up. Where is the relevant build up we look for right now? And it's exactly here. We have an up channel, and of course we want to see in what direction this up channel gets induced. So we do nothing but waiting. So inducement to the low side. We already see, okay, this doesn't really fit on the build up anymore. So we know we're now in the inducement stage, but is this probably the inducement that leads to the high? Not so sure about that already, right? And of course, also, what time are we in? We're still in Asia, right? So what's our next potential time window? Frankfurt Open or London Open, right? And again, what could be a very juicy play they might do if they induce the build-up low, right? Give the fast and Frank-Turius trade, maybe even off Asia midline into the inducement. With that in mind, we maybe know, okay, this, yes, we are in the inducement stage, but this is probably not the inducement done yet, right? So if you really want to trade risky, boom, we can trade into the inducement, but that's not the simplicity approach so far. That's just the advanced understanding of what's going on, right? But for the simplicity approach, we just have the build-up and the inducement. If you're more advanced, obviously you can trade the short in here, trading into the inducement, right? But if you stick to the simplicity approach, that's not it, right? You have to wait for more confirmations, right? The next thing, though, is we want to mock up points of interest, right? And again, if you're in Asia range and looking for a fast and curious setup, best scenario is Asia midline scenarios, right? So you mock it up and we wait, and what a surprise, we getting tagged in. But for a simplicity approach, we still only in the build-up inducement stage, right? We need some more confluences. For example, the next stage would be, of course, you should know what it is, and now you see it very clear what it is. So not only have we had a beautiful, beautiful build up to the upside, which gets induced to the short side, right? Inducing structure to the low, tapping into Asia midline supply and demand areas. You already see the timing, Frankfurt Open, right? Perfectly in the time in here, in the mitigation, right? But now, what is this in here, right? Very late, obviously. A better one would be like something in here, but we don't have that. So this is the only relevant what? Relevant break of structure. So now we're in stage 3 of the simplicity approach. So choose. So now things getting more and more interesting, and now you slowly but surely can prepare for something, because even there we never took out Asia high, but we had this inducement of the build up to the low side, into mitigation, into timing, now relevant break of structure, right? So the next thing we want to do is what? Mitigation. So overall it would be this whole zone in here, M5, right? But if you want to go the extra mile, we go into the M1 and see, okay, extreme maybe. And the only last possible supply demand candle would be in here. So maybe we refine it here, because again, this stop loss is much, much, much too big. So again, we can risk a way more smaller refined point of interest in here with the last supply. Or again, if you want, wait until the whole extreme. But again, if you studied fast and curious trades, again, it's not really that likely to go all the way down in here and then go higher, right? So that may become something like this. So this is definitely a good POI to choose. Also lines up with the M5 mitigation perfectly, right? So we're changing this obviously to here to make it more refined and having a much better entry opportunity in terms of risk reward, right? So that's why we place it like this. So next thing though, in the line, we have the build up, inducement, the relevant break of structure. And now we marked out our mitigation zone, or at least potential mitigation zone. The next thing on the simplicity approach is smart money trap. So as we talked about earlier a couple of times, you can use the smart money traps in your advantage also. That's how you should mark them out always, because what should do the smart money trap, or what should the smart money trap do, right? If it's a smart money trap and not a for fuck's sake, obviously you expect a what? A reaction. And now if you mark this obvious smart money trap out and expect a reaction, what could this do? Or what should this do, right? Obviously push price lower into our potential mitigation zones, right? And that's technically, again, if we put everything together and we just want to trade even Asia into everything we have so far, we would understand, okay, huge buildup, sideways buildup, induced high to go lower, inducing finally with vector candles. Here's your potential first buy trade for the day, right? The target is something like this, medium target, like not the maximum target, just medium targets in here, right? Then of course, build up, getting induced to the low side, right? But this is not done yet. So in proper understanding that we should go at least Asia midline or at least some potential mitigation zone. In this case, we don't have no other option than Asia midline. Then we could have taken this short in here, right? Traded into the potential false break of structure into our point of interest. So we took this buy, we're taking this sell, we're taking this sell off, and then would be the extreme mitigation, extreme limit order for the potential Asia midline plays, right? Into obviously relevant break of structure in here, right? Oops, give me my thing back. I accidentally removed my pen. Be nice if it, there we go. Thank you. So then obviously after this happens, relevant break of structure taps into the smart money trap with the understanding that the smart money trap should give a fake reaction, right? And obviously best case go lower in here. It would be very foolish if we hold this trade in here, if we know, okay, price should come back anyways in here, because then we technically out of break even anyways. So best if we take this trade in here, close it with this relevant break of structure in here, and then trade the reversal or a pullback in this case, right? And expect a direction out of the smart money trap. We technically can trade the smart money trap as well for potential reaction, right? But at this point, obviously, we still are in the overall simplicity approach, and we only at the smart money trap roster or point, right? So we just expect a false reaction. We can take this an advantage to take a potential short, but not from the simplicity approach, just by advanced understanding, right? Simplicity approach here continues, right? So obviously, next thing even on the simplicity approach is what is, I already marked it up here, right, is the timing. Okay, so London open could also, if this gives a false reaction, could definitely be a possibility in here. So it's not a fast-moving tourist anymore, like because it was in here, the fast-moving tourist one, and now obviously London open right around the corner. If the smart money trap gives a reaction, it definitely can tap into this point of interest. So let's see what happened, right? First of all, smart money trap only gave a minor reaction, so not exactly where we want it to be. But guess what? Is it a problem? No, it is not, because even nicer, London open comes in here, right? And then fakes or creates the double top, the triple tops in here, right? So if London open obviously brings the liquidity right in here and fakes the reaction to push price lower, that's even sometimes 10 times nicer, and you literally should be like Wolf of Wall Street, Sean and Balfour in here, right? And obviously just right, because this is perfect. This is actually the perfect scenario. If you now have this equal highs in here, the smart money trap reaction, right? Obviously did not react too deep, obviously gave this point in here, and then finally false react from this double or triple top in here, which makes it even way nicer. So now you're in the build-up, inducement, brilliant break of structure, mitigation, smart money trap, timing, also had its purpose. The only thing now you need is an entry helper, right? So you add the entry helper, double click the chart, and the entry helper appears, right? And you would already see, based on where the liquidity or equilibrium line is, you really can't have a let in here. The only thing you can have is this static let we talked about a lot, right? Again, this just replaces the let if you don't have a potential let opportunity. As in this case, obviously, price is all the time below technically the equilibrium line, so there's no potential let, right? So now, but perfectly gives the static let of the fixed equilibrium, right? And of course, that's when it taps into our M1 mitigation zone. So build up, check. Inducement, check. Relevant break of structure, check. Mitigation, check. Smart money trap, check. False reaction of smart money trap, also check. Timing, here and here, still in perfect time window, check. Entry helper, check. Juicy. What's the last point missing? Of course, the limit order, which should have weighted down in here, right? So as we talked about the entries, minimum target is definitely, again, based on M5, the next relevant break of structure in here, right? Or also can be Asia range high, right? If it's, again, technically the minimum is down here, and this technically would be a little bit higher, but not the medium. The medium one would be this one in here, right? So again, if this is your minimum, you just can, in this scenario, include this this one risk as it. Again, if it takes out this one, again, it's almost damn near impossible to hold that and make like this. Okay, so minimum, medium one is the medium liquidity, right? And then what's the maximum? Obviously, this juicy Asia high from the previous day with the triple top in here. That's your maximum target you should aim for. And what is the price? Boom. Minimum. There we go. Minimum target hit almost instantly. Didn't waste too much time. 50 minutes, and the whole thing was in our minor target or minimum target. And then didn't wait too long also for the medium target. But at this point, you should be a little bit skeptical about the situation, as again, it's almost a little bit too be good to be true. If your entry is right there, no drawdown at all, 0 pip drawdown, and then just smashes into your medium target instantly, takes out the medium liquidity, you should be like, oh shit, no pullbacks, no nothing, only vector candles, taking out a medium target into what? What's in here? What have they still left in here? Imbalances. Oh, vector candle into mitigation. Oh, after taking out a medium target, what should you ask yourself? Medium inducement, vector candles into mitigation. Again, think about the picture we had earlier with Wolf of Wall Street, Jordan Belfort talking to whom, right? You know this guy, absolute legend. That is how they keep the wheel spinning over and over again to reduce traders. They have to keep the wheel spinning and obviously do exactly what they just did here. Speed, right? Already taking out the structural point in here. Medium target is then taken and into mitigation, right? They want to give obviously some sort of cycle completion, obviously at least these areas, and then to take out the overall targets in here. But this is the same scenario. This becomes the smart money trap overall, because again, we don't expect this to hold. If we have triple tops in here of previous days high and also Asia range high, that's not going to happen, right? But as we had, obviously, this vector candles, medium inducement taken into mitigation, it's definitely good for a reaction to keep the wheel spinning and obviously bring people in the short side as well, right? So with that keeping in mind, we expect now the false reaction out of it, and technically you can trade it if you really wanted to, right? You want to trade the pullback, there you go. Also, you can see timing was magic manipulation minute 1, right? And now pullback, and this technically now gives the first let, but as we talked in here, we replaced the let with the first static let in here, right? And if you watch the overall M5 chart, right, coming out from this build down or build up, obviously to the downside, you can call it build down if you really want to, right? Build up in here, inducement to the low side, vector candles, right? Where's your let? Where's your first let? In here, right? Obviously pulls back, gives the let, not the nicest, but it is there,
right? And then what's the only thing you look after? EDMs, boom, it's right here as well, right? So this is technically done. Now we just have a new build-up inducement, right? So we can look for a new EDM or LED and EDM cycle, right? The only thing we're missing is the LED, which got replaced with the static LED. So this LED up here is on the fully wrong part of the chart anyways. Again, we only look for LEDs of the extreme mitigation of the inducement, which was this one, static LED in here, and not this one. Right, but still technically the first LED of the M5, so it definitely can its own purpose of having what? Again, what do traders see? Break and retest, right? This is our LED to obviously push price higher, exactly the same as the smart money traps to give the false reaction in our favor, obviously push price higher and maybe into mitigation of this medium inducement, give a false reaction again, faking again the lower lows to get people involved in the different direction, right? So let's see what they do, pushing price higher with the LED and the false break and retest into now the mitigation of the medium inducement, right? So again, this cycle is not completed yet. They just induced it, moved away. There's no relevant break of structure anything near on the M5, right? So again, they're faking the pullback into extreme mitigation, right? So technically you can trade it for a new pullback to make lower lows. So again, signalize people, oh shit, it's overall, look at this pullback, oh, new push, pullback, new lower low. Okay, maybe here, but now makes new lower lows, maybe. So again, they see still the overall downtrend overall, right? So what do they do? Of course, we just had this mitigation of the medium inducement, and boom, what a surprise. Obviously gives the reaction forming these lower lows now, right? Coming from this point, making a low, making a lower lows. Obviously people now think, okay, trend continues starting from here, obviously, right? Maybe just whatever, this and this pullback, okay, can happen, but now we're starting to make no lower lows again, right? It's all part of the whole keeping the wheel spinning thing, of course, but guess what? Based on this build-up with the inducement, with the relevant break of structure, with the timing, with the smart money trap, with the another timing, with the entry helper confirmation, what's another entry helper confirmation? The only thing we look for anyways, in which is left. It's already there. It is the M5 EDM. Right, so if we place the M5 EDM from here to here, obviously it's a huge zone, but just saying this is exactly what we look for, and we still have our juicy target to the high side left. And also if you check at the timing, obviously magic manipulation minutes 2 right around the corner. So this is way too big to take, right? But this is exactly what we look for in the M5 in terms of EDMs, right? After the LEDs, or technically the static LED in this sense, as it replaces the LED in here. The first LED was here, but completely wrong position. But that still push price into the extreme mitigation to fake the reaction one more time, forming our EDM on the M5. We can't take it as it's too big in terms of the point of interest. So guess what? What's the overall simplicity approach for this exact scenario right here? As again, we completed this one already. What's the new simplicity approach, right? We completed this full one with the entry already. Now we can start a new one. We have our build up. We have our inducement to the low side of the build up, right? We're coming from this inducement anyways, right? So the reaction also makes sense in terms of coming into this. And we overall want to trade away from this in here. We want to trade away into the medium inducement overall. We had like our technically medium inducement. Obviously, I want to see that from 10 miles away that this is our relevant medium inducement, right? And now we're heading our build-up inducement into even here build-ups in here, into inducement, into mitigation, forming our first static LED. Only thing left is the EDM, which we had right now. And obviously we want to take out these liquidity points in here. But now for this cycle, simplicity cycle, right, we just have the build-up and the inducement, right? There's no other stages, so we have to wait, right? For what? Relevant break of structure. So right, this thing now, this build-up into inducement, tapped into our mitigation point, right, into our point of interest, and it's also the EDM for the bigger picture, and we still have overall our targets left, right? And now we had this build-up, inducement, relevant break of structure. What's the next thing? Mitigation. So we're marking out our mitigation zone in here, right? Again, technically the wick is down here. Not sure if you see it properly, but obviously we don't want to place the stop loss all the way down here. So we're just taking this M5 supply demand candle in here, right? To make it a little bit more sense out of it, right? Then next thing in line, smart money trap. Same thing. If it taps in here and gives us our reaction into it, even nicer, right? We kind of expect it anyways, right? So smart money trap is locked in, and we can look at the next step, which is time. And we already marked it up earlier. Boom. Magic manipulation time window. Perfect. And we already see, oh, it already tapped into us now. Perfect. So technically, we are already in. After the relevant break of structure, next candle instantly tapped us in. Boom. Perfectly on time confirmation as well. There's only one thing left though, which is the entry helper. And we kind of had that already coming from this EDM, right? Which was still missing after this inducement. This was the static LED, technically real LED. And now we have the EDM in here. We want to aim higher, right? So now this technically is your M5 entry in here. But even then you can say, maybe let's go in the M1, right? So this is the M1 in here, right? And okay, we're coming from obviously this point in here, right? So let's see, this is our M5 point of interest, not really that clean in the M1 at all. So let's see if the entry helper can make this more confirmed, as we don't really have any other points of interest in here, right? Let's take out our entry helper and boom, what's going on in here? Look, it tapped into, takes out the equal lows in here, right? First of all, we had this baby build up in here, vector candles tapping higher, obviously, to then complete this baby cycle. That's why you can take technically this also into it, right? Or technically, first of all, into it in here. Then, obviously, boom, goes lower, completes the cycle, build up getting induced to the high side to go lower, takes out the equal lows into our mitigation, right? We had all these steps before, and now entry helper also was EDM on the M5, but now, what a surprise, perfect LED on the M1. So this is definitely good for market execution. If you really want to play it safe, put the stop below here. If you want to stick to the M5 supply demand candle, you can place it here because you have an LED entry here. Absolute perfect anyways, right? So entry can be in, boom, like this on the M5 anyways, and confirmed by the M1 LED also, and it instantly pulled back, absolute perfect. So entry is in, you should be like this at this stage, liquidity, right? Yes, I have build-ups, inducement, mitigations, or break of structure, targets, everything is there, right? Perfect. The only thing, as you just said, is targets. Entry is placed, targets. Minimum target, we're choosing the passive minimum target in here, just in case, right? We just completely wrong and we just will never trade for the mitigation here. Then we have a medium target to obviously make a new high in here. And the maximum target should be pretty obvious, taking out the equal highs, triple top of Asia high and yesterday high. So perfect 3 targets in place. Nothing really can go wrong too much at this stage. Let's see how I played. Boom. Absolute perfection, right? And this is exactly what we talked about. If you choose obviously the maximum target right away, here's the triple tops, which was very obvious to get taken out, but what happened before, right? They just snacked. If you go back again, here was our medium target, right? So guess what? After they snacked the medium target, they decided to play the fake away one more time and look at this crazy pullback of this fake reaction. Again, almost took us out of break even. Again, and that's not that crazy difference. It's maybe 2.5 or more, but obviously at this scenario, you should definitely aim for the high. And again, it's just an example where I just decided to do what? Again, faking the equal highs like crazy and then doing this, which then is always a nail in the coffin for retailers as they having the relevant, or in their point, the break of structure, right? And then obviously they're tapping all into this smart money, this very obvious smart money trap zone, right? And obviously they're all having the direction changed of this crazy resistance in here, which can never get broken in here, as you see. Crazy sharp reaction makes the structure break. This thing has to go to hell, right? Obviously not, but that's exactly what they do, faking the a break of structure one more time, right? And then finally pushing price and taking all the liquidity. And you can imagine how many people just got smoked in here, right? And vice versa, obviously, huge resistance level with even 5 points in here getting tagged, finally getting broken. What do the other retailers see? Insane resistance getting broken, huge breakout, all the breakout traders and their sisters jumping in this buy trade, right? Believe it or not, but that's literally what's going to happen there, right? And yeah, definitely that's unexpected. So we knew everything beforehand already. The only thing you should not dive into and not getting into danger of becoming this guy in here, be like, I know everything, right? And just stop here and then be like all ego driven. No, repeat, always remember, they have to keep the wheel spinning. It goes on and on and on and on. It goes on and on. The wheel keeps spinning and has to keep on spinning, right? So now we completed this full simplicity approach as well. We completed this full simplicity approach as well. And now we took out this massive liquidity with the 5 tops in here and with speed vector candles as well. The wheel has keep on spinning. So what do we have? Build up. Okay, we talked about it like 5 times already. With this huge build up in here, whereas the inducement should be very clear. Obviously, this one right here. So what are we waiting for? Obviously, relevant break of structure, but what do we already see? What we have also for our compass? Timing. Right, so we already have 3 steps from the simplicity approach. We have the build-up, the inducement, and the time. So now we can switch from the M5 to the M1 because now we want to play New York Cup trades. Right, so from the M5 to the M1 we go. This is the M1 right here. Right, we had this obviously juicy inducement in here with this beautiful wick. Right, and now we already see what? Relevant break of structure. So we have the build up, what we had earlier, right, of the 5 tops, the inducement, relevant break of structures, lovely, even this little build up in here with speed getting induced even one more time, and you can see how well they trying to induce everyone to the high side in here, right? So we're missing the mitigation, we're missing the smart money trap, we're missing the entry helper, and we're missing obviously the entry. So let's see what we can check next. After the relevant break of structure, we can, of course, mark our mitigation zone, right? It's very big though, that's what she said. But anyways, it happens. And we can add the smart money traps in here as well, right? So we're obviously adding our simplicity approach into the whole game and we continue the plays. So we had our build-ups, right, from the left. We had our inducement. We had our relevant break of structure. Let's make it like this. We have marked our mitigation zone, which now even got hit. We marked up our smart money traps in here. Again, technically would be nicer if this happens, but it did not. It is what it is. Timing, you can see it already. New York trap window. Entry helper is the next. And what a surprise. Look at this Mona Lisa in here. After all the steps we had, finally we also have our M1 let to give us the much better entry of this big mitigation zone. So again, if you don't want to put the limit in here because it's way too big, wait for exactly that. Boom, candle closes, gives you the let entry, market execution here with your entry helper or with the trade assistant. Stop goes above here, boom, and you're in, right? So entry is in, right? So simplicity approach completed with the market execution, right? So, and M5, back to the M5, we have everything checked: build-up, inducement, real structure, mitigation, smart point trap, timing, entry helper, and also entry. What is missing though? After proper risk management, of course, after proper execution, is the minimum and medium and maximum target. Minimum target, aggressive one, of course, the next relevant break of structure in here. Medium target, Asia midline, points in here. Maximum target, equal lows of Asia low in here. If that's in, you just sit back again, if you, whatever target you choose in this scenario. Most likely, as we took significant liquidity in here, it's obviously best to maybe even aim for the maximum target, then sit back and enjoy like this guy enjoys it. That's a live video of Cameron right here, how he enjoys his take profit, right? And instantly smashed the take profit, right? But as always, you should not sit back and enjoy too much. The wheel keeps on spinning. Remember, the wheel has to keep on spinning, right? So don't stop here. What else should or do you notice? What's going on? We have always this huge down run. We had this build-up which got induced. Build-up, inducement. What else maybe? Timing. Okay. You see our juicy indicator in here with London close timing. If London closes the extreme, it should induce something, which it did. So we already checked 3 points from the simplicity approach. Very interesting. So now we can do the same thing again. We dive into our London close time window into the M1, right? And let's see how it looks like. So from the M5 to the M1, and we see what? First of all, boom. We see our huge buildup getting induced to the high side to go lower. And it just keeps on channeling, right? Until what? Perfect time window to the absolute minute in London close. And then literally a few minutes after, what's going on in here? The first and only relevant break of structure. Isn't that interesting? After the build up, after getting induced to the high side, after this channeling downwards, after perfect timing is into place to the absolute minute, out of a sudden, the first relevant break of structure appears. So we can check the build up, the inducement, the relevant break structure, and the timing. Still a few points missing though, right? So mitigation, already happened after the relevant break of structure, so we can check that as well, right? So the only thing is though, no entry helper confirmation, right? So this is missed if you technically want to trade that. Again, we talked about that you can also have not fully completed simplicity approaches. This should be more than enough for you to maybe risk a trade, especially coming off this juicy trades in here. You should be having a much buffer for the day to risk the play, right? But even to check it even more and getting more confidence, we can still wait for argument's sake. But if you want, obviously, here's your juicy trading opportunity. So if you continue to play, obviously now it already moved out of it, right? And we can also, and I mean, you already see we messed up the animation here, is what, right? So of course, the next thing we also missing is a smart money trap, right? And now we're seeing, okay, this build up in here is inducing to the low side. Okay, so maybe it wants to go higher into the smart money trap in here and then gives a reaction as well. So we can check also now the smart money trap in here because we have a good understanding of where price should go, right? So after the first relevant break of structure, after the build up, after the inducement with timing, right? Channeling upwards, inducing downwards, giving us our smart money trap potential in here, all in the London close time window, right? So if we continue, obviously, it looks so juicy in here. To make it even more clearer what's going on here. Again, another build up, sideways build up, right? With the equal lows in here. Boom, getting induced to the high side. What a surprise, and taps into the smart money trap. That's why we should know it's a smart money trap and not for fuck's sake, as you have this build up, getting induced to the high side into mitigation, right? So that's good for a reaction, but that's it. The reaction, not the whole reversal or whatever, or continuation, because again, we expect the smart money trap coming off this huge build down, right? And obviously then moves away from the inducement of the London close as well, right? So this is good for smart money trap reaction though, as we had this build up induced to the high side, obviously good for reaction. If that's good for reaction, we should at least aim for next false break of structure, right? So let's see how it looks like in here. Interesting. So we got that. So we aimed, or we took the smart money reaction, or we saw it happening, aimed for the false break of structure, and we already can see what candles, vector candles in here, right? So let's see what's the next step. We just wait, right? Still not really any entry helper confirmation. If you think that's a let, that's not a let. The let should be all the way down in here, right? So if anything, we look for EDMs. We unfortunately didn't have anything, right? So that's completely fine. So now we're moving away from this false break of structure, build up, inducement into this mitigation areas, right? Perfect. But let's see as well what we have for our overall simplicity approach. We had our build-ups, right? We had our inducements, first of all to the low side, here to the high side, right? Our relevant break of structure, like in terms of we had it down here already, right? Technically, we basing the build up, the simplicity approach still from the first one, right? So we had this build up in here, inducement high, going lower, like inducement obviously now low side and London close, relevant break of structures, and these build ups coming after, right? But they're not checked in here. We had this checked before, right? So then mitigation also checked in here, smart money trap checked in here, smart money reaction checked also, timing window, London close window also checked. Last thing now, entry helper confirmation, maybe of another cycle build up, right? Another one. Finally, we had this, or before that, we had this false break of structure to a low side with vector candles. And they're still trying to trade away from this one overall. We have another sideways channel build up. If we're getting an inducement low into this mitigation zone, forming also the let entry, that's another simplicity approach completed. And what a surprise. Boom. It did exactly that. This build up in here gets induced to a low side, right? Which also was, it kind of funnily was let before, but obviously you don't want to take this let in the middle of the build up in here, right? And if you do, then obviously you have to put your stop below this anyways. It's much better to wait, obviously, to get the inducement low and then to complete the cycle to the upside, obviously, induce low to go higher. And that's exactly what they did. Looks like even news, funnily enough, again, what a surprise that the news complete the cycle and the picture to 100% all the time. What a surprise. Oh yeah, there's news right in here, right? So if you did not take it, completely fine. But again, it just completes the picture so perfectly, right? So let's say we miss it for argument's sake though, because there's no entry in here anyways. If we would have taken it though, minimum target in here or in here, right? So this is technically the minimum target, or this one, depending on how much to the left you want to look, here or here. Medium target should be, again, some sort of passive ones in this scenario, some sort of mitigation areas. And for the maximum target, if you want to take it out for whatever reason, right, late at the day, again, for me personally, maximum, minimum in here, right, or not the maximum for me personally would be the minimum, if that makes sense, right? But technically your maximum is, of course, higher and nothing else, right? And if you go back to the M5 now, look at this beautiful thing just heading off. Again, kind of a little bit unexpected though, because this did not take out anything to the left too significantly, other than the Asia range in here with perfect time window, but then you just decided to smash everything to the high side once again. To sum it up though, we had this perfect simplicity approach completed, all stages included, fully done. We had this perfect full cycle, full simplicity stage and stages done. We had this fully maxed out simplicity approach done. And at this stage, we also had this simplicity approach fully maxed out again, right? So 4 perfect completed simplicity cycles in just one day. Isn't that insane? Again, trade less, but still trade the major trades of the day by using the fully maxed out simplicity approach. So even if you say this, for argument's sake, is too late and you didn't like it, these 3 should be 100% lining into those perfect completed simplicity approach cycles. And if you even saw, even the last one in here was fully maxed out as well. So I hope this opens your eyes once again of how simple it can be, and again, to not making shit up, to follow all the steps in order and just wait for what should be next on the list, and then combine it with the overall picture to find the sense out of it, and then complete the day with full clarity and making less shit up, taking huge quality trades. And as you just saw, we had 4 trading opportunities. They all have been fully confirmed in just one single day.